Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
More than half of the imperial officials are graduates of the Academy, and every single one of them knows all too well about the Academy's Autumn Festival, the largest, most extravagant, and above all, most important student-led event. The influence gained from that day can make one the talk of the social circles, while others rise as candidates for the next Student Council president. Simply put, it makes them the stars of the Academy, monopolizing the admiration of seniors, juniors, and peers alike. The fame, however, is fleeting, lasting only about a week. Anyway, the point is that the Academy's Autumn Festival is, as the name suggests, a festival exclusive to the Academy. It's a day for the students to enjoy themselves. The faculty is included, but it's still limited to the Academy. It's not a regional event, and certainly not a day celebrated throughout the empire. Meaning, there's no reason for other countries to show interest, nor for church officials to try and sneak in under the pretense of giving a congratulatory speech. But then, what is the meaning of this? Cardinal Nicolaus of the First Diocese wishes to attend the Academy's Autumn Festival. Manon Louis Weyer of Heisens coincidentally enters the empire for a vacation and wishes to attend the Academy's Autumn Festival as an unofficial visitor. TL/N, coincidentally my ass. The Kingdom of Lasker expresses interest in visiting the Imperial Academy. Am I seeing things? Officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, without exception, grabbed their heads in frustration at the news. It's the Academy Festival. It's not an empire-wide event. It's just a day for students to have fun. Why are you coming? Why are you trying to get involved? Don't come. Don't come. If you all come, we'll really be worked to death. In this already crazy situation, Adelheit sent this insensitive message. In the spirit of continental harmony, our country can also arrange participants to attend. What are you guys doing without us? You're leaving us out like that? You're trying to ostracize us, aren't you? I can't stand that. Let me join in too. It was enough to be interpreted that way. So to summarize, 3 nations and the church all want to attend the Academy's festival. Whether it's for a simple visit, a congratulatory speech, or just to look around. Did these bastards all take drugs or something? Why is the cardinal doing this? Did you hear anything from the Holy See? I don't know about the others, but the elves are a bit unsettling. Meetings, and more meetings. And finally, they came to one conclusion. They're using young Lord Karl Adelheit as an excuse. The church is now openly showing favoritism, certain that Karl is a saint. Heisens is trying to show with all their might that elves are safe, since the atmosphere in the empire could change depending on the young lord's words, and especially considering the incident that happened last year. Lasker, while having acknowledged the empire's dominance, doesn't intend to fully submit. They're attempting to establish a connection with Karl, who can be seen as a potential ally, while also gauging the empire's internal situation. And finally, Adelheit. Well, as I said before, they're just throwing a tantrum because everyone else is gathering except them, and they want to go too. I hate you, young Lord Karl Adelheit. This time, I really hate you. TL/N, loudly crying face. This means I won't be able to leave work for at least 2 months. Help me, please. Karl may not know it, but the number of officials in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs crying out his name was increasing by the moment. *****. Meanwhile, Karl was crying out for the Emperor. Highest Order of Merit, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Golden Crown Cultural Medal, Ministry of Education, Parliamentary Honorary Golden Medal, Imperial Parliament, Imperial Freedom Medal, Imperial Household Ministry. The Emperor had finally declared that he would bestow 4 medals. N/O/Vel/B/C//OM. Each one was generously chosen, if received even once, would etch one's name into the history of the empire. The highest Order of Merit was already awarded once through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so that was a pass. The Golden Crown Cultural Medal was awarded because it would be a good educational opportunity to inform future talents of the empire about such an outstanding figure and emphasize the more excellent and outstanding aspects of the empire. The Parliamentary Honorary Golden Medal can be seen as the civilian version of the Imperial Medal of Honor, awarded to those who have made significant achievements and contributions to the history and culture of the empire. For reference, it boasts an incredibly high difficulty of being awarded, requiring the approval of 2/3 of the members of parliament. And finally, the Imperial Freedom Medal is awarded only by the Imperial Household Ministry, and since the ministry exists solely for the imperial family, it is the same as the imperial family personally awarding the medal. This, along with the Parliamentary Honorary Golden Medal, can be seen as the civilian version too of the Imperial Medal of Honor. In summary, he was to receive 4 medals equivalent to the Medal of Honor, even if he didn't receive the Medal of Honor itself. Moreover, the person awarding all these medals was the final boss of the empire. The awarding of the above 4 medals will be personally bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire. Long live His Majesty the Emperor? Karl checked all the messages and let out a groan. You said there wouldn't be any medals, Your Highness. Feeling wronged, he looked into it himself and found that the Crown Prince was only referring to the miracle and canonization. Since the Holy See had already hyped him up, the Empire would remain silent on that matter. Instead, they would naturally award him for all the benefits the Empire had gained in relation to him. Karl wanted to shout, "I've been tricked," but when he thought about it, it would be strange if he didn't receive any medals at all. Even from his own perspective, the events related to him had greatly improved the empire's external image, positively influenced education, inspired various fields, and above all, raised the pride of the imperial citizens as citizens of the empire to its peak. This must be what they call maximum national pride. Even in his past life, Karl had seen a few similar cases. Monarchy, republic, militarism, totalitarianism, democracy, socialism, even communism and whatnot. Wasn't national pride the one thing that couldn't be overcome, even when combining all political systems? And the source of that national pride was right in front of him. If one couldn't savor it, then whoever they were, they shouldn't be in politics. That's the right thing to do. Excessive national pride is harmful, but a moderate amount can raise a nation's unity to its peak, right? Ugh. Holding his forehead, Karl turned to the next message. There, just as burdensome as the medals, was another shocking piece of news. Empire, Holy See commemorative coin to be issued simultaneously. It didn't specify what or who the coin was commemorating, but anyone who wasn't a fool would know why and for whom it was being made. Not long ago, someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs had visited Karl, saying, "I'd like to sketch your profile," and before he could say anything, they had already done it. Surely they won't ask me to wear this coin on my chest too. A commemorative coin. And one with his face on it, issued simultaneously by the Empire and the Holy See. Curious, he asked the Ministry of Finance, and they said they were setting a separate budget for the silver to be used in the coin. He wondered if the Ministry of Finance would be annoyed by the sudden budget allocation, but according to his sources, they were already reaping the benefits of the Karl trickle-down effect. As an additional piece of news, the commemorative coin was to be distributed only to key figures in the church, nobles of the rank of count or higher in the empire, and high-ranking officials. It was meant to encourage them to do their best with a righteous and faithful heart, befitting their important positions. What is happening? Medals, commemorative coins. As Karl continued to laugh in a daze, a new piece of information reached his ears. "Young lord, we just received a call from the Imperial Household Ministry." It was none other than the Imperial Household Ministry. The very department in charge of the imperial family's affairs had reached out. Upon hearing this, Karl instinctively shuddered. Something ominous is about to happen. His Majesty has expressed his intention to personally bestow all of the medals upon you, young lord, at the Academy Festival. Young lord? Young lord. Enough, please stop. To what extent do you intend to immortalize me? Stop it, please. Karl clutched the back of his neck and collapsed into his chair. The Emperor was coming in person? This had never happened in the history of the Empire. What kind of crazy emperor would leave the Imperial Palace to bestow medals upon a subject at the Academy? Later, it was revealed that there was a reason behind the Emperor's decision. All the dignitaries from other countries were gathering at the Academy, each with their own reasons or excuses. So, the Emperor decided to show them right there. This proud young noble of the Empire, the greatest treasure they could never even dream of having, no matter how much they desired it. And that the Empire, with the Emperor himself taking the lead, would bestow upon this figure the highest honors of the Empire. Later, upon hearing this news, Karl is said to have exclaimed, "So, Your Majesty, in a nutshell, this is a kind of teabagging, isn't it? You don't have a young prodigy like our Karl in your ranks, do you? Our nobles are the true elite, blessed with miracles and showered with medals." This was the Emperor's boasting on a scale of a different dimension. Mothers are creatures who can't help but brag about their children's test scores. Men are creatures who can't help but tell their teammates about carrying a game. The Emperor is a person who can't be satisfied until he lets the world know how great his empire and subjects are. In that sense, I could understand, just a little bit, this absurd behavior of our Emperor. Of course, only a little bit. I absolutely can't understand anything more. Damn it. Damn it, Your Majesty, have you really gone senile? If this inner thought were to be revealed, I could be dragged straight to the underground prison, regardless of any honorary medals. But it can't be helped. Nowhere in the history of the Empire has an emperor ever rushed out of the imperial palace to the academy to bestow medals on a subject. Until now, it had only happened once for the princess and once for the crown prince. Even that was absurd. If you're going to receive a medal, you go to the imperial palace. There's no reason for the esteemed members of the imperial family to make an outside visit. Even this started because I half-jokingly said, "It's a bit difficult for me to move as a student," and they said, "Then we'll go." That works, right? I heard there was some talk back then about whether I was getting too much special treatment. Of course, now, it seems like the Emperor himself would personally step in and knock the block off anyone who said that. TL/N, *, knock someone's block off, hit someone very hard. Congratulations, Saint Karl Adelheit. Saint. Congratulations. In that sense, I want to knock the blocks off these four right now. Ugh. You guys, what the hell are you doing? What do you mean, what are we doing? We're just doing our best for you as your patron saints. The saint's name must shine forever. We are fulfilling our duty, so please don't worry about a thing. I looked at the three of them and then turned my gaze to Joachim, the last conscience of the Hydras. The other three were idiots, but I thought at least Joachim was somewhat normal. But even he ended up betraying me. We are merely fulfilling our duties as patron saints. What duties as patron saints? You guys said you wouldn't do it even if you died not too long ago? And now you're suddenly acting all passionate? Do you think I don't know what you're up to? Young lord, have you heard the news? The Karl Adelheit Foundation is rolling out new public initiatives. They're researching new ways to prepare for drought and a simplified magic-based water supply system. All the funding for this is going under your name. New employment support for military veterans is also under your name. This is revenge. They're getting revenge. They're definitely getting back at me for acting on my own without consulting them. There's no way the foundation bearing my name would be plastering it everywhere without some ulterior motive. Normally, I would have dissuaded them. Even if I didn't, those around them would have strongly opposed it. In a country ruled by the emperor, the name of one noble is becoming too prominent. Anyone can see it's like waving a red flag, practically begging for intervention. Even if I were the emperor, I'd think, hold on, aren't these guys getting a bit too ambitious? But what if that very emperor is busy boasting about that noble more than anyone else? What if he's going to the place where foreign dignitaries are gathering and openly showering them with rewards, shouting, "This is what an imperial noble is"? The result is obvious. Everyone will happily join in, saying, "This is true loyalty to the empire and the imperial family," and they'll launch me into the sky with the emperor. It's not even a plane. It's like putting me on a spaceship and sending me beyond the sun. You petty bastards. Even so, how can you take revenge like this? I admit I went a bit overboard, but it's fortunate that you realize you went overboard, Saint. I accept your determination to be immortalized for generations with your friends. No, but you know what's even sadder? I can't undo it now. My name has already been spread too far and wide. People start clapping as soon as they hear the name Karl Adelheit. If I suddenly remove my name now, or withdraw from the projects with my name on them, image is hard to build, but it falls apart quickly. The moment rumors start circulating that something might be wrong with me, the political situation will become a real mess. Well, that was all a joke, Karl. And these guys, as expected of nobles, immediately switch to a serious demeanor. The news of you receiving medals from His Majesty has already spread throughout the empire. And there's also this opinion going around, that no matter what, it's not right for the ruler of the empire to personally come and bestow medals. That you, as a subject, should go to the imperial palace. There's been some talk about this among the nobles as well. In short, what these guys are saying is that they've been making such a fuss because of that very reason. Since the emperor is making a move, they're trying to solidify the justification for it. By raising my reputation beforehand, it becomes more difficult for the nobles to raise their voices against the emperor's personal involvement. It would be the most frustrating thing if they were trying to prove their loyalty but ended up being resented instead. So, they're telling me this in advance before I get the wrong idea. That the emperor isn't doing this out of necessity, for public sentiment, or for show, but after careful calculation of the empire's benefits. They're saying I don't need to struggle to maintain a loyal image, just pretend to dissuade them and then discreetly step back when the time is right. It's an unprecedented event, Karl. Since His Majesty is making the journey, we need a stronger justification. That's the only way to firmly show that the emperor's steps are not taken lightly. We have our own serious reasons for doing this. Keep that in mind. So they say, Karl. I understand, guys. If your only reason for doing this was to tease me, I would have thrown a fit. But if there's a legitimate reason like this, I'm willing to listen. I'm reasonable. Suddenly, a thought crosses my mind. Maybe the emperor secretly pushed these guys to do this. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Finally, the day has finally arrived. Originally, it was just the start of the Academy's autumn festival. Truly, it was just a day when students gathered at booths instead of lectures to enjoy their own time. Nothing particularly special. N/O/vel/b//n.c//om. But not this time. At least, not this year's autumn festival opening day. It was completely different from any other time. Starting with the key figures of the empire, there was the unofficial delegation from Heisens, the cardinal delegation from the Holy See, the Knights of Lasker, and even the mages of Avaleshti. It was hard to tell if this was merely a school festival or a grand imperial celebration. And soon after, the highlight of today's event was approaching. It's the Imperial Guard. And behind them, the Imperial Knights. Oh my god. I never thought I'd see them like this. The Academy has children from high-ranking noble families, but on the other hand, there are also children from relatively low-ranking families. There are even many commoners among them, those who strive to advance solely based on their abilities. How often would they get to go near the Imperial Palace? How often would they get to see the Emperor's spear, sword, and shield right in front of them? Therefore, it was only natural for these young students to be both nervous and excited by their appearance. Make way, everyone, make way. And from behind, the one who would outshine everyone gathered at the Academy today was approaching. Long live the Emperor. Eternal be the Empire. Goddess, protect the Empire and the Emperor. Every time the carriage passed, everyone, regardless of age, gender, or social status, knelt and shouted from the bottom of their hearts, their voices echoing through the Academy grounds. Meanwhile, the carriage passed through the tightly controlled main gate of the Academy and entered beyond. Inside, the guards and Imperial Knights were already lined up in formation. Normally, they would have controlled everyone even more thoroughly, but this time, they needed more spectators. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm going crazy. This was the only way to describe Karl's current state. And indeed, he was literally trembling, his hands and feet shaking, openly expressing his current mental state. He was amazed, or perhaps ashamed, of himself for receiving medals from the emperor, not in the imperial palace, but at the academy, in front of all the students and guests. Young lord, it's time for you to move. Ah, yes. I understand. He followed the special task force agents who were waiting for him and walked down the academy hallway. Even from afar, the distant cheers and shouts of "Long live the Emperor" reached his ears, along with the chants of his own name, the Empire's hero, all seemingly under the Emperor's tacit approval. Exhaling, Karl slowly walked to the end of the hallway. Taking a deep breath, Karl slowly made his way to the end of the hallway. Finally, he emerged from the shadows, stepping onto the central podium bathed in bright sunlight. It's rare for the Emperor to leave his residence. It's similar to how the heart should remain in its safe place within the chest. The sight of the Emperor, holding a medal in one hand and patting a subject's shoulder with the other, was an act typically reserved for heroes returning triumphantly from war. To add to that, even those events were usually held in the widest part of the city, after taking all measures to ensure that everyone in the world, everywhere, could witness the scene. I will not speak at length. In that sense, the scene taking place here, in the Imperial Academy's plaza, was incredibly new and shocking to both the people of the Empire and those from other nations. The Emperor's voice wasn't particularly majestic or grand. However, it was precisely that calmness that made all the citizens of the Empire gulp. Because the whole world already knows. Everyone is a witness. More than half of those gathered today were Academy students. Normally, high-ranking nobles and officials of the Empire would be seated, but this time was different. This was possible because the Emperor himself had expressed his wish that the masters of this place are them, so don't needlessly take their seats away. And precisely because they were students, new reactions emerged, different from before. The previous reactions were more of vigilance and calculation than respect or reverence. That's how nobles and imperial officials would typically react. The Emperor had no intention of belittling or criticizing that. However, this time, the people were different. They were less tainted by the world and could be a little more pure. The Emperor was more pleased to see them cheering and their eyes sparkling with the desire to become like him. I am merely bestowing the glory befitting a noble who has brought honor to the Empire. As the Emperor finished speaking, the Chamberlain stood respectfully behind him. He held a large chest in his hands. Everyone gathered here knew what was inside, thanks to the widespread rumors. Your sacrifices would be honored even by the first emperor. The chest opened, revealing 4 distinct medals gleaming within. 4 honors for today, but only one person to bear their glory. Your honor will be remembered even at the end of the empire. As those standing beside him nodded, Karl, who had been waiting, carefully knelt before him. He felt embarrassed to the point of madness, but as the emperor had said, become an object of admiration for those students, he couldn't deny that either. The young souls who looked up to heroes and dreamed of becoming heroes themselves might one day become another hero. Karl Adelheit, young lord of the Friedrich County, sharp sword of the Empire, and loyal subject of the imperial family. Come forth and stand proudly before the glory that is rightfully yours. With the Emperor's permission, Karl, who had been kneeling, slowly rose. In recognition of your contributions to the internal affairs of the Empire, I bestow upon you this medal. First, the highest order of merit, bearing the name of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, was placed on Karl's chest. Another glorious light revealed itself beside the Medal of Honor, which was already shining brightly. Furthermore, in recognition of your positive influence on the future of the Empire, I bestow upon you this medal. The Golden Crown Cultural Medal was placed next to it. It was usually awarded to outstanding scholars or artists, but this time it was awarded for having an influence comparable to theirs. Next, the Imperial Parliament unanimously decided to award the Parliamentary Honorary Golden Medal. Normally, only 2/3 approval was needed, but this time, the entire Imperial Parliament made the same decision. To a small extent, he was a war hero of the Empire. To a larger extent, he was a warrior of light who spread his benevolent influence throughout the continent. The moment they said, it's a bit inappropriate to award a medal to such a person, their political careers would be over. Finally, as the head of the imperial family and the ruler of the empire, I personally express my respect and bestow upon you the Imperial Freedom Medal. The Imperial Freedom Medal was under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Household Ministry. In other words, only the will of the imperial family mattered. How many people in the history of the empire had received the honor of the emperor's respect? The students, gathered to enjoy the festival, stared blankly at the recipient of that honor. It looks good on you. The emperor smiled brightly as he looked at the medals on Karl's chest. To think that he, who was extremely reserved in his emotional expressions, could smile like that. The chamberlain, and even the minister of the imperial household ministry, were all secretly quite flustered. Behold! The emperor reached out and grabbed Karl's shoulders, turning him towards the crowd. He is the one who protected you. At the emperor's words, at least a few understood clearly. Some students who had almost suffered greatly at the hands of the Luzerne's elves last year. Students who had relatives or friends on the train. And others, though not very close, who had been able to sleep peacefully a few years ago because Karl was on the front lines. Behold once more. The emperor concluded with a declarative final word. He is the one you will admire. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I suddenly became curious. What would the imperial historians write about this day? The emperor personally coming to the academy and bestowing 4 medals, and then having a mere noble give a congratulatory speech at the academy festival, despite the emperor's presence. Whatever it was, I'm sure it would be a delicious event for historians. I'll keep it short. To be honest, I think I blacked out for a moment. When the Emperor said to me, "It seems appropriate for young Lord Karl to give the congratulatory speech," I'm pretty sure I responded with some gibberish as proof. That's why I said such nonsensical things. I can assure you, those words in no way reflected my true feelings. Having fun is also a skill. I hope this autumn festival will be even more enjoyable than the last one. After saying it, I thought it might sound like, "I still remember what your kin did last year, you elves," to the elves. But it was too late. The face of the Hyzens elves sitting in front seemed to turn a little pale. I don't know. Let's just assume it was my imagination. And to be honest, your people did do something wrong. Think of it as compensation for that, and bow deeply to the Imperial Academy every year at this time. Meanwhile, a high-ranking Imperial official approached me and whispered, "We plan to attach all the medals to young Lord Karl Adelheit's new military uniform and present it to you. A new uniform, even more impressive than the previous one, will be delivered soon, so you can look forward to it." That. Ha ha ha, I'll receive your thanks later. It's not comparable to the medals, but we did our best to prepare the uniform. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I'm not exactly thrilled about it. You're going to give me a new uniform weighed down with medals and then expect me to wear it to every official function, aren't you? Just because it's supposedly more comfortable than wearing the medals themselves? I wanted to protest, saying they didn't need to bother with the medals, that I could simply pin them on myself. But I couldn't say that in front of the people who were working hard for me. In the end, the best I could do was, "Thank you." Ha ha ha. Young Lord Karl Adelheit. Just when I thought it was finally over, the Chamberlain approached me. "His Majesty wishes to see you briefly before returning to the palace." "I'll be right there." "Lead the way." I thought he had said everything he wanted to me, but it seems he had more to convey personally. Instinctively, I felt that this had something to do with the foreign dignitaries who had flocked to the academy. Just a while ago, he had put me at the forefront, showering me with all sorts of compliments, as if telling the academy students and everyone else to look at me. You must also be aware. As I reached the Emperor, he got straight to the point, making me realize that an emperor is indeed an emperor. The Holy See, Hyzens, Lasker, and even Avaleshti. They all came to the academy with their own reasons. "Yes, Your Majesty. Enjoy the festival. Youth is a good thing, isn't it?" Listening up to this point, I could roughly grasp what the Emperor wanted. Foreign dignitaries are here, but the Holy See aside, the other three are a bit troublesome, aren't they? I've already boosted your reputation, and it's the Academy Festival, after all. Moreover, you're still young, so acting boldly won't be a big issue. Therefore, I permit you to act out to a degree that you deem appropriate. That's quite a difficult request, Your Majesty. Something that can be tolerated under the name of a festival, yet simultaneously put pressure on the three places excluding the Holy See. That is too difficult. I scratched my head for a moment before coming to a conclusion. There's only one thing I'm good at, after all. I checked the greatsword at my waist. TL/N, oh no, skull. I received the blessings of 2 cardinals and the Pope, so it should have some magic resistance, right? As for my clothes, well, it doesn't matter if they get a little burnt. I've rolled around on the battlefield with my body on fire many times before. Flame magic demonstration? Maximize the splendor of the festival. I'll apologize to my magic research juniors in advance. Don't blame me. The Emperor made me do this. A few days before the Academy's autumn festival, in a dimly lit lounge. The elves stood nervously, waiting for something. They were even standing at attention, which was unusual for them, and there was an uneasy atmosphere in the air. Could it be that, once again, with the festival approaching, some foolish elves were planning to raise arms against the Empire? Is this the best you've got? Are you sure? Eloise crossed her arms and faced the elf exchange students standing before her. Swish, swish. Eloise frowned as she checked the items to be displayed at the festival booths on each table. On the table where she stopped, various tea leaves and teacups were placed. I told you, let's stop with the tea. You guys are practically advertising that we live in the forest? Didn't I say that the humans already know we live in the southern forest? I understand your love for plants, but do you really think you can attract the students' attention with just tea? As the word plants came out of Eloise's mouth, the other elves visibly winced. But no one was foolish enough to openly object. Fortunately, they had all been well persuaded by Eloise's friend, her fist. This is a no-go, no need to even look at it. It's truly pathetic. But this tea was something even the high-ranking nobles of the Empire were desperate to get their hands on until recently. That's the point, you idiot. The important thing is until recently. Damn it. For reference, recently for elves meant at least 20 years ago. And Eloise knew very well that trends could easily fade in that time. Besides, this wasn't a place with old folks who were crazy about tea. These were very young people. At first, they might be drawn to the novelty of southern specialty tea leaves, but they'll lose interest quickly. Some are bitter, some are bland. And with so many more stimulating snacks available, who would bother drinking tea at a festival? Since when was tea even trendy? Do you think the Empire still has no contact with us elves, and people go crazy over southern tea leaves? Luzerne's was almost completely wiped out. Hyzens was developing an even stronger relationship with the Empire. Naturally, trade flourished, and various tea leaves and berries produced only by elves spread throughout the empire. In other words, tea at the festival wasn't completely unmarketable, but it was far behind in competitiveness. With this, they wouldn't be able to draw a crowd at the festival, no matter how hard they tried. Eloise, mercilessly rejecting the tea, moved on to the next table. What's this? Well, at the last festival, there was a booth where people shot targets with non-lethal guns. So, elves are known for bows. So we thought we could do something similar with bows. Without needing to hear more, Eloise struck the elf exchange student on the head. But why? Guns are easy, you just pull the trigger. Anyone can do it. But bows? Can just anyone do that? This is a common misconception. People think that elves who handle bows are agile, so all you need is agility, precision, and good eyesight. That's nonsense. What you need to draw a bow is strength. Strength. Anyone who's pulled a bowstring knows this. Beginners get their fingers torn up after just a few tries. Or rather, even pulling it once is a big deal. Female students who haven't received any proper strength training wouldn't be able to pull it even halfway and would end up putting the bow down. And what's this? You're going to use real bows? Do you want to see someone's hand fly off while pulling the string? But we can't offer toy bows. Elves have their pride, that's. You sure have a long way of saying you want to be buried alive while protecting your pride. None of it was satisfactory. Eloise covered her face and sighed. What are you going to do during the festival? Do I have to answer that too? From the beginning, Lavrenti was wary of everyone. It seemed like the only person she was willing to compromise with was Selena Dutnov, L.B./JNN. She thoroughly controlled the information. As a result, even Eloise couldn't figure out exactly what kind of booth they were planning to set up, as expected of the Empire's sharpshooter. In contrast, Lefia answered every question she was asked. Me? I'm planning to feature special things you can only find in Lasker. A Lasker booth led by a princess from Lasker. The name alone piqued curiosity. Eloise's sense of crisis grew even stronger. At this rate, she might not even be able to get Karl's attention, let alone the academy students. Wait a minute. Eloise stopped abruptly as she passed by the tables and hurriedly turned back. This. What is it? Something red in a bottle. The moment she saw it, and the moment she smelled it, she had a feeling. It's a jam made with special fruits from the great southern forest that my family sent me. Jam. Yes. Actually, I was trying to preserve them in sugar for a long time, but somehow it turned into jam. But it seems like it would go well with the bread that's a staple food for the Empire's people, so, this was it. Eloise clapped her hands and smiled brightly. It was an elven product, but not one that flaunted their superiority. It was approachable, which could significantly reduce the pressure on the students and Karl. Plus, if it was jam, it could pair perfectly with Karl's famous winter treats. It was a natural way to create another link with him, Eloise thought. It's decided. We're going with this, everyone. Any elves have any objections? At Eloise's question, no elf dared to raise their hand. If they did, they might find a special forces, more like an assassination squad, elf at their bedside in the middle of the night. *****. Time passed, and it was the day of the festival. You've put some thought into this, Eloise. Lavrenti bit her lip as she looked at her rival, who had appeared with a flashy and attention-grabbing booth named Special Jam from the Great Southern Forest. According to her research, the elf exchange students had never set up a booth at the Academy Festival before, and there were hardly any instances of them enjoying the festival very much. This meant that even if they participated in the festival this time, they were unlikely to pose a significant threat. But to think they would do it this way, I thought they would just show off their demti or bows. The elves Lavrenti knew couldn't help but carry an air of superiority. The Luzerne's elves were extreme in that regard, but Hyphen's elves were still elves, so it was hard to say that they were completely free from that trait. And among the things that elves considered superior to the Empire were tea and bows. So, she had expected them to flaunt those things at the festival. She hadn't imagined that they would make jam from the fruits of the Great Forest and show an Empire-friendly attitude from the start. Bakery booth. The booth that Lavrenti and other students were leading this time was none other than a bakery. The reason for choosing this booth was quite military veteran-like. The Empire's military rations included hard, dry biscuits with almost no moisture. At first, there were many complaints about how to even eat them. Just one bite felt like it sucked all the moisture out of your mouth. But once they were deployed on the actual battlefield, they realized that it was impossible to have regular meals, let alone a quick snack. And in those moments, the dry biscuits became the best gift. Countless veterans reminisced about how they never knew those biscuits, nibbled on during brief moments of respite, could be so delicious. Lavrenti felt the same way. She even wished she could eat as many of those biscuits as she wanted after being discharged. Baked goods. Not bad, Lavrenti. But do you have to make them like this? Huh? If you make them like this, they'll be too dry and tasteless. If you add these ingredients and bake them like this, they'll be a bit better. Let's skip over the part where Lavrenti's classmates dissuaded her from making them solely in the military style. If she had done it her way, it would have been a combat ration experience booth instead of a bakery booth. Anyway, Lavrenti's bakery booth was doing well. At first, that is. Hey, these cookies from the bakery booth taste amazing with the jam from the elves booth. Really? Let me try. Whoa, it's true. They're good on their own, but they were missing something, and this jam fills that gap. It was something Lavrenti couldn't have imagined, and a situation she wasn't particularly happy about. They were supposed to be competitors, but the students were pushing them into a collaboration. This wasn't right. This wasn't what she had planned. As Lavrenti and Eloise were struggling with this strange situation, Selina, who had just finished her work and entered the festival, heard strange news from Lefia. What did you just say, Lefia? Well, I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard Senior Karl is going to demonstrate his ability to nullify magic. What was this? As soon as she arrived, Selina was flustered and quickly went to find the source of the rumor. The highlight of the Academy's autumn festival was the massive magical fireworks display that took place every evening. The colorful paints that decorated the dark sky like a canvas were so impressive that there was even a saying that if you weren't amazed by it, you weren't an Academy student. Precisely because of that, because of its grand splendor, the magic was not easily prepared. Only for this day, the members of the Academy's magic department spent an entire month, even staying up nights, preparing and preparing again. Excuse me. Therefore, it was only natural for the magic department students to be flustered by a sudden proposal. Senior Karl, we think we misheard you, so could you please repeat that one more time? It's not difficult. That firework magic. Could you modify it and shoot it at me? TL/N, this MF crazy ASF. Karl Adelheit, the undisputed war hero of the Empire. Just a moment ago, the Emperor personally awarded him medals and officially declared, there is no one more outstanding than this young man. Naturally, all the students of the Academy cheered his name. The fact that he was a student like them, a kind of academic connection, further fueled their admiration. There were many high-ranking officials in the Empire who graduated from the Academy, but Karl was the best senior among them all. Perhaps everyone would consider him the greatest graduate. But that's one thing, and this is another. If someone could remain calm after hearing such nonsense, wouldn't they be an inanimate object rather than a person? Senior, have you lost your mind? These words lingered on the lips and in the minds of the magic department students. Fortunately, they weren't all that impatient, so there was no idiot who blurted those words out. Senior Karl, we'd like to hear the reason why you're asking this. It's nothing much. I just want to try nullify some magic. They must think I'm crazy. What kind of person casually says, I'll just nullify some magic, and acts like it's no big deal? Senior Karl, I'm really sorry, but, of course, this is entirely my decision and judgment, so I'll take full responsibility. Your department won't be involved in any trouble. But still, if you're worried about the professors, that's fine too. I'll talk to them. And I'll be the first to help you get additional funding for your magic department research. How can we help you, Senior? If other departments saw this scene, they might say, you guys have no pride, you're being swayed by money. But the magic department would proudly answer, yes. Magic is ultimately a form of money burning. All the materials, time, and labor costs involved in research, it's all money in the end. If someone offers to fund that, they'll do anything. So, first, if we cast the magic like this, our magic focuses on range for visual appeal. It would be better to modify it a bit, right? Probably. How do you intend to mitigate the risks involved? Magic is activated only when the formula and mana are perfectly intertwined, right? So, we can either destroy the formula beforehand or cut the magic circuit that supplies mana. The magic department students agreed with Karl's opinion, acknowledging its validity. At the same time, they were curious. He knew not only the principles of magic but also how to destroy it. As far as they knew, Karl didn't take any lectures on magic. Then how did Karl know so much about magic? I've been hit by it so many times before. One time, I almost died. That's right. Karl learned by simply getting hit. In doing so, he figured out how to dodge, and while dodging, he came to the conclusion, hey, if I do this right, I can deflect it midway and neutralize it with minimal damage. Of course, this was all just theory. In reality, if you were even a little late or did it wrong, the magic would explode right in your face. If that happened, with luck, you'd die cleanly and painlessly in one shot. If you were unlucky, half of your body would be sizzling and you'd die slowly in agony from the burns.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Are we really doing this? Even if Senior Karl takes responsibility, we can't escape blame if there's an accident. Senior, I trust you. But if you get hurt, our department is doomed. The research funds. If it weren't for those damn research funds. But they couldn't stop. It was too late to turn back now. The water had already been spilled, so to speak. Besides, the magic department members were also a little curious. If a magic spell was precisely disrupted by some physical force before it reached its intended target, would it really just be dispelled without any chain reaction? The theory said so, but was it actually possible? Was there really no one brave enough to demonstrate it? Don't worry. Really. I've even nullified bullets a few times. In that sense, Karl was truly the perfect test subject. Ahem. Something felt strange. And quite uncomfortable. The representatives from the Holy See, Heizens, Lasker, and even Avaleshti, each representing their own nation or group, were sitting there, clearing their throats. They had come to the Academy Festival under the pretense of enjoying the festivities and using Karl as an excuse to gauge the atmosphere in the Empire and see if they could establish closer ties. It would be even better if they could show Karl the positive aspects of their country or group. But then the emperor suddenly appeared in the middle of the festival. It was the first time in the history of the empire. He even personally awarded medals and declared Karl a hero in front of everyone. The students went wild. They rejoiced as if it were their own achievement that a fellow student was receiving the highest honor. And the foreign guests also went wild, but in a different way. Don't give my kid any false hopes. He'll really die. This friend is a noble of our empire. Don't even try to bid on him. Yes, that's what the emperor wanted to say. This wasn't just bragging. It was a warning. If anyone dared to cross the line and ignore this, it was a hint that the empire could do anything under the pretext of insulting the empire. Those who had been trying to cling to Karl and pick up scraps, hoping to benefit from the miracle he had received from the goddess, were now in a very difficult situation. This was especially true for Lasker and Heizens. As a result, the unofficial delegations from those two countries were struggling. The priests from the Holy See were wondering what was going on, and Avaleshti, who had no particular thoughts, was also feeling tense. Esteemed guests. The devil's whisper reached them. If it's not too much trouble, there's a good spectacle to see. Would you like to come with me? The tension in the air was palpable. Karl's invitation offered a welcome distraction, and they readily agreed. So the guests from each country moved to a place where Karl was holding a great sword and staring straight ahead. What's going on all of a sudden? The mages from Avaleshti were the first to notice the change. As those sensitive to the flow of mana, they turned their heads, their eyes filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, up ahead, the Academy Magic Department's special flame magic, which had undergone some modifications, began to fly towards Karl. Whoa, what's happening? Why is he just standing there? Just as the mages and priests were about to stop him in surprise. Shatter? An ominous sound. Sparks and mana scattered in all directions. The guests, who had been murmuring, stared blankly at Karl. Next, another spell flew in. It wasn't a massively destructive spell, but it still had enough power to kill. One wrong move, and someone could be turned into a well-lit bonfire in an instant. Shatter. Karl sliced it in half with his great sword as if he were cutting an apple. As expected of the Blessed One. You are truly amazing. This was the sentiment of the priests from the Holy See. What is this? Is it a warning? Are you telling us to hurry up and finish off the remaining Luzerne's remnants? If we don't finish them off quickly, will you cut us down too? The elves from Heizens worried. This is crazy. Baba Yaga seemed to be retiring, but the Empire is showing us that there's an even bigger monster. As expected, the Emperor is a terrifying figure. The knights from Lasker were shocked. Is this the Empire's proclamation that the end of the Age of Magic is near? Not only guns and gunpowder, but now they can nullify magic with a single greatsword. The mages from Avaleshti were also greatly shocked. And finally, Selena and Lefia, who were watching the scene. That's so cool. It's amazing. It seemed that they had developed a tolerance after experiencing so many strange things. A sudden memory from my past life surfaces. What did they call it? Right. Baseball. More accurately, batting practice at the cages. Anyway, I used to be pretty good at that in my past life. The memories are flooding back. Once again, a crimson flame hurtles toward me. Correction. It's blue. Despite being a humanities major, I do recall that blue flames burn hotter than red ones. If I fail to block this, I'll be toasted in front of everyone like a marshmallow at a campfire. Hup. I focused my mind. The surrounding noise and the gazes directed at me fade away. All that remains is me, the greatsword in my hand, and the azure fireball hurtling towards me. Everything slows down, yet becomes clearer. The flame, which was just a trajectory, gradually reveals its form. The direction it's flying, its speed, the influence of the wind, and even the changes it undergoes due to the wind, all of it registers in my mind. There's nothing difficult about this. I just need to move to the most certain, the brightest point among the countless paths. With the calculations complete, I aimed for the optimal timing. I need to cut through the magical formula, the point where mana converges within that flame. Some might question whether that's even possible. But to be honest, magic doesn't travel at the speed of sound, so it's not out of the question. It's slower than elven arrows. With a slight exaggeration, it's about the same speed as elves themselves. So, it can be done. Now, I thrust my great sword into the exact spot. Just as I feel the scorching heat, the core of the formula is already shattered, and the heat and light vanish into nothingness. Whoosh! Mana resembling smoke and ash scatters in all directions. The smell, how to describe it? Not like burning, but more like the strange scent of the wind in a forest. It would have been great if I had mastered this technique a bit sooner. If I had, I might have saved at least one more person. Bullets and arrows were scary, but the most terrifying thing was magic. While bullets and arrows might kill or injure one or two, a direct hit from magic would instantly wipe out 6 or 7. And if you were really unlucky and it hit the gunpowder storage, well, that was hell unleashed. The image of a comrade, laughing and joking just moments ago, turning into a charred lump after being struck by magic flashes through my mind. Just as something wells up in my chest, I shake my head to clear it away. Good thoughts. Good thoughts. Whew. Shit, I almost became charcoal myself. Don't get distracted during battle. Those who do are the first to die. Recalling my senior's words, I immediately cut down another spell that had flown right up to me. Whoosh. Cheers erupt in the distance. They probably think I intentionally delayed the detonation. I didn't mean to, but if it made me look good, that's not a bad thing. And come to think of it, I only remembered my past life because of that magical bombardment. The slight concussion triggered memories of my previous existence, and thanks to that, I was able to benefit a bit. If I had been able to neutralize magic attacks too early, it would have been a loss. Senior Karl. I see my juniors up ahead waving their hands. What? It's over already? Barely 10 spells and that's it? On the battlefield, hundreds would rain down once they started. It feels a bit anticlimactic, but I didn't show it. This isn't a battlefield, it's an academy, and we're not fighting, we're enjoying a festival. In fact, expressing this kind of dissatisfaction would probably be seen as abnormal by others. I discreetly glanced towards where the foreign guests were seated. From afar, it was hard to tell for sure, but I imagined their jaws were hanging open in disbelief. With this, I'd faithfully carried out the Emperor's order. Doing any more would likely be overkill. As I sheathed my great sword and turned away, I felt someone running up beside me. Karl. Senior. What? So the guests weren't the only ones watching. Wait a minute. Thinking about it, this could be a big deal. I did this dangerous stunt right in front of Selena. My father always said a man should act properly in front of his wife. Did I just do the opposite? In my mind, scenes like what are you doing? That's dangerous, and I can't believe this. Why are you suddenly fighting magic? We're already replaying over and over. What was that just now, Karl? Did you just cut through magic? Yeah, sorry. So, this is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. How did you do that to magic? Are you hurt anywhere? Right? If you cut magic precisely at the formula part, it collapses. I've heard about that, Senior Karl. But that's strange. I didn't know you took magic theory classes. I don't, Lefia. Then how do you know so much about it? Well, because I was like a dog on the battlefield where magic rained down relentlessly. Anyway, did Selena come out to enjoy the festival? Yeah, I'm going to have fun at least today, even if I can't for the whole festival. That's the right attitude. Like I said in my speech earlier, having fun is also a skill. Rest well when you can. That's how you can fight properly when you have to. It shouldn't be any different at the academy. If you could just sit and read books all day and have it all sink in, what could be better? Shall we go check out the booths? Yes, let's go, Karl. So, where should we start? Do you know what kind of booths there are? Right. Lefia here is running a booth. Want to go there? Come to think of it, Lefia mentioned running a booth about something related to Lasker. The only Lasker specialty I know of is knights, so I'm curious. Lead the way, Lefia? Come on, let's go. Eek? Alright, but don't get your hopes up too high. Saying that only makes me want to get my hopes up even more, you know. No, please don't. Asterisk. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Selena, Karl, and Lefia sandwiched between the two, looking flustered. The Lasker representative observing this scene let out a satisfied chuckle inwardly. Officially, Lefia had renounced her title as the Princess of Lasker. She had severed the rights and duties bestowed upon her as royalty. Therefore, any words or actions Lefia took from now on would not represent the will of the Lasker royal family. However, that didn't mean Lefia's origins would simply vanish. Whether she liked it or not, she was ultimately from Lasker. Even if she distanced herself from Lasker, completely severing those ties was impossible. And that aspect was working out quite favorably in the current situation. No matter what, if the Empire's war hero was seen in such a positive light, her close relationship with Baba Yaga's son could prove beneficial to Lasker. And on top of that, in truth, there was another reason why the Lasker representative was reacting so gleefully. The Avaleshti mage's face was completely contorted. And no wonder, since Karl had just shattered the magic spell that was flying towards him with a single greatsword. Of course, that spell was only of moderate power. It wasn't the ultimate creation of several top mages working together. After all, magic was magic, and that magic had just crumbled into dust right before his very eyes. And not in front of just anyone, but in front of a representative of Lasker, the nation of knights. His pride must be quite wounded. Ha. Damn mages. Serves you right. When our Lasker bowed to the Empire, you all shouted that those who wielded swords had finally been tamed. You bragged about the dawn of the age of magic. The Empire used and valued both swords and magic, as well as guns and gunpowder. In contrast, Lasker still emphasized swords and looked down upon magic. It was only natural to expect Avaleshti to cheer when Lasker, in such a situation, bowed its head to the Empire. But in that very situation, the Empire's war hero, in front of both Lasker and Avaleshti, had shown the ability to nullify magic with a sword. Whether it could be used in actual combat was secondary. The message it conveyed was what mattered. The Avaleshti mage bit their lips slightly. Was this a warning from the Empire? You were all excited when we crushed Lasker, weren't you? But don't get the wrong idea. We don't like it when you mages get too cocky either. Right now, we're tolerating it because you're cooperating well with our Empire, but if you get carried away and cross the line because you're excited about stepping on Lasker, you know what'll happen, right? Though they came under the pretense of the Academy Festival and to honor the hero, was this their true intention all along? As expected of the Empire, as expected of the Emperor, and, as expected of the war hero, a noble of the Empire and a subject of the Emperor, Avaleshti, who had come with a light heart, was leaving with a valuable lesson and a stern warning. Crazy bastard. And the Heisen's elf? Well, their reaction was always about the same. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The priests from the Holy See had already been deep in prayer since earlier. Junior Lefia. Yes? What is it? This. Didn't you say this booth was for traditional Lasker games? That's right. Lefia's festival booth was called the Traditional Lasker Games booth. The Empire and Lasker shared a border, but they weren't exactly close neighbors. Their natural environments and ways of thinking differed slightly, so their traditional games were bound to be different too. That was the starting point. But something was strange. Really, really strange. Are those 4 sticks you're throwing? Are those? Yes, you know it? The other students had no idea? Did you perhaps hear about it from Baba Yaga? I mean, Count Friedrich. Yeah, I guess so. Over there, the juniors were throwing something into the air, shouting, please, just one more time. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, those were definitely yet sticks. They might be called something different in Lasker, but to me, they were yet. Even the game board looked exactly like yetnori.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. TL/n Yetnori is a traditional board game played in Korea, especially during Korean New Year. Please don't skip or you won't understand shit. The sticks are cast to determine how far a token can advance. The score is determined by counting the sticks that are over, and those that are up. Each combination has a name. 1 stick over, flat side up, and 3 sticks up, round side up, is called do, pig. 2 sticks up and 2 sticks over is called gi, dog. 1 stick up and 3 sticks over is called geology, sheep. All sticks over is called yat, cow, whereas all sticks up is called mo, horse. A do is worth 1 space advancement, a gi is worth 2 space advancement, a geology is worth 3 space advancement, yet is worth 4 space advancement, and mo is worth 5 space advancement. When the sticks come to the result of either yat or mo, the player has another chance of throwing the sticks up again. Optional. Some people prefer not to play with this rule. If you get yat or mo consecutively, you play, throw, again. The square outer path, the X-shaped shortcut inside. Each player had to return their 2 to 4 pieces to the starting point. Got caught again. This is so frustrating. Ha ha ha, didn't I tell you, you get another turn if you catch a piece? Wow, Lasker has such fun games. I love it. Nonsense. You're just happy because you're winning. Even the rule of getting another turn for catching a piece was the same. It was just a fantasy version of Yetnori from my past life in Korea. Well, come to think of it, the basis of this world was created by a Korean author. So it's possible. It's possible. No, it's not. This is crazy. What the hell? A Western-style country with a hint of vodka, but the traditional game is Korean? What kind of bizarre mashup is this? I'd like to grab the author and ask them how they created this world, if possible. Senior Karl, would you like to play too? Me? I was about to say no thanks, that I already knew the game and wasn't that interested. But moments later, I found myself starting a game with Selena. Lefia's eyes were sparkling with such enthusiasm, and Selena seemed interested, so my job was to simply play along. I'm throwing, Karl? Hiya. Oh, Senior Selena? It's mo? 5 spaces forward and another turn. So they call it mo here. Well, at least they changed the word. It's Karl's turn. I took the yut sticks, they call them young here, from Selena. Muscle memory from my past life kicks in, and I instinctively gather the 4 sticks, tapping them rhythmically against the ground. Just throw whatever. Clack. Senior Karl got a mo too. Does that mean my piece gets caught? That depends on Senior Karl's decision, but first, you have to throw again. Lefia handed me the sticks, and I casually tossed them into the air. What? Another mo. Eek. This can't be good. And as always, my gut feeling was right on the money. Another mo. Karl? What's going on? How are you getting mo every time? This time it's young. You get to throw again with young too. Yes, Senior Selena, you always get another throw with mo and young. I decided not to capture Selena's piece for now, but my turn just wouldn't end. Mo yet. Then mo again. Mo. And another yet. I was clearly throwing them haphazardly, but for some reason, these damn sticks refused to give me a simple do, gi, or geology. It's young again. Junior Lefia, when does Karl's turn end? Well, you see, mo and young mean you keep throwing. But they're not supposed to come up easily, so it usually goes to the next person's turn. But this? Even I can't predict this. This wouldn't do. At this rate, even with 4 pieces, I'd be the only one playing. Junior Lefia, I think there's something wrong with these young. Can you switch them out? You might be right, Senior Karl. Just a moment. While Lefia disappeared behind the booth, Selena tilted her head and quietly took the yut sticks from my hand. Hold on. Karl, let me try throwing them. The sticks left Selena's hand and fell to the ground. Thud. One more time. Thud. Just one more. Thud thud. Do. Gi. Geology. All the types came up. And that was statistically correct. In Yetnori, yet and mo don't come up easily. These seem normal, Karl. They do. But why only for you? Selena's expression seemed to ask that question. What could I say? The only thing left to do was to suggest, maybe we should call it a game. *****. The Lasker traditional games booth experience was over. For the record, even with the different sticks Lefia brought, the result was the same. After 7 consecutive MO throws, Selena gracefully conceded the match. And at Lefia's booth, they gave me the absurd title of God of Young. I wanted to tell them not to give me such a title, but Lefia was smiling so brightly that I couldn't bring myself to do it. Now, where to next? Over there. I heard Eloise and Lav are running a booth together. The two of them are that close? Is that okay, Karl? Don't ask me, Selena. I didn't put them together. Ask the organizers. Selena had a worried expression. It seems she already knew that Eloise and Lav were rivals. I'm starting to worry too. If they end up fighting, it'll be a big problem. Those two. No, one elf and one human aren't like Selena or Lefia, who were raised gently. They're more likely to prefer cutting off an enemy's head and putting a bullet in their heart than having a calm, reasoned discussion. Lav even fought against elves. Even though they weren't enemies, Eloise and I were initially a bit awkward, so they must be even more so. Are the two of them really on bad terms? They seemed fine to me. Lefia, who was next to me, quietly voiced her opinion. I'm not sure if she's trying to state the truth or reassure Selena and me. Why does it seem to get more chaotic the closer we get? Seriously, guys. Please. Last year's me was enough for festival shenanigans. Please don't follow in my footsteps. I prayed inwardly as we finally reached the booth where the two women were. I was surprised, but for a reason entirely opposite to what I'd been worried about. Oh, Karl. You've arrived, as senior. What's this? Didn't they say they were running separate booths? But no matter how I looked around, they were sharing the same one? And that wasn't all. Looking closer, I saw elf exchange students and first-year juniors working together. I couldn't see clearly, but judging by the smell. This is the smell of baking cookies. And this, what is it? It smells sweet and fragrant? Tada, what do you think? This is my booth, featuring special jam from the southern Great Forest. What are you talking about, Eloise? Your booth? It's our booth. And the name isn't Southern Great Forest Special Jam Sales Booth, it's Academy Cookies Baked with Love and Topped with Southern Great Forest Special Jam Booth. TL/N, long AHH names. PR/N, both trash. Same difference? And honestly, our jam is the star of the show? Cookies are just dry without jam. We're the ones making this work. I don't agree. What kind of flavor is there in just eating jam? And it's not star of the show, it's crowning touch. Get it right, elf. They don't seem to be on that bad of terms. That's a relief? Eloise. Lav. What? Yes, senior. The booth name is too long, so I'll give you a new one. Why this sudden change of heart? Well, watching the two of them and the students working together, something clicked. Let's call it the Empire Elf Grand Unity Booth. Your naming sense is terrible, Karl. TL/N, expressionless face. The Academy Cookies Baked with Love and Topped with Southern Great Forest Special Jam Booth is way too long. And Grand Unity? Doesn't that sound impressive? Senior, I don't want to disagree with your opinion, but isn't it a bit premature to discuss Grand Unity over mere jam and cookies? No, this isn't just a booth selling cookies with jam. I raised my hand, pointing past the two women, to the two groups of students working together. Just last year, it was hard to see something like this. Elf exchange students actively participating in the festival, and Imperial students running a booth together with them. That's because the war ended not too long ago. Exactly, so this is the start of Grand Unity. Working together, struggling together, experiencing events and accidents together, and gaining something together. These things naturally create a sense of camaraderie. In the military, they call it comradeship, and in the academy, they call it fellowship. And the fact that the Empire accepted elves from Hyzens as exchange students, and that Hyzens deliberately sent their elves to the Imperial Academy, all of it was possible because of a certain will to foster that fellowship and strengthen their relationship. It certainly is a good sight. Eloise smirked, and Lav crossed her arms, lost in thought. Still, I think our booth members are doing a better job. What are you saying? My kids are doing better. Want to ask Senior Karl? Why not? Hey, guys? Hey, Karl. Who's doing a better job? Tell us. We request your impartial evaluation, Senior Karl. No. Why are you all suddenly doing this when you were getting along so well? The Empire and the Holy See have a very close relationship. While the Radiant Church maintains amicable relations with all other nations, it's widely known that none are as close as the Empire. The Empire ceded a portion of its territory to the Church, establishing the Holy See. In return, the Church consistently provided the Empire with religious and moral justification for its actions. It was a conclusion reached after careful consideration of mutual gains and losses, for the prosperity of the Empire, and for the firm establishment of the Church. Therefore, a meeting between the two would not be unusual, but this time it was different. It is an honor to meet you, Your Eminences. The Empire's Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Internal Affairs rose from their seats to greet the cardinals of the Church. It was natural for the highest-ranking officials to attend on behalf of the state, but the Holy See could have easily sent a bishop-level representative without any issues. Yet, they sent cardinals, holders of the esteemed rank of eminence, which could only mean one thing. The Church, the current Pope, is showing great interest in this matter. The two ministers exchanged a subtle nod. Thank you for your hospitality, brothers. May Goddess grace be upon you all. Meanwhile, the two cardinals, as soon as they were seated, immediately got to the heart of the matter. We have come to inquire about the progress of the commemorative coin for the Blessed One. We wish to confirm if a more detailed plan has been established. Furthermore, as we need to report to His Holiness the Pope, we would like to request an official document summarizing the current situation. Would that be all right? Of course. Our empire always prioritizes the convenience of the church. The two cardinals responded with hearty laughter, expressing their gratitude. The reason for their meeting with the imperial ministers was to check on the progress of the commemorative coin being made for Karl Adelheit and to finalize some discussions. First of all, the initial design of the commemorative coin is like this. The Minister of Internal Affairs handed over the documents, and the two cardinals examined the draft design within. At first, they nodded in agreement, but soon they whispered to each other and returned the documents. Is something not to your liking? That's not it. First of all, please convey our gratitude to the artist who worked hard to depict the scene of the Blessed One receiving the miracle in the most sacred way possible. I will do so. But why? This commemorative coin is not just for the Church, but for the Blessed One of both our Holy See and this empire, is it not? While showing the miracle was good, it would also be depicted in holy paintings, so it wasn't entirely necessary. More importantly, wouldn't it be better to include an act of kindness worthy of praise even from the goddess, rather than the miracle itself, on this kind of commemorative coin? That was the opinion of the two cardinals. The Minister of Internal Affairs was the first to stroke his chin in contemplation. Come to think of it, they were right. Especially the Ministry of War, which, uncharacteristically, had insisted that the scene must be included since it was Karl's commemorative coin. The scene in question was the heroic image of Karl single-handedly rescuing his comrades. Actually, we have a few other options. Would you mind taking a look at this one? The minister presented another document, and the cardinals quickly accepted it, examining the new design. It depicted Karl running with an imperial army soldier, who appeared to be injured, slung over his shoulder. This is it, Your Eminence. This is the true image of the Blessed One. This is why we praise him, and why the goddess loves him so much. The great spirit of sacrifice, seeking no reward. Yes, this is what should be on the commemorative coin, and we should forever honor that spirit. Once the two cardinals reached a conclusion, the rest of the process proceeded smoothly. The empire shall bear the cost of producing the commemorative coins, but the Holy See shall contribute at least half of the pure silver required for the materials. This commemorative coin shall not be given to just anyone in the empire, only those of the rank of count or higher, and in the Holy See, only those of the rank of bishop or higher, shall be eligible to possess it. This is an object that honors a noble spirit. If, by any chance, the bearer of this coin commits an act that tarnishes their honor, it shall be confiscated immediately. As an exception, the empire may award this commemorative coin to individuals who have not reached the rank of count but have performed deeds comparable to those of a count or have elevated the empire's honor. The Holy See may also award this coin to those who are not of the rank of bishop but are deemed worthy of honoring the noble spirit. The intention of the empire and the Holy See was clear. The Karl Adelheit commemorative coin. They intended to establish it as a kind of second medal of honor. ******. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was discussing an important matter with the Ministers of Justice and War. While there are civilian medals, most medals will ultimately be military decorations. Therefore, the Ministry of War's opinion will be quite important. We understand, Your Highness. We have already had sufficient discussions with the working-level officials and prepared the medals in a way that does not tarnish the honor of the decorated individuals. Medals are a simplification of decorations. However, oversimplification can diminish the glory of the original decoration. If that were to happen, there would be no point. If people thought it was better to wear the full decoration on their chest, wouldn't this discussion and the taxes spent be a waste? The Ministry of Justice will need to draft new legislation regarding medals. How is that progressing? There were no difficulties, Your Highness. Since there are already many laws regarding decorations, we only needed to make minor additions or revisions. Excellent. If we proceed like this, we should be able to present my brother-in-law with a splendid uniform for his winter vacation. Ha ha ha, the Crown Prince burst into laughter, and the other two ministers smiled and nodded in agreement. Ah, Your Highness. There is actually one thing I'd like to mention regarding that. What is it, Minister of War? We intend to make the uniform for Sir Karl Adelheit slightly different from the existing ones. At the Minister of War's words, the Crown Prince's smile faded slightly, and he stroked his chin in thought. I understand their intentions, but if not handled carefully, it could easily give the impression that Karl is receiving special treatment. There are other Medal of Honor recipients in the Empire. It could be seen as unfair if they suddenly create a new benefit that wasn't available to them. Fortunately, those concerns were quickly put to rest. This proposal is based on the opinions conveyed to the Ministry of War by the existing Medal of Honor recipients. The past heroes. Yes, Your Highness. They said they have no issue with their esteemed junior receiving a finer uniform, and they urge us to bestow a unique honor upon the one who has brought glory to the Empire and saved countless young lives. If the matter has already been settled, that's good news. While the other details could be handled by the relevant departments within the Empire, seeking the opinions of the existing Medal of Honor recipients would have been a bit tricky. Soon after, the Minister of War laid out several sample designs before the Crown Prince, all of which were moderately modified from the existing Imperial non-commissioned officer uniform. Which of these would make Karl's appearance even more distinguished? For something like this, it would be better to ask the crown princess than the person himself. After all, a sister would know her brother best. The crown prince was seriously considering seeking Rakata's help right away. Your Highness. A stray beam of late afternoon sunlight pierced through the window. The warm light continued to move, finally settling on one of the uniforms. As if to announce that it had come all the way here just to illuminate this one. The three men remained silent. Instead, they all reached the same conclusion in their minds. It was divine providence. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What's this? Why do I suddenly have this ominous feeling? It's like something absurd is about to happen, something beyond my control. Karl? Come on, let's move. We have to go to the next booth. Whoa. Eloise, who had sidled up to me, had her hands full of all sorts of things. Snacks, candy, and on the other side, what's that? Is that a gun? Wouldn't it be better to leave Master alone for a bit, Eloise? Unlike Eloise, who had grabbed plenty for herself, Lav had only taken things for me. Thankfully, I had told her to enjoy herself too, otherwise, she might have ended up as a pack mule the whole time. You two never get tired of bickering, do you? Lefia, who had initially been at a loss, now seemed to have adapted and was even offering her opinions. Good progress. I thought she'd always be a timid foreign princess, but now she's showing a bit of a confident side. Is Selena not here yet? The line seems a bit long. Ah, there she comes. At Eloise's words, I turned my head and saw Selena running towards us with a smile. Did you wait long? Sorry? The line was a bit long. Not at all. So, did you buy it? Selena responded with a yeah, and held something up for me to see. What do you think? Oh, it turned out really well. Small dolls, not very detailed, but each capturing their unique characteristics. Selena, Eloise, Lav, and Lefia were standing around me. I didn't know you could make something like this. Neither did I. It's not super detailed because I made it quickly, but I'm still very satisfied. We laughed and chatted as we walked through the heart of the festival. It was definitely a more enjoyable autumn than last year. The festival was over, and somehow, I managed to survive the onslaught of final exams. Now, all that was left was to enjoy a week or so of leisure before winter break. And after that, another year would come to an end, and a new one would begin. Of course, there will be more going on during this winter break than last summer. The news I've been hearing lately isn't ordinary. First, the Empire and the Holy See have decided to jointly issue a commemorative coin, with a limited distribution to a select few starting from the New Year's ceremony. I hear it's cardinals or higher in the Holy See, and marquises or counts in the Empire. Of course, among the commoners, those who have received the Medal of Honor or certain other medals will be personally visited by the Ministry of Internal Affairs to receive the commemorative coin. Damn it. My face is going to be plastered everywhere. It's my fault for not stopping them. At least the original image is objectively decent. If they had put an ugly mug on it, it would have been a permanent embarrassment for generations to come. Or maybe the people who sculpted my face for the coin did some kind of Photoshop-like touch-up. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Thank you so much for giving birth to this handsome son of yours. If I had heard that the face on the commemorative coin looked different from my real face, I might have dug myself a hole and crawled into it. Karl, there you are. What are you doing all by yourself? We've been looking for you, and you didn't even answer. You bad boy. The reason I didn't answer is that I didn't want to. It wasn't Selena, Lav, Eloise, or Lefia calling me, it was you four. Do I have to answer every time you call? I'm not obligated to. Congratulations, guys. What? Out of the blue. Are you feeling weak, Karl? Cut the crap. You're finally graduating. That's right. This damn quartet is finally graduating. Last semester, they didn't have enough scores to graduate. So, with the twisted logic that they were already a year behind, they decided to just repeat the year and enjoy themselves. Anyway, these guys, who've stuck around until the 5th year of the academy, will finally graduate. What's up, Karl? You don't look sad at all that we're graduating. Why would I be sad? It's not like we'll never see each other again, or that we're planning to avoid each other. I know, but you seem too cheerful about it. Hey, how about we repeat the year? We can spend the whole year messing with Karl. What do you think? Yeah, I'm not falling for that. And I'm the heir to a count's family, so don't you think I'd know the rumors going around? Stop lying. I heard you all have all sorts of plans for next year. One of you is going on a tour of the territory, another is visiting somewhere else. And the mass exodus of your family vassals suggests they're preparing for a new heir, right? Did you plan to spy in our families or something? Yeah, how do you know all this stuff? Well, I asked your family heads when I met them, and they told me everything. They even asked me to get along with their sons and maintain a good relationship with their families. Ha ha ha. Seriously, it's quite absurd when I think about it. Our Friedrich County, the Adelheit family, is said to be the top among the Empire's counties. Plus, my sister became the crown princess and will eventually be empress, so our blood ties with the imperial family will solidify our position even further. But that's one thing, and above us, there are still the duke families, marquis families, and the archduke's family. Marquis families, in particular, are so large that they can appoint counts as their vassals. And the duke's family, well, there's no need to even mention them. In that situation, the heads of two marquis families came to me, a mere heir of a count's family, and asked me to be good friends with our children and maintain a strong relationship with our families. I was so surprised and confused that I just stared blankly for a moment. Then they went even further and said, our heirs are still young and playful, but they're not bad kids. It must be hard for parents to criticize their children in front of others. Hearing that, how could I possibly say, I'll think about it? I immediately shook their hands and replied with confidence, Friedrich County will be a strong ally of your houses. And we, heirs, will forge close friendships. Thanks to that, I learned that these guys would be starting preparations to lead their families from next year. After all, it's highly likely that I'll be taking over my family around the time I graduate too. Anyway, stop with the nonsense and focus on getting ready. You're not planning to lead your families in your current state, are you? You guys seem to forget, 2 of you are future marquises, and the other 2 are future counts. We know. No, my ass. There are less than 10 marquis families in the whole empire, and the same goes for counts. That means you idiots, as the future heads of those families, have the power to either rock the boat or steady it in high society. TL/N, to rock the boat rightward, arrow to cause trouble or create a disturbance in a situation that is otherwise stable and calm. To be honest, there's no chance of anything I'm worried about happening. These guys were the original protagonists. There's zero chance of them doing anything bad or harboring evil desires. It's like their fate is set in stone. Then why am I even saying this? Because I just want to nag them a little? But Karl, I'm genuinely sad. The 2 years I spent with you were way more fun than I expected. N/O/vel/B/J.N.C//OM. Just fun? You were also influenced in a good way and learned a lot. Oh, right. That too. I understand the fun part, but what good influence and what did you learn? If you guys are planning to improve my image, could you please refrain? I'm already scheduled for another trip to the Imperial Palace for the commemorative coin and a fancy new uniform dripping with medals. Whether they know my thoughts or not. No, they probably do. But they're most likely doing this on purpose because they enjoy seeing me frustrated. Well, thanks to Karl, we got to experience military life, even if it was just for a short while, right? Thanks to that, we were able to truly understand the immense duty the citizens of the Empire bear, and what kind of actions we should take as nobles of the Empire for them. More than anything, it led to the opinion that the quality of meals definitely needs improvement. If we could just slightly lower the quality of the bread the nobles eat, it could go a long way in improving the soldiers' rations. Ah, that time comes to mind. I jokingly told them to enlist in the military, and they actually went. The funniest part was that these guys put down sick leave as the reason for their leave of absence. Seriously, just thinking about it makes my head spin. By the way, our senior Marcus also said it was the most absurd thing he had ever experienced during his time as a teaching assistant. He got quite an earful from the professors because of it. I wonder what he's up to these days. Last semester, he finished his time at the academy and moved on to become an academy official. He's probably doing well, right? At the festival, you suddenly came up with those weird fish-shaped pastries. I was a bit confused at first. Speaking of which, are the bunjapang still selling well? It's that time of year again. It's inevitably a popular winter snack. Hadiak, was it? Those sell well all year round. It's a shame. Yeah, that was a shame for me too. Honestly, bunjapang are delicious anytime, but they're definitely better in winter. There's something special about taking a bite of a hot bunjapang when it's cold outside. Next was the Pension Foundation, right? The Karl Adelheit Veterans Pension Foundation? Haha, what a great choice that was. Is it still doing well? If it wasn't, the inspection team would be all over them. I heard they brought in people from the former Imperial Treasury to handle the inspections. Whoa, if you misuse even a single penny, they'll send you straight to Goddess. The Imperial Treasury is scary indeed. Even the Ministry of War doesn't have any actual military forces under its command, but the Treasury is the only one with such a subordinate organization. Well, it makes sense, since taxes are a crucial matter. Even in my past life, wasn't the Secret Service of the United States initially created for tax purposes? And then, Student Karl, ah, there you are. What? What's going on? I was enjoying listening to the stories of these 4 guys. The new teaching assistant, who had taken over from Marcus, was running towards us from afar. Student Karl, right now? Prepare to enter the Imperial Palace immediately. Huh? Right now, sir. There were several matters that required me to visit the Imperial Palace. The problem was, it was scheduled for tomorrow, not today. And even then, it was for the afternoon. Why the sudden change? It's an urgent matter? The Imperial Palace has sent someone to find you. The Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace, the residence of the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, my brother-in-law and sister. They've sent an urgent message, requesting my presence. Could it be? A sudden, ominous thought flashes through my mind. My sister is pregnant. Of course, it's still a long way until my nephew or niece is born. But if it's an urgent matter at this time, and they're looking for me at the Imperial Palace, I'll get ready right away. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Why, Your Highness? Huff, huff. My heart felt like it was about to burst. I had become the crazy guy running through the palace, but I couldn't help it. As soon as I entered the Imperial Palace, I pushed past knights and servants alike, sprinting towards the garden. Brother-in-law, you've arrived. Your Highness? You said there was an urgent matter. Yes. There is. Of course there is. Follow me quickly. I hurried after the Crown Prince. Could my sister be unwell? Did something happen to my niece or nephew? Oh, Goddess? This can't be happening. I prayed so hard. Actually, just this morning, V finally felt the baby kick. TL/N, he calls Rika V. PR/N, so Ricotta, Og name, Rika, nickname, V, only called by the Crown Prince. TL/N, yep. Our little one made its presence known this morning with a little kick. BEA felt it for the first time, and as soon as it happened, she wanted to tell you. Phew. Damn it, sis, brother-in-law, you just took 10 years off my life. I had a strange dream last night. Crown Prince. Yes, Your Majesty. Next year, the long-awaited imperial grandchild will be born. Indeed, Your Majesty. The imperial treasure, awaited by His Majesty perhaps even more than by me. May the child grow strong and healthy, quickly finding comfort in the arms of parents and grandparents. It's a relief that Karl, my brother-in-law, prayed in the Holy See for the safe birth of the imperial grandchild. Goddess even granted a miracle, so she must have heard the prayers my brother-in-law offered. Let's take a walk. After a meeting that lasted over 2 hours, His Majesty quietly called me to the rear garden. I thought he wanted to discuss various matters from the meeting, but when the imperial grandchild is born, it's time for the Crown Prince to prepare. Your Majesty. He suddenly mentioned the word prepare and smiled. I mean, it's time for you to take the throne. Your Majesty, such an undeserved honor you bestow upon me. I hurriedly tried to kneel, but His Majesty stopped me. I've been on the throne for over 30 years. That's long enough, don't you think? Preposterous, Your Majesty. During your reign, the empire has flourished. In contrast, I still have much to learn and improve upon. Therefore, I'm not saying I'll hand it over immediately, Crown Prince. I'm simply saying, let's prepare. But when the imperial grandchild begins to walk and talk, it will be time to bestow the title of Crown Prince or Crown Princess upon them. And this old man yearns for rest. I vaguely understood His Majesty's words. He meant to pass the throne while his mind was still sharp. It's not entirely unprecedented. Looking back at the empire's history, there have been quite a few emperors who abdicated. From the empire's perspective, it would also be less chaotic for a former emperor to pass away than for the current emperor to do so. However, Your Majesty, learning is a lifelong journey. Even I, after ascending to the throne, learned every day. I learned from the past, from my officials, and sometimes even from the people of the empire. That's what being an emperor is. The immense power held in one hand comes with equally heavy responsibilities in the other. It's a life filled with burdens and anxieties. Therefore, I wish to offer you some advice. It's best to make your decision sooner rather than later. His Majesty said that, patted my shoulder, and told me he would be on his way. If it weren't for the news from the imperial palace, I might have stood there pondering for a long time. Your Highness, there you are. What is it? You need to go to the imperial palace right away. Her Highness the Crown Princess. Upon hearing those words, I pushed past the attendant and started running towards the imperial palace. In hindsight, it was a foolish act. I should have listened to what had happened first. In front of all the palace staff, the Crown Prince of the Empire was seen panting and running. It was a bonus that the attendants and even the knights were shouting, Your Highness, please calm down. At that moment, I had only one thought, that no harm had come to my wife. Rika. I prayed that she was all right, and that our child was safe as well. My wife? Rika. As I entered the imperial palace, gasping for air, the attendants and maids greeted me with surprise.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. That's when I knew. Thankfully, it wasn't what I had feared. If something had truly happened, they wouldn't be so calm. Your Highness. As I went to the rear garden of the imperial palace, I saw my wife gently smiling and stroking her belly. It had certainly grown much larger than before. In the early stages, I wondered if she was truly carrying a child, but now it was evident. I heard you were looking for me. Is something the matter, my dear? Well, I just felt the baby kick. Oh, I felt it faintly before, but this time it was a big, definite movement. As if the baby was reassuring me that it's growing well. Mesmerized by her words, I approached Rika. Then, kneeling down, I carefully placed my hand on her belly and put my ear to it. I can't hear or feel anything. Perhaps the baby was startled by its father's sudden arrival. Just wait a little. I stayed still, just as Rika suggested. There was no guarantee that our child would respond immediately just because I was waiting. It could remain quiet for hours. But even so, I couldn't bring myself to leave. I wanted to feel what Rika, my wife, had felt. I wanted to confirm that our child was growing well. Both my wife and I let out a gasp simultaneously. Just now? Yes, my dear. The baby answered again. It said it's doing well, so don't worry. Ha ha. Some fathers aren't fortunate enough to experience their child's movements even a few times due to various circumstances. I am truly fortunate. I, as a person, married the woman I love and now have this precious fruit of our love. My dear, if it's possible, I'll contact your brother right away, my dear. My wife smiled brightly at my response. She, too, would want to share this joyful news with her brother first. *****. So that's why you called me. Indeed, brother-in-law. The Crown Prince. My brother-in-law smiles at me, and I feel a lump in my throat. Seriously, though, wouldn't it be nice to tell me the reason beforehand? Do you know how worried I was, thinking something had happened to my sister and my niece or nephew? My thoughts must have shown on my face. The Crown Prince suddenly let out an awkward laugh and started patting my back. Ha ha ha. I apologize, brother-in-law, but to be honest, I felt the same way. When I heard the urgent summons from the Imperial Palace, my first thoughts were negative. I was so startled that I broke out in a cold sweat. It can't be helped. Right. It can't be helped. A household with an expectant mother is always filled with tension, especially if that expectant mother is the crown princess of the empire, and the child is the future emperor. Anyway, go on. Your sister is waiting. She wanted to tell you the news first, before anyone else. Yes, Hi. Wait a moment. Brother-in-law, Her Highness the Crown Princess. Surely she hasn't informed your parents of the news yet. Oh, only then did I notice the Crown Prince's look of realization and embarrassment. Even though my sister called for me first, as her husband, it would have been better if he had suggested, how about we inform your parents-in-law first? It seems our Crown Prince, my brother-in-law, was so overjoyed that he got a bit carried away. Well, brother-in-law, don't worry. I'll convey the news to my family. Would you do that? I'll make sure they don't feel left out. This is the first time my sister is having a child, and the first time for the Crown Prince as well. So let's be understanding. Everyone is bound to be overwhelmed, so it wouldn't be right to criticize them for not being composed. That would make me a real jerk. Anyway, after chatting with the Crown Prince, we had just entered the rear garden of the Imperial Palace when, my sister, who was sitting there, suddenly placed her hand on her belly and let out an overly loud gasp. Startled, both the Crown Prince and I, along with the maids nearby, rushed to her side in alarm. Your Highness, are you all right? My dear? What's wrong? Is something? No, I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. Are you sure you're okay, sis? That sounded almost like a scream. As everyone wore worried expressions, Sister Rika waved her hand and smiled. I'm truly fine, Your Highness. It's just that the baby moved so strongly. My dear. It's happening again. This is strange. It's the first time the baby has been this active. Confusion filled my sister's face. Just how forcefully did my niece or nephew move to startle my sister, of all people? Perhaps the baby is excited to see its uncle. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince laughed, placing a hand on my shoulder. He seemed to think it was a good thing as long as there was nothing wrong with my sister's health and it was just a strong kick. Right. Karl, come here for a moment. Your Highness? What can I do for you? Karl. Sorry, sis. So, why? As I approached, my sister, who had been rummaging through something, suddenly held something out to me. This is your new formal attire for the New Year's ceremony. But why do you have it? I wanted to see it so badly. I wanted to see how handsome you'd look in it. Saying this, my sister unfolded the uniform and held it up for me to see. Well, first of all, I like the all-black design. Now that's what I call a uniform. What I've worn so far has been nothing more than military attire masquerading as a uniform. I hated the digital camo from my past life, and I hate the brown and green color scheme of the Empire. What do you think, Karl? It looks good. It'll be nice to wear for the New Year's ceremony. Would you like to try it on here? Just the top. Here. There's no reason not to. I took the uniform top from my sister and put it on. As expected, all black is the way to go. It would be even better if it weren't for the medals haphazardly pinned to the chest. Oh, you look quite dashing, brother-in-law. You look amazing, Karl. Truly stunning. I must be the only person in the world to be praised by the Crown Prince and Crown Princess just for trying on a uniform. It's a bit embarrassing, like being treated like a child, but if my sister likes it, I'm happy. Oh my, sis. Ahaha. Our baby seems to think its uncle looks handsome too. It's kicking up a storm. My niece or nephew has good taste. That's great. I wouldn't want to be the uncle ignored by my own niece or nephew. Another winter break. And another New Year's celebration to follow. Up to this point, everything is the same as last year. You could say it's a repetitive routine without anything special. Some might find this repetitive routine boring. But for me, such a repetitive routine is even more welcome and enjoyable. Because I wished for this ordinary and repetitive routine, and fought hard for it. In that sense, can't we just pretend none of this happened? No. Sorry. Eloise, standing there with her hands on her hips, full of confidence. And beside her, Leffia fidgeting and looking around nervously. To understand what's happening, we need to go back about a week. Fire. Eek. Extinguishing magic? Extinguishing magic. Now, a fire broke out in part of the dormitory where the female students were staying. The cause of the fire was said to be a malfunction in the magic circuits that were used for heating the room. Fortunately, no students were killed or injured. The dormitory did not burn down completely either. However, since the mana circuit was damaged, major repairs were needed, and it was inevitable that there would be no heating during the repairs. Therefore, some students had to leave the dormitory and return to their homes during the break. Since it's a vacation anyway, it's not really a problem. They just need to go home and rest for about 2 months, and by the time they come back, the dormitory repairs will be finished. But there was a small problem. Some students found it difficult to stay anywhere other than the dormitory, and both Eloise and Leffia were among those students. Of course, the Empire wanted to offer a solution for this. The Empire will do its best to accommodate the students who have been inconvenienced by this unfortunate incident. So, to summarize, they're going to prepare temporary accommodations as soon as possible. In fact, the preparations progressed smoothly, and they ended up with a place even better than the dormitory. However, in the midst of all this, Eloise came up with a clever scheme. More precisely, she used her acquaintance with my parents to secure a place as a guest in our home. When I asked my parents about this absurd situation, their response was truly amazing. It's interesting, don't you think? For her to do this, knowing who your mother is. If an elf is that confident, she won't be called a half-elf, right? Since your mother said so, I agreed. I think my mother's words can be summarized as it's amusing to see an elf sticking her head into a lion's mouth and laugh. Anyway, for that reason, Eloise became a temporary guest at our Friedrich County. But it didn't end there. A few days later, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs came to me with a very troubled look and asked me this out of the blue. Young Lord Karl Adelheit, would it be possible for you to temporarily take in student Lefia? Me? Why? You're the only one who has a connection with the Lasker royal family, and it seems Lefia herself is also interested. But why would Lefia want? It seems Eloise, the exchange student from Heisens, put the idea in her head. It seems she learned something bad from hanging out with Eloise. No, Lefia, you shouldn't learn such things, they're useless. Or are they? Since it even reached the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, should we consider it a success? The news eventually reached my father, and I hoped he would refuse since we already had a guest, but the problem was Lefia's maternal family. The Lasker Knight family, the one my father used to clash with. They were once enemies, but now he seems to have a strangely amicable sentiment towards them. So, by the order of the Count, our family ended up with one elf guest and one Lasker guest. And it was only natural that Lav, upon hearing the news, would say, "What about me? What about me? Karl, you're a hero of the Empire. You should also invite your junior." But father, I think it will be too much for the household staff. Don't worry. I've already discussed it with the head butler. I can only lament the fact that I'm not yet the head of the family. Why are all these people coming to our house? If this happens, Selina, who should be staying at the grad school even during the break, will be restless. Everyone except her is having a gathering at my family's estate. By the way, Karl, what about senior Selina? Are you asking because you know, or are you really asking because you don't know, Eloise? He. Look at that. Look at that elf smile. That's why she's called a half-elf? She said she wasn't interested in competing, but it's obvious she's always looking for a chance to take a spot. Even Lefia seems to have some thoughts on this, judging by her subtle expression. Can't graduate students rest during the break? I think it's possible to invite her. Fortunately, Junior Lefia seems to have a truly kind heart. I wonder if that's why my father asked me to look after her. And as I expected, Selina, whom I met just before the break, had a very annoyed expression on her face. *****. I heard the news. Everyone except me is staying at Karl's family estate. Well, that's how it turned out. Ugh, this means I'm the only one left out. Selina shows an unusually anxious expression, even biting her nails. If I leave it like this, it feels like something will definitely happen. For example, a graduate student's great escape from grad school, or maybe the Marquis will visit her professor and ask, is there no way for early graduation from grad school? I quickly racked my brain. This is me, Karl Adelheit. I've survived both my past and present life through quick thinking. This is nothing. Well, Selina, how about this? How about what? Even though it's a break, it's not a break for me. Just like last summer break, I have a lot to do, going around various dioceses. In fact, I have an even busier schedule than last time. This isn't just talk, it's real. It's so unfair, but what can I do? I lived and received a miracle. Anyway, this winter, I'm scheduled to travel all over the empire, having meals with high-ranking members of the church, praying together, listening to their good words, and sharing my own. I'll also be taking on the role of checking on the public sentiment in each region, at the request of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Rumor has it that even the nobles in each region are waiting for me. They say that when I sweep through, public sentiment naturally stabilizes, and it has a very positive effect. I'm not some kind of totem. What is this? No, wait. Maybe I am a totem. A totem in the truest sense, where all sorts of luck and divine miracles fall around me just by standing there. That busy? How can you not rest during the break, Karl? Selina comes closer, as if worried, and strokes my forehead. It's so kind and touching of her to take care of me first, even though she's the one who's actually busier and has less time. So, Selina, how about you come along as a temporary research trip for your thesis? You can say you're visiting various regions and parishes of the empire for academic research. But isn't that a lie? Of course, it's a lie. But it's not entirely a lie either. In reality, many historians travel around the empire to conduct research and investigations. So it's definitely not a bad lie. It's not even a lie. It's just, like, adding a little excuse or reason. Your advisor will probably like it too. It's not often you get the chance to visit all the main churches of each diocese in the empire, listen to their stories, and research their materials. With my passionate persuasion, Selina tilts her head and says, is that so? This is a clear sign that she's starting to come around. Now, to deliver the final blow, I have to bring up that topic again. That means we'll be together for at least a month. For the other month, I'll be staying at my family estate and learning about family matters. In other words, for at least a month, she'll be together with Eloise, Lav, and Lefia. Selina seemed greatly moved by the fact that she would have half of the 2 months to herself, even though she would be alone for the other half. It sounds a bit strange, but it's tempting. What can I do? Honestly, I get lonely traveling alone. Sure, there will be people welcoming me everywhere, but it can't compare to having someone to travel with. That's true. And, well, I think we need to make something clear. Selina tilted her head at my words. If it were Eloise, she would have said, are you saying that because you know, or because you don't? But since it's Selina, I explained it right away. Selina and I are not just close. We're more than that. We travel together and everything. We're practically a promised couple, except for the engagement. Externally, this is to announce the engagement between our Adelheit family and Selina's Ifrit family. Internally, it's to make one thing clear to the other girls who keep giving me those looks. Selina seemed to have finished her calculations in her head after hearing that. Wait a minute. I'll go ask my advisor right now. Okay, go ahead. Actually, I think the advisor's answer is already decided. Think about it. A guy who received the Medal of Honor twice, and on top of that, the Emperor himself came and awarded it to him. Now, add to that all sorts of other things, and most importantly, he's received a divine miracle. And a girl who has a 99.99% chance of marrying this guy asks to go on a short trip? Is there anyone who could say, absolutely not? A slave should work like a slave in front of her? If there is, that person is a true hero. Karl. And exactly 15 minutes later, Selina came running towards me with a bright smile. Marquis Nafplion of the Ifrit family sat quietly in his garden, gazing out at the scenery. It's about time they arrived, he thought, just as one of his knights discreetly approached. The knight delivered the news the Marquis had been waiting for. My lord, Count Friedrich has just arrived. Show him in immediately. A meeting between a Marquis and a Count of the Empire. At first glance, this might seem like a meeting for official business, a cooperative relationship with a slight hierarchical difference. But not this time. Setting aside their titles of Marquis and Count, they were meeting as fathers of their children. Marquis Nafplion. Welcome, Count Friedrich. Having conversed several times in social gatherings, there was no awkwardness between them. In fact, having both served in the Imperial Army, they could be considered close. To be precise, Count Friedrich was a military man, while Marquis Nafplion, despite his experience as a commander, primarily handled desk work. He was a figure specialized in the Empire's civil service. After exchanging greetings, the two nobles began to inquire about each other's well-being. Was everything all right? How was the Countess? Were there any troubles in the family? And so on. Next, as a Marquis and a Count of the Empire, they briefly discussed the current political situation. However, that was merely an appetizer for the main topic, a brief mood setter. Speaking of which, I heard our wives had a tea party 5 days ago. Yes. I heard that too, Marquis. It seems they're thinking it's time to start preparing. Ha 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 ha. Both the Adelheit and Ifrit families, the Friedrich County and the Nafplion Marquisate, all agreed that Karl and Selina would marry and become husband and wife. However, they were still discussing the exact timing and how the wedding would proceed. Internal family matters are entirely within the domain of the family, so it's not for me to say. But still, wouldn't it be nice for our daughter to marry your heir right after he graduates? Of course, we will. I even heard from Karl yesterday that he plans to take Lady Selina with him when he tours the Empire's dioceses and provinces this vacation. Is that so? Haha. Our daughter hasn't even told us that yet. I'm sure she'll tell you today. She must have been busy yesterday. Count Friedrich, also a father of a daughter, was sensitive to the fact that Marquis Nafplion's feelings could have been slightly hurt. In truth, Ricotta had never expressed any discontent about such a matter. Regardless. And this is a personal matter, but the people currently staying with our family are merely guests. Not at all, Count. Who could criticize guests welcomed by your family? I understand there must be a reason. It's truly all right. In truth, this was a slightly sensitive issue for Count Friedrich as well. He had taken in 3 guests, all of whom had a peculiar relationship with Karl. 2 of them openly expressed their affection, and the other denied it when asked. No matter how firm the relationship between Karl and Selina was, as parents, they naturally wanted their daughter to be loved wholly. In such a situation, how would they feel if they heard that their in-laws suddenly took in 3 girls who were rivals to their daughter? Salon also told me to explain this well. Count Friedrich had already been warned by his wife. He was told to be careful not to make the in-laws uncomfortable. So he was a bit worried, but seeing the current situation, it seemed he didn't need to worry too much. In fact, I'm quite pleased to think Selina will accompany Karl on such an important task of touring the Empire and observing public sentiment. Is that so? Absolutely. It meant that his daughter was the undisputed first choice, untouchable by anyone. And traveling together would bring many social benefits, making it even better. Count Friedrich, roughly guessing Marquis Nafplion's inner thoughts, smiled and took a sip of tea. However, after a moment, the smile faded from Marquis Nafplion's lips as he continued. There is something that concerns me, Count. What is it? There are some voices of concern arising in certain parts of society. Voices of concern. The Count could roughly guess what the Marquis was referring to. They say that too much power is being concentrated. The Adelheit family is already the family of the Crown Princess. She will one day become Empress, and automatically, the grandmother of the future ruler of the Empire. That's true. At the same time, the current heir, Karl, is undeniably the Empire's war hero, a counterbalance to the Heisens and Lasker, and a pillar supporting the perfect cooperation between the Empire and the Church. It was practically a hymn of praise for the Adelheits. Hearing this far would be enjoyable, but Count Friedrich was also a member of the Empire's nobility. If he failed to grasp the implications at this point, he would be unfit to lead his family. But this family is joining with the Ifrit family, one of the most prestigious families in the Empire, so they're worried that the influence of the two will become too great. Exactly. Of course, it's not that they're trying to suppress our two families. It's just that they're worried that the existing priority of ducal families in the nobility might be disrupted. He understood. It was not unreasonable for such talk to arise. If it were just the fact that they were the crown princess's family, it wouldn't be this serious. But Karl, the heir and future head of the family, had grown too big to be compared to a mere count. And if he were to marry into the Nafplion Marquisate, their influence would certainly not be seen as just that of a county. Should I have accepted the offer of promotion when it came? Count Friedrich muttered, then shook his head. His time for promotion had long passed, and more importantly, Karl didn't seem interested. He had said that further promotion would only increase his burden, and if he made a mistake, the reputation he had built up would crumble in an instant. On the contrary, Marquis. Instead, the Count chose to share what Karl had once said with his future father-in-law. Such concerns might actually be a good thing. Could you elaborate, Count? Karl once said something. There's a saying, early success leads to early downfall, father. It means that excessive success at a young age can lead to a quicker fall. It could be due to one's own carelessness or arrogance, but the envy and jealousy of others can also be a factor. I'm actually worried about that too. So, I thought this. Karl's words continued. Instead of being the target of envy and jealousy, I'll become an ideal to strive for. I'll push aside actual power and influence, focusing only on honor and glory. That's why I opposed the promotion. That's why I refused anything that would strengthen the family's power. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Look, nobles of the Empire. This is the pinnacle of honor that you must reach as a noble of the Empire. It's not just about being a role model, but about becoming a unique characteristic of our Empire's nobility, completely different from the privileged classes of other nations. I'm going to make sure this happens. Then, many of those who would oppose me will disappear, and instead, future versions of myself will emerge who want to follow in my footsteps. And if I'm surrounded by such nobles, the authority of the imperial family will naturally rise. That's why our family will be able to establish firm roots without any wavering. Clink. Putting down his teacup, Count Friedrich shrugged. Sometimes, even though he's my son, I see him differently. How should I put it? It's as if he's already lived a life before. It was probably just a joke. But Marquis Nafplion gave a rather serious answer. Indeed. Compared to other young men, Karl is quite exceptional. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment, Marquis. I do see the wisdom in Karl's words. If scrutiny and suspicion are inevitable, it's wiser to transform those sentiments into admiration. In that light, Karl's pursuit of honor demonstrates remarkable foresight. You flatter me. There's no need to praise your future son-in-law so much. Praise, you say. Well, is that really all it is, Count? Or should I say, in-law? This goes beyond mere admiration, it's almost frightening. Marquis Nafplion quietly took a sip of tea. Ah, that's mean. You're just going to run away after I came all this way. Don't say it's mean or that I'm running away. I'm not going on vacation, I'm going to work. Have a safe trip, master. Thanks, Lav. Look, Eloise, Lav is already seeing me off. Please give my regards to Senior Selina, Senior Karl. I will, Junior. Being seen off by three women felt a bit strange. It was even stranger knowing that Selina was waiting for him after this. He hadn't cheated, but it felt like he was. As he took a carriage to the station, Selina, who seemed to have arrived earlier, waved at him. You're early. Yes? I'm so excited to spend a whole month with Karl. She seemed thrilled about the trip, using her thesis research as an excuse to travel. As they say, grad school, along with the military, is a hell that leads to the downfall of life. Where are we going first? The south, I guess. And it's because of that relic, right? He nodded with a smile at Selina's question. Looking out the window as they boarded the train, he suddenly felt relieved. If there were multiple relics missing instead of just one, he would probably be the one finding them all. Karl's tour of the Empire's regions and dioceses during winter break. Now, Selina was included as well. The two, accompanied by escorts and others who would assist with various tasks, boarded the train, gradually moving away from their families and friends who had come to say them off. Among those watching this scene were four familiar faces. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. In order, Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim. In layman's terms, they were the future powerhouses of the Empire, or as Karl would say, the damn hydras. The four watched the smoky-emitting train disappear into the distance, then turned around. Then let's finish up quickly while Karl is away. 1 month is all we have, Schleifen. Are you sure it's enough? I think it'll be tough. So what? You're not going to do it. At Schleifen's question, Wilhelm shrugged, saying, that's not what I meant. A moment later, a carriage twice the size of a normal one stopped in front of them. The door opened, and after all four entered, the carriage set off for an unknown destination. It's been a while, young heirs. Inside the carriage, a man with thick glasses sat holding a stack of equally thick documents. His identity was none other than Shafan Marini, the chief financial officer of the Karl Adelheit Veterans Pension Foundation, and a veteran who had worked in the Ministry of Financial Audit Bureau. The four shook hands with Chief Officer Shafan. As always, they exchanged brief greetings and well wishes for the new year. Next, as expected, the topic turned to business. The task you four requested has been mostly completed. Now, you just need to confirm the current situation yourselves. Are you certain it's been done properly? Yes. There's no evidence of funds being misused or misappropriated. And considering the current market prices, it would be quite a feat to siphon off funds without me noticing. The most important aspect of the pension foundation is, of course, transparent operation. It's not just anyone's name, it's Karl Adelheit's. The name of a madman who has received the Imperial Medal of Honor twice and holds all other comparable honors and glories. He's even been considered for canonization. When he passes away, he's sure to become a saint. And if a pension foundation bearing the name of such a figure were to be embroiled in scandal, due to opaque management, no less, if, by any chance, something like that were to happen, it would not only lead to a collapse of social trust but also mean facing the full wrath of the imperial family. Even if the imperial family were to forgive them, apologizing to the Radiant Church would be another matter entirely. Then, Shafan, could you give us a status report? Of course. We have completed the first phase of providing comprehensive support to the families of disabled veterans across the Empire. As per your request, we are currently installing magic circuits to ensure they have a more comfortable and warm summer and winter. The recent fire caused by magic at the Academy might make people sensitive. How are you handling that? We've hired 10 additional experts from Avaleshti. It will increase the operating costs, but safety inspections are invaluable, so I trust you understand. Naturally. What could be worse than saving a penny only to have someone die or get hurt? It would not only damage their external image but also deeply wound their pride in doing the right thing. More importantly, Karl himself might go on a rampage if his honor were tarnished. Actually, that's the scariest thing. An angry Karl? Once in a lifetime is enough. The moment he grabs his great sword, the nightmare begins. A battlefield veteran in a rage is a demon, a true demon. Unbeknownst to Karl, he was effectively keeping these four in check. How is the medical support progressing? We are working on it with the church. This part will likely require more funding than expected. Many cases have worsened due to long-term neglect, and some require ongoing treatment and care. Therefore, they do not directly solve the problem of livelihood but provide indirect support. Direct intervention could harm their pride or hinder their self-reliance. The four and the Pension Foundation meticulously adhered to this principle while discussing what they could do. And, it seems we've arrived. Let's continue our discussion inside. The carriage stopped in front of a building that was almost the size of an official imperial department. It was formerly the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs, but it had been vacant for a while since the ministry moved to a new location. Now, it has a new sign, the headquarters of the Karl Adelheit Veterans Pension Foundation. As they entered, all sorts of people began to greet the four. There were those like Shafan, wearing glasses and holding documents, working on administrative tasks, those in military uniforms who were mainly dispatched to various regions of the Empire for fieldwork, and those who handled auxiliary tasks. Although it was called a pension foundation, it was practically a massive complex business. The four heirs walked briskly and soon entered a conference room. Several people were waiting for them inside and immediately rose from their seats. Please, sit down. There's no need for that. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Very well. Then, first of all, there are noble families who have expressed their desire to contribute to our pension foundation and are currently awaiting review. Some say our review criteria are too strict. What are your thoughts on this? Shulaifen shook his head as if it were obvious. Our Karl Adelheit Veterans Pension Foundation will only accept the hands of glorious and honorable nobles of the Empire who have not caused any major trouble. If they have caused significant social problems, or have never served in the Empire's public office and only maintained their own territories, or even if there are no direct descendants in their family who have served in the Imperial Army, they will be rejected without exception. Do you understand? We understand. Surely, many nobles of the Empire take pride in being nobles and strive to uphold their honor. But just as there is light, there is also darkness. There are certainly nobles who are not like that. Especially those who are not near the capital or inclined towards public service, but simply settled in their original lands, their hometowns, are often the case. Some of those people heard the rumors of the Pension Foundation and expressed their willingness to contribute. The reason is obvious. They want to whitewash their names through this opportunity, as if buying indulgences with money. Shulaifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim had no intention of witnessing such a sight. Unless they're willing to donate almost everything they have to the national treasury, reject them. I'd rather fail than receive help from dishonorable people. Everyone nodded in agreement with that strong declaration. In an attempt to break the tension and find out what he initially wanted, Alexander asked a question. How are the various welfare projects and the inspection of the Empire's regional road network, which are being carried out in Karl's name, progressing? The welfare projects are being coordinated with the Ministry of Welfare, and the inspection of the Empire's regional road network is ongoing in consultation with the Ministry of Land and Infrastructure. Since there is a lot of overlap with national projects, there are many aspects that need to be coordinated. Don't rush them too much, but keep the pace steady. Within a few years, when the people of the Empire hear Karl's name, they should think of honor and glory first. Everyone nodded in unison. The imperial family and the church had already concluded their discussions about him as a hero and a saint, respectively. There was no problem in highlighting him. In fact, it was the right thing to do. Moreover, as Karl's reputation grew, the honor of the Empire's nobles would also rise. It was a win-win situation. They could declare to all the citizens of the Empire that they were honorable nobles and receive the respect they deserved. Therefore, the people gathered here often assumed that the four were aiming for such a goal. We won't die alone, Karl. We're in this together till the bitter end, Karl. Let's go all the way together. Sorry, Karl. I couldn't stop them. They had no idea what the four were actually thinking. Ugh. What's wrong, Karl? Are you cold? Do you have a cold? Not really. I just got a sudden chill. What could this mean? This ominous feeling. It's never been wrong before. As I shivered again, Selena narrowed the distance between us with a worried expression. I think you do have a cold. Wait a minute. She touched my forehead and muttered, you don't seem to have a fever? That's strange. But that couldn't be. This body wasn't one to get sick with a mere cold. Still, it was a shame it wasn't a cold. If it were, I could have used it as an excuse to stay holed up somewhere and rest. Young lord, we'll be arriving in the south soon. Thank you. And Cardinal Adelheit, the head of the 4th diocese, has been waiting with the clergy for a while now. I had heard that cardinals and clergy had come out to wait for someone before, but not often. For the church, welcoming important guests was a fairly common occurrence. However, for the head of a diocese to lead the clergy and wait for over 30 minutes, with preparations made in advance, was something usually reserved for a duke or someone of similar stature. And right now, I was experiencing it firsthand. Ha ha ha. Welcome, Brother Karl. I've been waiting for you. Yes. Thank you for your warm welcome, Your Eminence. I had visited the south several times, and each time, Cardinal Adelheit's smile grew wider. If I wasn't mistaken, the corners of his mouth were almost reaching his ears. It seems like just yesterday we parted in late summer, and now it's already the depths of winter. Time flies. And then spring will come, and as we gaze at the new buds, summer will arrive. Isn't everything flowing according to the goddess will? Ha ha ha. Indeed. That's right. Change is always like that. I had spent so much time with people from the church that I now understood them perfectly. Not every time, but if I mentioned goddess will or the natural order, they would be overjoyed. And since I was practically guaranteed sainthood upon death, they would interpret anything I said in a positive light. The right to speak freely in front of a cardinal. The prospect of sainthood was quite nice in moments like this. And beside you. Suddenly, a playful glint appeared in Cardinal Adelheit's eyes. I could immediately predict what he was going to say. The starting point has come as well. Eek. I've heard all about it. That you are Brother Karl's starting point. That's eek. You'd think she'd be used to it by now. But Selena still seemed quite shy about our relationship being publicly known. Well, no. It's understandable. If I had just said, this is my girlfriend or this is my fiancé, it would have been fine. But I blurted out, this is my starting point. There's no need to be so shy, Sister Selena. The church doesn't view love between a man and a woman as something lowly or shameful. Love is the most beautiful thing, and at the same time, the strongest and most righteous. It's no different from Goddess Will, the light of the world. Meanwhile, it seemed our dear Cardinal had misunderstood the reason for Selena's shyness. Your Eminence. Let's end the light-hearted talk here. The most important thing right now is something else. I'd like to hear about our plans for the south. Of course. Cardinal Adelheit's smile faded as he got to the main topic. Actually, just yesterday, before Brother Karl arrived, something very auspicious happened. An auspicious event. Yes, brother. A pure white mist rose up, indicating the presence of the light, not only at the church headquarters but also at the place where you recovered the relic, the places you'll be staying, and even the station where you'll arrive. I almost blurted out, maybe it was just steam because it was cold and those places were warm. Of course, that couldn't be true. The south is the warmest place in the empire, even in winter. And no matter how much the church is infatuated with goddess, they wouldn't confuse water vapor with divine will. So everyone in the south is curious about Brother Karl's actions. They're probably hoping for another miracle, right? The cardinal responded to my question with a hearty laugh. This was a bad omen. Karl's premonition was proving true from day one. Your Eminence, they say that all the temples in the south are filled with an auspicious energy. Is that true? Yes. Since this morning, radiant lights have been dancing and swirling. As soon as Karl started his first schedule with a visit to the cathedral in the south, such news started to pour in. And as he entered the cathedral, he could hear an unknown song coming from somewhere. Your Eminence, is there a choir nearby? We do have a choir, but they finished their practice a while ago. Then what is this? The cardinal only smiled at Karl's question, as if saying, you already know the answer, why are you asking? Moreover, Flowers that were not in season bloomed in the garden, and unlike other places, a brilliant light was shining only on the cathedral. It was as if someone was welcoming him back to his land. Please stop. Please stop it. How could this be happening from the very first day? If this keeps up, I wouldn't just end up a saint, I'd be a living legend. Karl pleaded with Goddess, but that was not the end of it. In fact, the real thing happened the next day. That day, I remembered a passage from the scriptures, "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Ye are my friends, if ye do whatsoever I command you." Thus, I went forth to save my friends, not for personal glory, nor out of hatred or anger for the enemy, but solely for their sake. To ordinary believers, he taught the lessons of sacrifice and love from the light's teachings. To the local leaders of the South, he conveyed a message that there was something other than fierce anger or hostility towards the elves, a subtle warning not to cause friction in the current relationship between the Empire and the elves. Karl faithfully carried out the requests made by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before his departure. After all, he had no desire to send his juniors to the same battlefield, to face the same enemy, ever again. Just as Karl finished speaking and was about to clasp his hands in prayer, what the? Suddenly, something began to glow brightly from Karl's chest. Cardinal Adelheit, the priests, the paladins, and all the believers in front of him were startled, but the most surprised was Karl himself. What is this now? Startled, he reached into his coat, and the first thing he grasped was, of course, that. He pulled out the familiar hilt, and now his great sword, practically an extension of himself, was emitting a light that was beyond mere brilliance. Even under the bright sun, its radiance was even more intense. It was like a beacon in the darkest, foggiest place, guiding all the ships in the world so they wouldn't lose their way. The cardinal, witnessing the scene, was the first to kneel and recite the Lord's Prayer. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Following suit, the priests, then the paladins, and finally the believers all knelt and began reciting the prayer along with the cardinal. Selina, wondering if she should do the same, also knelt. While reciting the prayer along with the others, she glanced at Karl and mouthed, "What's going on?" But could Karl answer? In fact, he was the most bewildered and dumbfounded by the current situation. I mean, what is this? God, please. At the very least, shouldn't we have agreed on this beforehand? How am I supposed to explain this if you just randomly do this? Just as Karl finished speaking and was about to clasp his hands in prayer, what the? Suddenly, something began to glow brightly from Karl's chest. Cardinal Adelheit, the priests, the paladins, and all the believers in front of him were startled, but the most surprised was Karl himself. What is this now? Startled, he reached into his coat, and the first thing he grasped was, of course, that. He pulled out the familiar hilt, and now his great sword, practically an extension of himself, was emitting a light that was beyond mere brilliance. Even under the bright sun, its radiance was even more intense. It was like a beacon in the darkest, foggiest place, guiding all the ships in the world so they wouldn't lose their way. The cardinal, witnessing the scene, was the first to kneel and recite a prayer. Following suit, the priests, then the paladins, and finally the believers all knelt and began reciting the prayer along with the cardinal. Selina, wondering if she should do the same, also knelt. While reciting the prayer along with the others, she glanced at Karl and mouthed, "What's going on?" But could Karl answer? In fact, he was the most bewildered and dumbfounded by the current situation. I mean, what is this? Goddess, please. At the very least, shouldn't we have agreed on this beforehand? How am I supposed to explain this if you just randomly do this? Karl's mind was racing faster than ever. He couldn't just stand there dumbfounded in this situation. He was the heir to the County of Friedrich, the future head of the Adelheit family, a noble of the empire, their favored war hero, and a soon-to-be saint. And a person of that stature had a duty to meet the expectations of others. So, yes, I hear you, Light. I swear upon this sword, entrusted to me by my friends, that all nobles of the empire shall pursue honor as I do. Duty and glory are one. Loyal to those above, compassionate to those below, until the moment I stand before you without shame. Screw it, I'll just go with it. I'll think about it later. It's better than standing here like an idiot. Waving the lightsaber-like greatsword around, Karl spouted whatever came to mind. The unfortunate thing was that no one present could question or find anything strange about his words. The light watches over the empire. No, only honor and glory will follow. Goddess, protect His Majesty the Emperor and the Empire. A new relic? The Sword of Oaths. The light reveals a new will through the Blessed One. And in the midst of it all, the greatsword gained a new name and the title of a holy relic. Watching the scene, Selina suddenly thought, "It's a good thing Karl is kind." She didn't know why she thought so, but she was incredibly relieved that it was Karl, and not anyone else. Meanwhile, Karl was thinking, what is this atmosphere? I feel like I could grow a mustache and start spouting nonsensical propaganda. No, wait. Am I losing my mind? A holy relic. Literally, a gift and a symbol of love bestowed upon us believers by the goddess. When was the first time I encountered a relic? Yes. I believe I was 7 years old. I went with my parents to welcome a group of priests who were visiting our town. And there, I saw the Holy Grail of Glory, one of the relics of the Radiant Church that they had brought with them. Just thinking about that time, my heart still swells with excitement. I can't help but smile. It seems that I, as a young boy, fell completely in love with that relic. No, it wasn't just falling in love, it was more like I came to cherish it. Since then, for over 50 years, I have managed, researched, and preserved that great artifact and legacy, ensuring that others like me could follow in my footsteps. Your Eminence, Cardinal Raskin, we will be arriving at the 4th diocese soon. At the words of my auxiliary cardinal, I shook off my thoughts and slowly turned my head. The scenery had changed. The Holy See, which I had left yesterday, was now covered in snow, a world of pure white. But here in the Southern Empire, where our 4th diocese is located, there wasn't even a trace of snow. The weather was even pleasantly warm. The people of the South considered this cold, but compared to the Holy See, located further north, this was quite warm. It was truly a wondrous place. And I thought, it must be because of this warmth that the great forest, where the elves reside, remains green all year round. Clank clank. The train slowed down and then came to a complete stop. I got up, followed the guide, and stepped outside, where a familiar face greeted me. Welcome, Cardinal Raskin. It's been a while, Cardinal Adelheit. Personally, we were both elevated to the position of cardinal around the same time. Officially, one was the cardinal in charge of the Department of Sacred Relics, and the other was the cardinal in charge of the 4th diocese of the empire. After a brief exchange of greetings, they got straight to the point. I've heard the news. A new holy relic has appeared, and you've summoned me for that matter. Indeed, Cardinal Raskin. Actually, a while ago, what Cardinal Adelheit said next was hard to believe. In front of the devout followers of the church, Brother Karl was once again graced with a miracle. But it didn't just pass by briefly, its traces remained deeply embedded in the greatsword he carried, and even now, it holds that radiant light. Didn't you say that you blessed that greatsword before, Cardinal? That's right. And after that, the Cardinal of the 1st diocese added another blessing, and then, His Holiness the Pope himself blessed it. I still remember that day. It was the first time in the history of the church that the Pope personally gave a blessing. Of course, no one dared to say it was excessive. Who would dare to question His Holiness's decision after witnessing the blessing firsthand? It was more likely that everyone was impressed by His Holiness's foresight. But, to think that the light itself descended upon that very great sword. It seems it followed the traces left by us, the unworthy, and marked it. Indeed, that was a possibility. 2 cardinals and then His Holiness the Pope had blessed it. And who was its owner? A man who leads the entire continent towards goodness and light. It would be strange if Goddess didn't take an interest in this. Hearing this, I immediately understood why the 4th diocese had summoned me. It must have been surprising. To suddenly have a holy relic right in front of you. I was surprised too, but I'm more concerned about Brother Karl. The divine traces on his belongings are so strong that we're now facing the question of whether it's a relic or not. Ha ha ha. It's more of an confirmation than a trial. After all, Brother Karl has personally experienced miracles, so there's no doubt that the light has visited him. First, it seemed necessary to see it firsthand. So, I followed Cardinal Adelheit to meet Brother Karl. Your Eminence. It's good to see you again, Brother Karl. Without further ado, I asked him to show me the object. As someone who manages and investigates all things touched by the divine, I would be able to tell what it was at a glance. And as expected, the moment I saw the great sword that Brother Karl took out, I felt my heart pounding. I had no doubts, but seeing it in person made my heart race and my breath quicken. This reaction, this energy, and this holiness. It was the same feeling I had when I saw the relics in the Holy See. I was certain. I, Cardinal Raskin of the Department of Sacred Relics, guarantee it. Thud. Your Eminence. Brother Karl was startled and didn't know what to do. But what could I do? I was also a believer, a human who always prayed and sought Goddess mercy. As such, how could I, a mere mortal, stand tall before the very object that she, in her divine presence, have graced? It was simply unfathomable. I swear to speak only the truth, to take full responsibility for what I have seen with my own eyes, heard with my own ears, and experienced with my own body. I, Cardinal Raskin, Archcardinal of the Department of Sacred Relics, humbly welcome the new holy relic. Was it an excessive reaction? Of course not. There was a reason for it. The great sword, no, the holy relic in Brother Karl's hands contained a clearer and stronger divine will than any other relic before it. I can guarantee that any member of the church would have reacted the same way. However, there was one thing that bothered me. Brother Karl, I apologize for bringing this up at such a sacred and noble time. Please, go ahead. I believe we need to have a discussion. A discussion, you say, about whether this holy relic, touched by the divine, should be entrusted to an individual or, with your permission, brought back to the church. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. For the reasons above, my and Selena's trip to the Southern Empire has been extended by at least a week. I heard that the church is still discussing. Until now, all holy relics have been returned to the church without exception. The very existence of the Department of Sacred Relics in the Holy See signifies that all holy relics are to be entrusted to and managed by the church. But this time, the situation was a bit different. The ownership of this relic was clear from the beginning. It's my great sword, not anyone else's. It's hard enough to ask for someone's personal belongings, let alone a war hero's and a blessed item of the church. Furthermore, this time, I expressed my will strongly and clearly. I would like you to entrust this to me entirely. It was a gift from my platoon leader, even though he was a damn rascal. It's not a 100% happy memory, but it reminds me of some good times. More than anything, it's the only bridge that connects me to my comrades who are no longer with us. It's a bit embarrassing that it suddenly became a holy relic after being touched by divine power, but that's all. I'm not someone who blindly follows the teachings of the light, and in the end, Goddess only stayed for a short while. So why should the church take my great sword? There's even some Canfra blood on that sword. It's very unsettling. Fortunately, the church seemed to understand my wishes. Even Cardinal Raskin, the cardinal of the Department of Sacred Relics, said that it would be more appropriate for this holy relic to remain with its original owner, since the person with the highest authority on holy relics within the Holy See had said so. It was trustworthy.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. From the church's perspective, it would be rather awkward to suddenly claim an item as a holy relic and take it to the Holy See, even if it was associated with a blessed individual or a saint. We're nearing a conclusion within the Holy See as well. Please wait just a little longer. The schedule was unintentionally extended, and some people seemed worried that I might be displeased. But that wasn't the case at all. In fact, I was hoping for a bit more delay. And the reason for that was the work of our Cardinal of the 4th Diocese, His Eminence Cardinal Bioland. I believe it's best for you to rest since your schedule has been extended, Brother Karl. Here, you can rest undisturbed if you move and stay like this. Thanks to the accommodations and itinerary specially arranged by the Cardinal, Selina and I were able to rest comfortably while we waited. As expected of the Cardinal, he's truly worthy of leading the Southern Diocese, the first place where I connected with the Church. I was so pleased that I thought it wouldn't be bad to visit the 4th Diocese from time to time and boost our Cardinal's reputation, even if I didn't do so for other places. Karl, how about we give a gift to His Eminence? He's been taking such good care of us. Selina also expressed the same sentiment, so it could be considered a unanimous decision. *****. 4 days later, Karl and Selina resumed their tour of the Empire. As the Cardinal of the Department of Sacred Relics had assured, the Holy Relic, now called the Sword of Oaths, remained quietly dormant in Karl's possession. As Karl left the Southern Empire with the new Holy Relic, heading to another destination. Thank you. You're welcome, Mother. Eloise was having tea with none other than Countess Salon. The relationship between these two was quite peculiar. One was a former member of the Elven Special Forces, and the other was a former Imperial secret agent who had literally dismantled elves. Although they hadn't clashed directly, due to the nature of their professions, they couldn't be unaware of each other. It was fortunate that Eloise had never targeted humans. If they had been in a position to kill each other, the situation would have been even more awkward. Aren't you scared of me? The Countess had even asked that directly when they first met. It was a story, half rumored, half true, among the family's servants that she had given Friedrich an elf's head as a gift when they were dating. Not at all. Why would I be scared of Karl's mother? Of course, for Eloise, who preferred humans over her own kind, there was no reason to be afraid. Instead, her goal was to score points here, widen the gap with other women, and conversely, narrow the distance with Selina. According to the information I've gathered, Karl cherishes his family, especially his sister, Ricotta, who he's very close to, and Ricotta is said to be the spitting image of their mother. In other words, winning over the Countess would naturally bring her closer to Karl. Besides, isn't it said that a wife should win over her in-laws to have a comfortable future? This is the right thing to do for our future child. Eloise was well aware of her biggest weakness, race. Yes, that's the problem, being an elf. Karl had been hurt too much by those damn Canfras, and that pain likely extended to his parents, the Count and Countess. Honestly, what parent would like the people who hurt their child? Even Eloise would chase down and kill anyone who hurt her future child. Anyway, there were two ways to overcome this weakness. One was to win Karl's heart, and the other was to make everyone around Karl accept her. So, it made sense to start by winning over the Countess, who had fought the most with the elves. If she could overcome the most difficult mountain, the rest would naturally follow. I could pour the tea for you, Mother. No, dear. If you've fought alongside Karl even once, you're a friend of our family. It's no trouble at all to pour tea for a friend. Thank goodness. She was truly grateful that she had been on that train. If she hadn't, it might have been difficult to score points like this. And you also served alongside the Crown Princess on a mission. That's right. Although she wasn't such an esteemed person back then. Surely, you'll keep what you saw of our Crown Princess back then to yourself, won't you? Ah, that. Eloise smiled brightly and decided to answer tactfully. Saying yes, I understand or I'll forget it was not the best answer. An ordinary person might have answered that way, but she was a woman who had been in the special forces. Oh my, I don't know what you're talking about, Mother. What did I see? Phew phew phew. He. Mother is laughing with satisfaction. Yes, I scored another point. See that, Lev? This is what a prepared daughter-in-law is like. Huh, don't you dare mess with me. Inwardly chuckling, Eloise continued to chat enthusiastically with the Countess. men/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Lady Lavrenti, are you all right? Yes. I was just lost in thought for a moment. Please continue. Meanwhile, Lavrenti was touring the territory under the guidance of the Friedrich County's servants. On the surface, it seemed like she was simply a guest, wandering around out of curiosity. However, her sharp senses as a skilled sharpshooter and survivalist were working overtime. Winning favor is important, but it's also crucial to know what kind of place this is. Preliminary reconnaissance in enemy territory is essential, Eloise. To be precise, it wasn't quite accurate to call it enemy territory, but with rivals present, she'd let it slide for now. Even if she could somehow handle Selena, the other two women, one elf and one former princess, were considerable adversaries in Lavranti's eyes. And so, Lavranti spent her mornings with the Count and Countess, and her afternoons touring the territory, meticulously preparing for the future. It seems that section of the canal will need repairs this year. Ah, we were actually planning to start the repairs this year. How did you know? Perhaps it's because I'm a commoner that such things catch my eye. I apologize if my comment was presumptuous and caused any offense. There were commoners among the Count's servants. However, in that situation, where they were guiding a guest, everyone present had been granted a title by the Count. If a mere commoner acted too presumptuously in front of them, it could be offensive. So when Lavranti apologized, the servants waved their hands in unison. Please, don't say that. You are a guest of the Adelheit family and the young master's guest. And besides that, you've fought for the Empire. We all serve those who have fought for the Empire. How could we treat Lady Lavranti, who is similar to them, as a lowly commoner? They say that a family's servants naturally resemble their master. And who was Count Friedrich? A noble who silently devoted himself to his duty. He was a man who had repeatedly declined promotions and even a discussion of elevation to a higher title, despite his numerous achievements. Honor over power, duty over privilege. Not what he could receive, but what he could do. The Countess held the same values, as did his eldest daughter, Ricotta. And now, Karl, the heir, prioritized these values above all else. Therefore, the servants also held honor in high regard and valued duty. In that sense, it was unthinkable to mistreat Lavranti, a hero who had bravely fought on the battlefield, fulfilling her duty to defend the Empire. On the contrary, we are grateful for the opportunity to serve another hero of the Empire. Please, don't say that. In front of my master, I'm just a sharpshooter. Master, you say. The servants looked at each other, slightly bewildered. Observing their reactions, Lavranti thought to herself, good, just as planned, while feigning ignorance on the surface. Ah, I haven't explained, have I? Actually, Karl Adelheit, the heir of this county, is my master. He taught me many things when we were on the front lines, including marksmanship, which is how I became a sharpshooter. Oh, I've never heard that before. Is that so? While the other servants were impressed, the head butler alone seemed a bit flustered. It was understandable. Unlike the others, he knew Karl's peculiar secret. The young master's shooting skills are so bad that anyone would. Sigh. How could Karl, with such skills, have taught Lavranti to become the Empire's best sharpshooter? The head butler muttered to himself that this was the greatest mystery of all time as he followed Lavranti. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ha ha ha. That sounds like Karl. That rascal, pretending to be uninterested while charming all these beautiful women. That's not true, Count. Karl is just. I'm just kidding. Don't take it too seriously, Princess, Lady Lefia. When Count Friedrich first met Lefia, he was secretly worried. Even though it was an unavoidable and unique situation of war, it was the Count himself who had destroyed Lefia's maternal family. Few people died, but their influence had greatly diminished. They almost collapsed right after the war. Lefia was now face to face with that monster, the Baba Yaga they spoke of. And she wasn't just meeting him and leaving, she had come to stay as a guest in the monster's home. The reason was Karl, but he would be gone for a month, leaving her to face his parents. Count Friedrich was worried that Lefia might be uncomfortable, but both my grandfather and uncles, though they met Baba Yaga as enemies, remember him as a fellow warrior. They said all those who crossed swords with him were honorable knights, and they would like to share a drink and a laugh with him someday. She was forgiving, and although not entirely fearless, she had the courage to overcome it. As a woman of Lasker, she certainly had backbone. By their standards, she might be considered delicate, but from this side, she was more than enough. Thanks to her, the Count was able to talk about the past without much worry. Beside him, Lefia responded with smiles and appropriate interjections. So, Lady Lefia. Yes, Count. How much do you like my son? If you didn't, there would be no reason for you to come to our house, would there? Was the question too direct? Lefia, momentarily unable to process the conversation, let out a confused sound. Then, finally regaining her composure, she asked if she had heard him correctly. See Count, I'm so sorry. I was lost in thought for a moment. You heard correctly, Lady Lefia. Do you like my son? That. For your information, there's already the daughter of the Marquis of Nafplion by his side, and there are others as well. I'm asking if you're truly okay with that. That was Count Friedrich's way of looking out for her. Lefia knew that. So, after a brief moment of contemplation, she lowered her head and nodded slightly. Ha ha ha. The official appointment in the south had ended. So many things had happened, and among them, this great sword was the most impressive. I discreetly took out the great sword I had been keeping in my coat. Should I no longer call it a great sword but the sword of oaths? I wonder what expression our platoon leader would make if he saw this. Would he shout, "That's the one I gave you," as soon as he heard the rumor? Or would he say, "Karl, that guy. Wow, now I've seen everything in this world." Honestly, I'd prefer the former. It wouldn't be good for him to go around saying unnecessary things and get trampled by an angry crowd. I want him to live well off of my name, not get killed by a mob shouting, "Don't insult our war hero." I should look for him someday when I have the chance. The platoon leader had left, saying he wanted to forget all these terrible memories and never be found again. He had lost all his subordinates and even one of his own legs in the war. But instead of cursing the empire, the elves, or the world, he would tell himself, "Damn it, you've got a prosthetic leg, so walk properly," whenever he stumbled. Even if he saw me carrying the greatsword he gifted, now a holy relic, he might still hide the fact that he was the one who gave it to me. Thinking about old times brought a mix of joy and sadness. I wondered if they were doing well, living well like me, or were they still plagued by nightmares and insomnia? Priest. Yes, what is it? The next stop is the second diocese, right? That's correct. If it was the second diocese, that meant the Eastern Empire. I had heard that there was a memorial there for the fallen soldiers of the empire. It wasn't a place that had any particular connection to me. Those who died on the southern front either returned to their hometowns or were buried in the south. And most of them were from the south, so it was rare for them to be buried in the east, far from their homes. But what did it matter where or when they fought? In the end, we all gathered to fulfill our duty, we sacrificed our youth, and we silently completed our task, even if no one acknowledged it. Welcome to the Eastern Empire, Sir Karl Adelheit. It's good to see you again. For that reason, after arriving in the Eastern Empire and completing important appointments, such as meeting with influential families supporting the Pension Foundation and the Cardinal of the Second Diocese, I decided to change the itinerary slightly and visit the memorial for the fallen soldiers. Glenn Robinson, a knight of the Friedrich County. He had accompanied Karl Adelheit, the heir of the Adelheit family to whom he swore allegiance, on a month-long journey to serve as his escort. Their current destination was the Eastern Empire, specifically the memorial for the fallen soldiers. It seems he still hasn't forgotten that moment. No, it was only natural that he couldn't forget. Who in the world could forget something like that? Glenn stood quietly, watching Karl, careful not to disturb him. Sir Glenn. Soon, the woman who would become the future mistress of the Friedrich County approached him. Selina Ifrit, the daughter of the Marquis of Nafplion, and a companion on this journey. From what he could tell, they had already promised each other their future. They were practically husband and wife, just without the official ceremony. Sir Glenn, aren't you going with Karl? I was going to, but the young lord ordered me to wait here. I see. Me too. He told me not to follow him, that he wanted to go alone. As Selina said, Karl approached the memorial alone. He had no flowers or alcohol, the usual offerings people brought. He was empty-handed. The weather isn't very nice. The sky, which had been cloudy since they arrived in the east, was getting worse. Dark clouds, a humid and stuffy feeling not suitable for winter. You're right. It looks like it's going to rain, not snow. As predicted, a downpour began in the middle of winter. It wasn't an ordinary one, but a heavy rain, the kind that usually fell in summer. Meanwhile, Karl stood silently in front of the memorial, getting drenched in the rain. Karl? If he catches a cold. Selina fidgeted, then finally, unable to bear it, she tried to approach the memorial. But Glenn stopped her. He saw Karl raising his hand to stop her. Of course, he wasn't unconcerned. Glenn was accompanying Karl on this journey as his escort. But what if Karl caught a severe cold or the flu in this winter rain? Even if he wasn't responsible, it wouldn't be a simple matter. Not only that, but the priests from the church who had accompanied them, and even the influential figures of the East. They were clearly on edge, as if fearing the war hero, personally commended by the emperor, might suddenly break collapse. In the pouring rain, Karl raised his hand and stroked the memorial a few times. He then leaned his head slightly against the rain and muttered something inaudible. Karl. Young lord. When he finally returned, Selina wiped his face and Glenn hurriedly offered a towel. The two, along with the others, all sent a questioning look, asking why did you do that? Karl smiled and said it was nothing. Getting wet in the rain like this was common on the battlefield. They were just like me, just a little less fortunate. Seeing them, getting a little wet in the rain is nothing, he said, smiling brightly. Karl turned his head slightly and looked at the memorial. I'll take good care of our juniors, so everyone can rest easy. Karl leaves with the people, saying it's fine now. Of course, the military personnel among them had very strange expressions on their faces. And a little later, when the rain stopped, a ray of light poured onto the memorial. Karl's next destination was the western part of the empire. There, Glenn had yet another unique experience. Young lord. My comrade's son is getting married, so I have to congratulate him. By pure chance, they met someone Karl had fought alongside in the southern front. Though not from the same unit, they had fought in close proximity. Upon hearing the news, Karl postponed all other plans and headed straight to the wedding. I'm very sorry, young lord, but we're going, no arguments. Needless to say, this comrade was a commoner. And so were his son and daughter-in-law. It was a commoner's wedding. Even lower-ranking nobles who were acquainted often sent representatives. The impact was immense when the heir of a count, not just any heir but a war hero of the empire and a blessed individual of the church, showed up. Instantly, nobles from all over the West, whose names and faces were unknown, flocked to the wedding. The wedding was almost turned into a place for nobles to show off, but Karl stopped it. This is a wedding. The protagonists of this day are only the couple. I would appreciate it if you didn't disturb their wonderful day, Karl said, holding a flower in one hand and a great sword in the other. If there were any nobles who didn't understand their place and acted up, Glenn would have told them that they were truly deserving of the title of the bravest person in the world. Anyway, the wedding went off without a hitch. Correction. There were no hitches, but there was an incident. Thank you to the bride and groom, and their parents, for welcoming me as a guest, even though I might be crashing the party. Ha. A light that had been dormant for a while crept in and shone on Karl. This time, even Karl couldn't bear it. He insisted that the protagonists were the couple, not him, and asked the light to bless them instead. He strongly protested to the heavens, interrupting his blessings for the newlyweds. And thankfully, the goddess listened to Karl's strong request. The light that moved away from Karl shines on the couple getting married today. And from somewhere, precisely from Karl's direction, a whisper spreads among the guests. Kiss. A feeling that something would happen immediately if they didn't kiss. N/O/vel/B/J/N.C//J.N.C//OM. In the midst of this, the groom takes the courage and kisses the bride first. Yay. Live well? If you don't, you'll truly be punished by the heavens. The guests cheered loudly. The light shone gracefully. And in between, the happiest of all, Karl. Glenn looked at Karl without realizing he was smiling too. Perhaps, this is what Karl wanted to see all along. That's why he was so fierce and desperate. Fighting and fighting again, saving even one more soldier and sending them home. This person, someday, will be my new lord. The future of the county seemed quite promising, and that's what happened. Glenn, a knight of the Friedrich County, finished his report to the Count and Countess. As he had accompanied the young lord as an escort, it was his duty to report on the events that had transpired. The Count, having heard Glenn's full report, took a sip of the tea before him with a brief hum. He's getting much better compared to before. When his only son returned from serving as a soldier and experiencing a great war, the Count could sense that Karl had changed somehow, whether it was something he had realized on the battlefield, or something he had lost. He pretended not to notice, only showing an appropriate level of concern. Excessive attention could become a burden, so he believed Karl would overcome it on his own. And fortunately, Karl did take a step towards a better place, a brighter place. That's good to hear. Countess Salon seemed to feel the same way, as she smiled softly. It seems he has many good people around him. Do you think so too, my dear? For a month, while Karl traveled around the empire attending to his duties, the family hosted guests. No, calling them guests would be inaccurate. Rather than guests, they were more like family. From what I could tell, the young lady of the Nafplion Marquisate already knew. Selena, it seems she knew as well. My son has always been capable, but I never expected him to be this capable. The Count chuckled to himself. In the aristocratic world, if one had the ability, having multiple partners wasn't unusual. While many, like himself, still had only one partner, there were certainly those who didn't. Moreover, looking at the bigger picture, it seemed Karl hadn't chosen his women thoughtlessly. One is the daughter of the Nafplion Marquisate, establishing a connection with other noble families. Another is an elf, showing a willingness to ally even with a race he once fought against. The third, though a commoner, is a war hero, demonstrating that those who fulfill their sacred duty are not neglected. And lastly, the Princess of Lasker, emphasizing a conciliatory approach to foreign policy. It was as if he were a prince, not the son of a mere count. By doing so, he could promote the current policies of the empire and foster an atmosphere of cooperation. For a moment, Count Friedrich even wondered if the emperor or crown prince had subtly influenced Karl's relationships. How else could he explain the perfect alignment of Karl's women with the current policies of the empire? He decided to ask Karl about it later and concluded the report. Slowly rising from his seat, he walked to the window and looked out at the garden. There, Karl and his 4 ladies were enjoying afternoon tea. I think our estate is going to get quite noisy soon. His wife, who had quietly approached him, spoke, and he laughed. Indeed, 4 weddings might be a bit overwhelming. I'll contact the Nafplion Marquisate and understand their feelings. You may have spoken to the Marquis, but it's always good to double-check people's feelings. Thank you, my dear. Matters outside the family were his responsibility, but if they eventually became internal affairs, it was the women's domain. Thus, the Count decided to trust his wife and leave it to her. At this rate, he might bring all 4 of them to the New Year's celebration. Count Friedrich suddenly had that thought. *****. So, you're saying that I have to bring all 4 of you to the New Year's celebration. That's what I'm saying. Karl, it's the Count himself who said so, you know. No, wait. Why are you the one relaying my father's message, Eloise? My father? He's our father? And he's my father-in-law. I held back from saying, what the hell kind of nonsense is that? I couldn't bring myself to say it. As I groaned, Lav approached and carefully helped me into my uniform jacket. We're all guests until the end of the break, right, master? Exactly, and we've all been officially invited to the New Year's celebration. Eloise proudly waved the invitations. I'm certain. They're invitations with the imperial seal. I still don't understand why Eloise, Lav, and even Lefia received them. It's obvious, isn't it? Who do you think is the main character of this New Year's celebration? N/O/vel/B/Jn.C//OM. Eloise is right this time, master. You are the main character, and it's only natural that we, your guests, would also receive invitations. Oh, well, I was really okay with not going, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs forced me. Hey, Lefia, are you sure you were forced? Then why are you smiling? At this rate, I'm going to be labeled as a crazy womanizer with 4 women in tow. And not just anywhere, but at the New Year's celebration hosted by the imperial family. Knock knock. Karl, are you ready? Selena. Selena, wearing an aqua dress, looked even more mature and womanly today. I couldn't help but stare at her graceful figure, when I suddenly felt someone poking my side. What? You didn't react like this when Lav and I came in. That's not fair. You definitely said we looked pretty. That's true, but your eyes weren't dripping with honey like they are now, right, Lav? I think you might be right. These two bicker all the time, but they also have perfect teamwork in moments like this. If I said Eloise and Lav were the ultimate combo, they'd probably scold me for saying something so ridiculous. Better not say it. Everyone, please stop. We're going to be late. If Lefia is raising her voice like that, we might actually be late. That won't do. No matter how capable I am, I can't be late for a banquet hosted by the imperial family. I've seen plenty of people in my past life, and this one who got cocky and then fell hard. I quickly put on my jacket, buttoned it up, tidied myself up a bit, and looked in the mirror. This is crazy. The first thing I saw was my chest covered in medals. They tried to minimize the extravagance, but to me, it looked the same. No, be grateful for the reduced weight. And even this doesn't include the Medal of Honor. Every department in the Empire insisted that the Medal of Honor was too prestigious to be represented merely by a medal on the uniform. So, they adorned the uniform with all the other medals, and then, as a separate distinction, added the Medal of Honor, making its significance even more pronounced. That's surprising to me. What is, Eloise? Well, our people are very proud, you know. I thought they'd insist on you wearing the medal they gave you and refuse to let it be displayed as a mere imperial badge. But instead, they immediately designed a badge version of it and even crafted it themselves to present to you. Well, their intentions aren't entirely pure. I heard they agreed to the badge to acknowledge the Empire's superiority, subtly stepping back from having their medal displayed equally next to the Medal of Honor. You could be right, Selena. Damn it. Stop using me for politics. And stop using my chest for medals and badges. I heard rumors that even me having 4 women is being interpreted as a political move. They just won't believe that it's not. What was it they said? Selena represents the noble factions within the Empire, Eloise represents the elves who cooperated with the Empire, Lav represents those who have served in the military, and Lefia represents the future diplomatic direction of the Empire. They say that through me, the Empire wants to convey the message that it embraces all of them. My response to that? What nonsense. It just happened this way. If I had such deep intentions, would I have done something crazy like enlisting as a soldier after being dumped? Knock knock. Excuse me, young lord. Yes, head butler. What is it? Those who will be traveling with you today have arrived. Those damn hydras. I mean, the 4 of them have arrived. I'll be down soon, so please tell them to wait a moment. Very well. The head butler closed the door and left, and I quickly finished getting ready and went downstairs with the 4 ladies. As we descended, I heard the voices of 4 men calling out, "Hey," almost simultaneously. Karl? Long time no see. Whoa, 4 women. So envious. Let's go, we're going to be late. For some reason, Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim were all saying different things today. Are you guys ever going to introduce me to your future wives? Busy. Later. Busy my foot. I really am busy. I'll explain on the way. I was the one who was insanely busy during the break. What are these guys talking about? I put the women in a different carriage and got into the same carriage as these 4. And a moment later, I was roaring. Damn you guys arg. What in the world did you do? Oh, good. That's the reaction we were hoping for. I'm so proud. My head hurts. It feels like it's being stabbed and split apart. I'm going crazy. So, what you're saying is that using my name for the pension foundation wasn't the end of it. Yep. You guys have been meddling in all sorts of things all over the Empire. That's right. You've been spreading love and justice on your own. I don't understand what you mean by that. Yeah, don't understand. Bullshit. I'm the one who doesn't understand. Why? Why did you do that? You could have just done it yourselves? Or at least in the name of the Empire? By the grace of the imperial family? There are standard lines for this kind of thing. That's true. Then why? Actually, the Crown Prince also saw it positively. What? Brother-in-law? Why are you coming up here? The Empire, the imperial family, that's all good. But if it's too much, it can be a bit, you know. In times like these, you need a more definitive hero. Schleifen is right. That way, there's less backlash, and the influence is much stronger. Besides, Karl, you're an undeniable hero of the Empire. Just by promoting you, the Empire and the imperial family will rise together, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Okay, fine, it's all good. But guys, why aren't you listening to my opinion? You're saying you've been doing all this in my name. Then why am I hearing about this for the first time? Why did you keep it a secret? Their response to my frustration is utterly absurd. If we had told you, you would have stopped us. When did you ever ask our permission to make us your patron saints? If you dragged us into this, you should have been prepared to climb higher. Honestly, I think this is more Karl's fault. You bastards. What's the point of having friends? Shouldn't you cover for each other in times like this? Did I make you patron saints out of malice? It was all for your benefit. Yeah, I know, Karl. We're doing this for you, you know. Oh, so grateful. Should I be crying tears of joy? We really worked hard. Ha ha ha. My hydras. Looks like they're asking for a beating after not getting one for a while. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. I immediately grabbed 2 of their heads under each arm and gave them a good headlock. Arg. Does it hurt? Huh? Does it hurt? It should hurt. That's the whole point. Please. Karl? I don't want my face rubbed against this guy. Me neither, you bastard. You think I like it. It seems they hate being rubbed against each other more than the headlock itself. Then I should hug them even tighter. Just drown in each other's embrace, you hydras? To summarize the things these 4 have done, it goes something like this. Karl Adelheit Veterans Pension Foundation. Supporting all veterans across the Empire. Subdepartments created under the Pension Foundation. Partnering with various administrative departments of the Empire to initiate various projects for the citizens. Expanding treatment facilities, child care facilities, and daycare centers in collaboration with the Radiant Church. Conducting projects to commemorate fallen soldiers and provide preferential treatment to their families. Providing additional compensation to all young people in the Empire who will enlist and fulfill their military duty in the future. Discussions with the Ministry of War are underway. These guys are truly insane. And this is only about half of what the 4 of them have been up to. The funnier thing is that instead of stopping them, the various departments of the Empire are jumping on board, saying, great, we can save tax money and share our workload? Let's work together. But what if someone has bad intentions and embezzles the funds? With so much money flowing in and out, how can anyone resist the temptation? I did worry about that for a moment. After all, money is the most powerful drug that can drive people mad. But even that worry was quickly dispelled after hearing their explanation. We have people from the Ministry of Financial Audit Bureau here. And the Imperial Household Ministry is conducting its own investigation. It's only natural since Imperial funds are also involved in the operation. You know what this means, right? Touching this is the same as touching the Imperial funds. And what happens next? Well, at the very least, that generation would be wiped out, and the next generation would be stripped of all their rights. It seems the Crown Prince, my brother-in-law, had this in mind when he accepted my sister's request to invest Imperial funds. The Ministry of Financial Audit Bureau is scary, but even scarier is the Imperial Household Ministry's own investigation. If they find anything, it's game over. You're a traitor. You're purged. Even a ducal family wouldn't dare do anything foolish where the Imperial family has a hand. The only one who could is the sole ruler of this empire and the head of the Imperial family, the Emperor himself. If the Emperor were to touch the Veterans Pension Foundation, it would mean the Empire is already in chaos, so there's nothing else to say. Of course, everyone will do their best to prevent that from happening. Anyway, thanks to all this, as everyone said, I became the main character of this New Year's celebration. Come forth, Karl Adelheit of the Friedrich County. A devoted and loyal subject of the Empire and the Imperial family, one who loves the people of the Empire more than anyone and never hesitates to fulfill his duty. One who is loved by the goddess. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful for your words. The Emperor's introduction of me was incredibly long. Just hearing it, one could understand my current position. There have been many events this year. Yes, indeed. Many things have happened. It seems even more than last year. And all of those events were ones that brightened the Empire. That's good to hear, Your Majesty. If you were to say, there have been dark events in the Empire at the New Year's celebration, it would turn into a funeral, not a celebration. And you all know who was there for each of those events. It finally came. The 4 had their contributions, and there was also that strange deity who oddly favors me. And of course, there was the fact that I had ridiculously good luck. But truthfully, I was always there. Because I was there, the 4 were there. Because I was there, the deity watched over me. And that luck always lingered by my side. As I said, I don't know why I received such undeserved gifts. Sometimes, I thought it might be because I'm a peculiar fellow who remembers his past life. Other times, I thought it was a reward for the hardships I've endured. Don't try to understand how such things were possible. I couldn't help but raise my head at the Emperor's words. Those who quietly do their duty are always like that. They don't think about the consequences that will come, they simply do what is right. That's why it's remarkable. That's why it was always that person. The Emperor smiled and patted my shoulder. Your Majesty, that's enough. If you go any further, I won't be able to handle. So, Crown Prince, what should we do? I heard rumors that he might abdicate soon, and now the Emperor is calling for the Crown Prince. Even with numerous nobles present, the Emperor yields the seat of honor to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince approached me, grabbed my hand, and raised it high. As this year ends and a new one begins, may you all be like this as well. This must be the grand stage the Imperial family prepared for me. But this is too much attention. It's a spotlight I can't handle. Your Highness. In the softest voice possible, I pleaded with my brother-in-law. Just listen to me, please. I promised to tell him every single one of my sister's favorite foods, down to the last detail, if he would just listen. And my brother-in-law isn't cold-hearted enough to refuse such a tempting offer from me. Besides, my sister is also expecting. As a husband, it's only natural to want to feed his pregnant wife whatever she craves. Karl Adelheit, the young lord of the Friedrich County, along with 4 others who have fulfilled their duties as nobles of the empire and upheld its honor. Young Lord Schleifen Rosenberg of the Adria Marquisate. Young Lord Wilhelm Fritz of the Gramstad Marquisate. Young Lord Alexander Eddard of the Brunn County. And lastly, young Lord Joachim Playson of the Thier-Adal County. The 4 of you, come to the other side. The expressions of the 4 guys turned grim. It seems they've figured out who orchestrated this whole situation. But what can they do about it? Does it change anything if they know? Hey, the Crown Prince himself is calling you. What, you're going to make a sullen face? These are also the proud young nobles of the Empire? Glory to the Empire, blessed by the Goddess. May Goddess bless His Majesty. May the light lead the Empire to eternal glory. As all the nobles in the New Year's celebration hall raised their right hands and shouted with all their might. Hey, Karl. Thanks. The guys next to me glanced at me with a glint in their eyes. You wanna play this game, huh? You're the one who threw the first punch and now you're talking. What's a first punch? A preemptive strike. There are preemptive strikes even in good deeds. You did it first. You can't hit us without a declaration of war and then complain. The 4 grumbled and said, just you wait. The guys who say just you wait are usually the least scary, and it was me who provoked them. But it wasn't long before I regretted my provocation. Shit. Sometime after the New Year's celebration, as the break was coming to an end, I was leisurely walking through the central plaza of the capital when I saw a statue of me carrying a wounded soldier. I immediately sought out those responsible for creating the statue. And I was met with even more shocking news. Wait. Hold on a minute. Say that again. What did you just say? An identical statue is already being made at the Academy, young lord. For a moment, I thought I was dreaming. My mind went blank. Grabbing my head, I barely managed to regain my composure and asked the statue makers, is there any way to cancel it? Pardon? I don't understand why, but the Academy statue is already well underway. Removing it now would take even more time. But still, you don't have to worry too much. I assure you it will be a masterpiece that will never tarnish your reputation, young lord. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Just how extravagant and grand are they making it? Look at the statue in the central plaza. Behind the scene of me carrying a wounded comrade, they even sculpted angels blowing trumpets and scattering light. It's so over the top, they might as well have sculpted bullets flying around. How was the statue funded? It was funded by the Adria Marquisate, Gramstad Marquisate, Brunn County, and Thier-Adal County. The Bernstfall Duchy also provided partial support. We absolutely did not touch the pension foundation's money. I can assure you that you have nothing to worry about, young lord. So, it's too late to back out now. I told the people involved to do their best and turned away. It seems that their warning of just you wait was aimed at this. Back then, I wasn't particularly scared, but seeing the situation now, I'm suddenly worried. I don't think those guys are going to stop here. Just in case, I contacted the Ministry of Education, and my suspicions were confirmed. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Information about young Lord Karl Adelheit will be newly included in the Academy's history lectures by next year at the latest. We're preparing as quickly as possible, but due to issues with verification and book printing, this is the best we can do. We apologize for any inconvenience. I wanted to tell them it was fine, they could just omit me from the books entirely. The words lingered on the tip of my tongue. By any chance, do you know who were the ones who initiated this? I mean, who led this? It was the young lords of the Adria Marquisate, Gramstad Marquisate, Brunn County, and Thier-Adal County. They've agreed to cover half of the cost of printing the new books. I see. They put up a statue of me in the central plaza of the capital, and now they're planning to put one up at the Academy too. And on top of that, they're saying my story will be included in books that not only Academy students but anyone who wants to learn history in the Empire will have to read. They're even planning to interview my former comrades. I asked them, not really a request but more of a plea, to please not make any mistakes. If they happen to poke at any sore spots of the survivors, they'll witness the wrath of my great sword, the Sword of Oaths. Anyway, there wasn't much I could do in this situation. I could just watch, or, let's make a deal. Yes, please speak, young lord. At the very least, I could return the favor, even if only half as much. I'll fully fund it, so let's make statues of those hydras. I mean, the 4 young lords. If possible, as big and extravagant as mine. Well, wouldn't it be a bit much to make them as big and extravagant as young Lord Karl Adelheit's statue? We agree that your statue should be the best. Then how about slightly smaller than mine? Is that okay? We'll try our best. Good. Please do your best. Please. As the cold winter days passed and the ice began to melt, signaling the approach of spring, statues of a certain man were erected in the capital's plaza, the Academy, and throughout the Empire. He was a great war hero, a model of imperial nobility, respected even by elves and knights of Lasker, revered as a saint by the church, and loved by the goddess. And beside his statues, 4 other statues of nobles also took place, showcasing their dedication. Karl, are you serious? I don't know, let's just all die together. It's okay, your statue is still the biggest and coolest. Yeah, you guys got 4 each. The 5 men bickered amongst themselves as they gazed at the sight. Karl's statue is definitely the most handsome. Of course, look at the guy. Actually, I think it's a bit uglier than he is in real life. I agree, he's much more handsome in person. The 4 women gazed at Karl's statue with sparkling eyes. They also looked at the 5 men bickering and whispered to each other that they were quite a match, constantly trying to outdo each other in praising Karl, a group of very close friends. And as time passed, the day finally arrived. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oh, finally, graduation. Yeah, finally graduating. Wow, finally graduation. Ugh, you're finally graduating. The last one wasn't Joachim, but me. And I said it while looking at the 4 with a very disappointed expression. Schleifen, as if feeling wronged, stepped forward and said, "Hey, we only failed 1 semester, Karl. The rest of the time, we stayed for you." "For me? Can you say that with a clear conscience?" "Of course." He immediately looked up at the sky and shouted, "Oh goddess? If what he's saying is true, please send him a ray of light." The answer came quickly. "See? No light, right? Oops. Oops, my foot, you hydra. You guys stayed because it was more fun for you. At least put some spit on your lips before you lie, guys. You can't even fool me. One of the reasons they stayed was to build a stronger bond with me. 2 of them are from marquisate families, and the other 2 are from count families. Their heirs failed a year and couldn't graduate. If people only heard that, their families would be in an uproar, and it would be quite embarrassing for them in the eyes of other families. But when they said, oh, we wanted to spend more time with Karl, the war hero of the empire and the saint of the church, so we purposely stayed behind, all those worries disappeared. Their families even readily accepted their decision, saying, that's a good idea. Stay for another half a year. But that's over now. 1 year was the limit they could stay. Any longer, and it would be too much, even with me as an excuse. There have been 5th years in the Academy's history who stayed for an extra semester or 2, but never a 6th year. Today, we see our classmates, seniors, and juniors who will leave the Academy and scatter across the empire. Some may call this a farewell, but it is actually a true beginning. Everyone will do their part in their respective places. I was worried they might ask me to give a graduation speech, but thankfully, that wasn't the case. While listening to the Academy staff congratulating the graduates on the podium, I glanced at the 4. Even though they pretended otherwise, all 4 of them were clearly emotional. After all, it must feel strange to think that they're leaving the place they've been for 5 years, perhaps forever. It's different from my military discharge, yet somewhat similar, so I can understand. After the graduation speeches, some people gave flowers to the graduates, and others offered their congratulations. As for me, I didn't really have anything to do. Good work, everyone. Thank you, Selena. Wow, we're getting flowers from Selena. Selena, who had taken the time to come, handed out flowers to the 4. I'm sure we'll see each other again after graduation, right? Of course. You can always come visit our family, Eloise. Ahaha, I'll look forward to it. Eloise was already thinking about visiting the marquisate and the count families. Thank you for everything. And thank you for working hard for people like me. It's our duty, so it's okay. Lavrenti. It felt a bit strange to be thanked, but Lavrenti expressed her gratitude nonetheless. Please take good care of Karl, okay? Huh? That's something you should be saying to Selena, not me. Lefia's face turned bright red at the blatant question. After saying their goodbyes to the 4 women, the 4 approached me. Karl. The atmosphere wasn't playful. They, and I, were very serious now. Those who leave first, those who stay behind, and those who will continue to walk together, shoulder to shoulder. We'll go ahead. Work hard. Don't worry, we'll do our best to manage the pension foundation. If there are any problems later, I'll double the number of your statues in the empire. Hearing that makes me want to work even harder. A time that was both long and short. A time of laughter, chatter, jokes, and clashes. These guys must be thinking the same thing as me, that they met some decent people. We've worked hard, and we'll keep working hard. I shook hands firmly with the future marquises and future counts. 3rd year. Somehow, I've become a 3rd year student. Unbelievable. And perhaps, the start of this school year will be the most hectic and busy. What's happening at the academy? No, did the 4 troublemakers cause another incident? Hardly. Those guys graduated a while ago and left the academy. They're probably preparing to formally receive their titles from their families now. Her Highness, the Crown Princess, has gone into labor. Just last night, the head butler personally came to the academy to deliver this news. Hearing that, I felt inexplicably anxious and my heart kept pounding. If I'm feeling this way, I can only imagine how my parents and the Crown Prince must be feeling. I'm really worried. Karl, have you heard anything yet? Selena, who first heard the news from me, has been asking almost every hour. This isn't just any birth, it's the birth of this empire's imperial heir. Because of this, both Selena and I stayed up all night in the lounge, clinging to the communication device. I don't know. It's morning now, but there's still no news. I know my sister is stronger than anyone else. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. She's always been more impressive than me. Even when we were young, she possessed the skills to best most knights. But that's one thing, and giving birth is another. I can't even imagine how difficult that process is. But if I dare to guess, even my sister must be going through a tough time. Click. I'm here. Our sister, no, I mean, Her Highness the Crown Princess went into labor last night. I've arrived, Master. I heard the news. How is Her Highness? I'm not too late, am I? Following them were Eloise, Lav, and even Lefia. If the 4 troublemakers hadn't graduated, there might have been 9 people gathered in this lounge. What time is it now? Now? It's 7:15 in the morning. The news came in just before midnight yesterday, so don't be too anxious, Karl. As far as I know, the duration of labor is the same for us elves and humans. From that perspective, this is a perfectly normal process. Still, it would be nice if it were over quickly. I'm worried. Thinking of my sister, I wish my new niece would be born soon. But as a noble of this country, I can't very well rush the imperial heir. Just then, Karl, the communication device. Master, there's a call. Yes? Everyone, quiet. After silencing everyone and connecting the device, the head butler's face appeared on the other end. Young lord. Having known him since I was very young, I'm well aware of the head butler's usual expressions. From that perspective, the head butler was clearly smiling now. Yes, head butler. Go ahead. Moments ago, the imperial heir blessed the empire with their arrival. It's a beautiful princess. TL/N, congratulations. My man is an uncle now. Starting with my exclamation, Selena, Eloise, Lav, and even Lefia. Everyone clapped or smiled brightly, thanking the goddess for this blessing. By any chance, my sister. I mean, Her Highness the Crown Princess. Don't worry. According to news from the Imperial Palace, both the Crown Princess and the Imperial Heir are in perfect health. That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. My pounding heart feels like it's melting away. Thank goodness. It all went well. The Count and Countess have just finished their preparations and have departed for the Imperial Palace. They say that this joyous news will be announced to the entire empire this morning. Joyous? Yes, that's right. It is indeed a joyous occasion. And the Count has instructed you, young lord, to also prepare to go the palace. Of course. Naturally, I must go. Even if the Imperial Palace told me not to come, I would insist on going. It's not just any child, it's my sister's child. A beautiful daughter, they say. My niece? Then I must go. I need to help the Count and Countess with their travel arrangements. Understood, head butler. Thank you. As the communication with the head butler ended, everyone who had been holding their breath erupted in cheers. Especially Selena and Lav, who were from the Empire, their shouts were the loudest. Woohoo! An imperial heir? This is a celebration. Wait, hold on. Why are you the most excited, Eloise? Huh? Of course I am. The imperial heir? The future ruler of the empire? Isn't it a good thing they were born healthy? I wanted to ask why she, an elf, was so happy about this. But I decided not to be a petty man who nitpicks on this joyous occasion. *****. My mind is blank. I'm not sure what I'm holding in my arms. Crown Prince. My father, the Emperor, who hastily concluded his court meeting upon hearing the news, calls for me. What are you doing? Quickly call out the imperial heir's name. Right. Of course. I forgot. I was too overwhelmed, and she's too lovely. Too beautiful. My daughter. Rika's daughter. The imperial heir of this empire. The crown princess who will succeed me, who will become the empress of the empire. Lily. The name given by none other than Karl. My brother-in-law and the imperial heir's maternal uncle. The greatest hero of this empire. A name chosen for no one else but our imperial heir. The one and only name, carefully considered and deliberated upon. The heir of the Friedrich County has given her a very good name. Chuckling, father takes a step closer. He tries to hide it, but it's all over his face. He's my father, after all. Would you like to hold her, your majesty? Would that be all right? In private, you are the imperial heir's one and only grandfather. You must hold your granddaughter. Very well, then. Crown Prince, go and see the Crown Princess for a moment. Just then, the headmaid entered and informed us that I could go see Rika. With a joyful heart, I entered the room and saw Rika lying comfortably. Rika, your highness. I heard the labor was quite long. Moreover, it was the first time for both of us. But despite hearing how difficult it was, Rika looked so peaceful. Are you feeling all right? I'm fine. Just a little tired. Don't lie. Your hands are trembling, and your face is still pale. I'll be fine soon, so don't worry too much. As I was talking with Rika, father entered the room. Your majesty. What are you doing? I'm not so foolish as to make a new mother stand up. After quickly having Rika lie back down, father handed me the imperial heir, our daughter. I carefully took her and placed her beside Rika. Truly, she is beautiful. Both my father and I smiled, watching a mother holding her newborn daughter with joy. May you grow up beautiful and strong. This entire empire will be yours one day. Your majesty. The chamberlain bowed respectfully from beyond the door. Normally, he would report directly, but this was the space of a newborn and her mother. My father, aware of this, stepped outside himself. A moment later, Count Friedrich and his wife have arrived, your majesty. It seemed my parents-in-law had rushed over as soon as they heard the news. After a short wait, they appeared. Long live his majesty the emperor. Count Friedrich. That won't be necessary today, Count. At this moment, allow me to be not your emperor, but a father to a daughter, and a grandfather who has just met his granddaughter. Your benevolence is overwhelming. The room became a bit noisy, but our little princess slept soundly through it all. Just a moment ago, she had been crying so loudly that the world seemed to shake. Your majesty. V looked at me, holding the princess and teary-eyed. TL/N, Crown Prince calls her V. Sometimes. Did she need something? Was she uncomfortable? I approached her, and she smiled slightly before speaking. Has my brother not arrived yet? He should be here any minute now. I made sure to inform your parents, so I'm certain your brother was notified right away. As I predicted, after a short time, the Chamberlain peeked in again. He announced the arrival of Karl Adelheit, the war hero of the Empire, my brother-in-law, the princess's uncle. ******. Phew, I'm nervous. I never imagined I'd be this nervous. Today, neither the Emperor nor the Crown Prince, nor anyone else matters to me. Only my sister, and only my niece. They are all I care about. Karl. My sister called me. As I approached, she held out my niece to me. Say hello. This is your niece. Feeling incredibly nervous, I carefully accept the tiny life wrapped in a blanket. Her name, as you suggested, Karl. Lily. Lily. Such a small, yet incredibly lovely creature. How is this even possible? How can she already have such a hold on my heart? I unconsciously reach out my hand towards my niece. The newborn, as if with surprising strength, grasps the tip of my finger. Honestly, it's barely a grasp, but still. Please, goddess, grant your warmth and love to my niece, even just a fraction of what you've given me. May this child also be blessed with such fortune. And so, I stood there for a long time, a captive of this tiny life. Karl? What did you just say? Master, I think I didn't hear you correctly. Senior? That's a bit. 3 women sat before me. From left to right, Eloise, Lev, and Lefia. All 3 looked flustered, or perhaps extremely embarrassed. You're making it seem like I said something weird by reacting like that. You did say something weird? Suddenly, and out of the blue. At Eloise's words, I looked at Lev and Lefia. Do you think so too? As if confirming my suspicions, neither of them could hide their maybe a little bit expressions. Let me ask you this. Do you 3 intend to remain just friends with me? Absolutely not. Definitely not. And no. You feel the same, right? Me too. Maybe it's because we've been inseparable. It feels like we're practically family now. Just like Selena, these women haven't hidden their affection, and now, both I and those around us feel it's natural for me to reciprocate. Right. That's why I'm doing this. But why are they reacting like this all of a sudden? Even so, to suddenly want to meet my parents now. Master, my parents might actually find it burdensome. Those in Lasker might not be happy about my visit. First, Karl, why are you doing this? Explain that first. Why am I doing this? Why did I bring this up? Right. The start of this whole story goes back 2 days ago. As my niece was born, and cheers of joy echoed throughout the empire welcoming the newborn princess. Congratulations, son-in-law. The princess has gained a very dependable uncle. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Marquis. Ahem. Yes, father-in-law. I was sharing a cup of tea with Marquis Nafplion. Or rather, my father-in-law. For the record, I'm not married yet. I'm single. It's in the plans, but it hasn't happened yet. Neither I nor Selena are married. We're both still students, so we thought it was too early. However, our parents didn't seem to think so at all. The wedding will be the year after next. But it's as good as done, so let's just be like family. Selena's grandfather, the eldest in both families, said this on everyone's behalf. Our families already had a friendly relationship and interacted often, but now, even though their children weren't married yet, the parents were already calling each other in-laws. It's not that I dislike it or find it burdensome. It's just that I haven't quite adjusted to it yet. How do you feel seeing the princess? Don't you want to have your own children soon, son-in-law? I don't think it's something that happens just because I want it to. Selena's opinion is most important, and there are other factors as well. Is he testing me as a father? I should always be careful. From a father's perspective, a son-in-law can always be seen as a thief who kidnapped his daughter. Selena probably feels similar to me, son-in-law. Yes. I heard recently that she wants at least 1 son and 1 daughter. This is the first time I'm hearing this. When did she say that? I'll have to ask Selena if it's true when I get back. Anyway, that's why I'm saying, let's have your wedding with my daughter right after you graduate. I heard from mother. You've already set the date and place for the wedding. That's right. Women are much better at household matters than men, after all. Suddenly, I feel like all of this has been a long introduction to something. I haven't made plans for a child with Selena, but it's only natural that it will happen. I already have finalized the plans for our wedding with Selena, so there is no need to even mention it. Yet, Marquis Nafplion, my father-in-law, insists on bringing it up. Father-in-law, is there something you want to say to me? I asked directly, and my father-in-law let out a short laugh. Haha. Our son-in-law is quite perceptive. Unlike me. When I was young, my wife constantly scolded me for being clueless. I'm just a clueless man in front of women too. Is that so? Well then, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Women. At that word, the teacup I was holding trembled slightly. It's always an awkward topic. Especially when it's brought up by Selena's parents, of all people. Don't feel pressured, son-in-law. Honestly, it's a bit disappointing to have a son-in-law with many women, but what can you do? We should actually be proud that our Selena was the fastest to catch you. Thank you. Let's cut to the chase, son-in-law. Have you met the parents of the other women? Pardon. For a moment, my mind goes blank as if I've been hit on the head with a hammer. Parents? The parents of the women? Eloise's, Lav's, and Lefia's parents? Putting aside the question of why this is coming up now, it actually makes sense, doesn't it? Judging by your reaction, it seems you haven't yet. Well, are you planning to just leave the 3 women besides Selina? That can't be right. You should greet them soon. At this rate, you'll end up visiting them after your wedding with Selina is over. Go visit them soon, son-in-law. It's already disappointing that their daughter isn't the first, but it's even more problematic if the man who stole their heart hasn't even shown his face once. Marquis Nafplion, my father-in-law's words, certainly had a point. My marriage with Selina is certain. That's why I'm meeting my father-in-law like this. But then, what about Eloise, Lav, and Lefia? Are they just passing acquaintances? No, they're not. At first, it was a bit flustering and even absurd, but now, they've become as special to me as Selina. After solidifying my relationship with Selina, my first, I will give them a chance to. But if that happens, what about their parents and families? What about them? They become family too. Right. Family. But I haven't met these new family members yet. In Lefia's case, I did see her briefly when I visited Lasker, but it was just for a short while. Moreover, at that time, we only met as a host and a guest, so it feels even more unfamiliar. Karl. My father-in-law sets down his teacup with a gentle smile. Don't have any regrets. There's nothing good about them. Are you worried about Selina? Then love her more. That's all you need to do. Not love the others less. Well, father-in-law, you only have mother-in-law, so you shouldn't be giving advice like a seasoned player. TL/N, this MF definitely got a second wife, I'm telling you. PR/N, right. Brother's way too experienced LMAO. *****. So that's it. That's why I suggested to these 3, let's go visit your parents. Too early? No way. It's way too late already. Time flies, and 2 years will be gone in a flash. Look at me now. I just returned to school, and I'm already a 3rd year. Next year I'll be a 4th year, and the year after that, I'll graduate. And then, I'll marry Selina. That means the weddings with the others will happen either that year or the next at the latest. On top of that, around that time, I'll be taking over as the head of the family, so I'll be even busier. Meeting their parents at that point would be the most difficult mission imaginable. That's why I want to meet them now, while we still have some time. See, Eloise? Does that make sense now? It makes sense, but, still, there's no need to go that far, is there? Don't elves care when their children get married? Of course not. So, it's only natural to go and meet them. Well, that's true, but... Karl, are you really okay with this? Are you really okay with this? Only then did I finally understand why Eloise was acting this way. What? Are you worried I'll be haunted by old nightmares if I go to a place full of elves? Honestly, it's a bit of a concern. Even if Hyzens was an ally, they're still elves like Luzernes. If that were the case, I wouldn't have you by my side. I still dislike the Canfras. Their unique accent, behavior, and atmosphere still make me want to reach for my greatsword. But that's only when it comes to the Canfras. The elves who are actively working to improve relations with the Empire are good elves. Absolutely. Don't worry and just set a date. I'll even skip my Friday classes to make time for 3 days. Lav, the same goes for you. Yes, master. Understood. As for Lefia, well, currently, Lasker is a more delicate situation than Hyzens. And Lefia, of all people, is a former princess who relinquished her status. If she returns to her homeland, it's uncertain whether she'll be welcomed or labeled a traitor. I'll talk to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Nov. L. B //JNN. Please don't worry too much about me. It's really okay. Even so, I should at least make a gesture of getting permission. *****. 1 month later. Karl and Eloise visited Hyzens over the weekend. It was a personal matter. There was no diplomatic intent whatsoever. The Empire made that clear. However, Hyzens couldn't see it that way. Something's up. Something's definitely up. He's the Crown Prince's brother-in-law, the Crown Princess brother, the Princess uncle, a war hero of the Empire, a favored individual of the Church, and an unofficial powerhouse. Such a person is visiting Hyzens for personal reasons? There's no way. The Hyzens leadership immediately went into discussions to formulate a response. What's with the atmosphere? Did something happen in Hyzens, Eloise? Yes. Yes, indeed. And the reason is walking right beside me. Eloise sighed inwardly. Karl Adelheit. A man so outstanding that his excellence seems to pierce the heavens. Meeting him was a stroke of luck from the goddess. The best opportunity she would ever have. So she grabbed it. She begged him to notice her. She clung to him and wouldn't let go. Some might talk about elf pride, but Eloise didn't care about that. Better to be Karl's second than the wife of some idiotic elf. Lavrenti strongly claimed to be second, but that was nonsense. Eloise was the first to confess her feelings to Karl. She hadn't hidden it since the moment they met on the train. In contrast, Lavrenti only confessed later. Anyway, Eloise liked Karl. She liked everything about him, every aspect of him. The only thing that sometimes saddened her was when he would suddenly recall old memories. Really? I hope we didn't come at a bad time. Or when he would suddenly become clueless, like now. It's strange. He's usually so perceptive. Why does he become like this at times like these? She wondered if he was doing it on purpose, but he wasn't the type to be that playful, so he truly had no idea. He was just speaking without a filter. Idiot. Be aware of your position. Count of Friedrich County. In truth, this title isn't that significant. While the Count title isn't low in the empire, it's not overwhelmingly high either. However, if you focus on Friedrich or Adelheit instead of Count, the evaluation changes completely. The most prominent aspect is, of course, that it's the family of the current crown princess, the in-laws of the current crown prince. And Karl is the crown princess brother and the crown prince's brother-in-law, the princess uncle. Although he doesn't have royal blood, he's clearly a family member of the imperial family. This alone is enough for Heisens to feel pressured. If anything were to happen, wouldn't it give the empire a very tempting excuse? But it doesn't end there. Rather, it's just the beginning. The empire's war hero, a monster who received the Medal of Honor twice, and someone who even received the Legion of Honor medal, which we elves are so proud of. That's Karl. In short, it means he could wreak havoc in the Great Forest with just a great sword. Even if that doesn't happen, Karl's reaction could change the response of the empire's military, and the cooperative relationship could turn hostile at any moment. And crucially, he's a favored individual of the church. No, not just favored, but practically a saint. He brings about miracles wherever he goes, so it would be strange if the church wasn't obsessed with him. The church has already been burned by the elves once. To be precise, they were burned by the Luzerne's elves, but elves are elves in the end. Things have gotten better now, but in the past, the church openly rejected elves. They even went so far as to write in their doctrine at the time, those who are not human should not receive the teachings of goddess. He's a favored individual of that very church, a future saint. If Karl were to say, Heisens is a bit like that, the Radiant Church might immediately declare a holy war. And the Empire, as a partner of the church, might also pretend to be reluctantly involved. Eloise, do you know anything? Why is that man entering the Great Forest? Has anti-elf sentiment grown within the Empire? I haven't heard of any such things. Quick, check if we've given them a reason they don't know about. Hurry. This was the chaotic scene that unfolded when Eloise personally went to inform them of their arrival. The higher UPS were still clutching her hands, pleading, "Why are you doing this? Please ask your boyfriend. If the Empire is trying to turn us into enemies." This was the state of things. This was the atmosphere. Karl was, quite literally, a massive storm. "Oh, this place is really pretty, Eloise. Where are we?" The man himself, Karl, seemed oblivious or unconcerned, but, "Stop getting distracted and follow me. If you get lost, the crown princess will kill me. Do you think my sister is that cruel? That's because you didn't see your sister when she was dealing with the Luzerne's elves." Eloise shuddered slightly. She still had nightmares about it sometimes. When she asked for a watch, Ricotta gave Eloise her own wristwatch and asked, "Is the watch working all right?" If a rumor spread that she had caused trouble for Karl, Eloise was certain that the crown princess would throw off her dress, put on her military uniform, and chase after her with a dagger in hand. "Here it is, Karl." Arriving in front of a giant tree, Eloise gave an awkward smile. Her parents' house, the place where she was born. But she didn't have much attachment to it. She had lived there only until her childhood, then joined the military and stayed there ever since. She visited occasionally, but only to eat and leave. "I did tell them I was coming." Whatever. Let it be. Bam. "Mom, I'm home. Your daughter has brought you your son-in-law." And a moment later, ouch, Mom. It hurts. "I'm hitting you because it hurts. You little." After years of being away, that's the first thing you say? Eloise was getting smacked on the back, and another elf who looked very similar to her greeted Karl. *****. "Oh, Mom. Really? You're embarrassing me in front of your son-in-law. It is embarrassing. To think I've raised a daughter like this for so many years. What's wrong with me? I'm such a great daughter." "Shut your mouth. Am I visiting my future in-laws, or am I watching a sitcom?" Just as I started to feel mentally confused, Eloise's mother cleared her throat. "I've heard a lot about you, Karl Adelheit. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Yes. It's nice to meet you too, Mother." "Mom, can't you be a little more casual? You go kneel over there and raise your hands." Surely Eloise wouldn't do that, would she? "Do I have to stand here for an hour? If you know, then just quietly take your punishment." She raised both her hands as if accustomed to it. It was such a practiced pose that I was speechless. As I blinked in confusion, her mother spoke. "If you two are happy, I'm fine with it. There's no need to come all the way here to greet me. Just sending letters occasionally would be enough." "But, well, I thought it was proper etiquette, Mother." "Is that so? I'm grateful you said that." After that, I was able to hear various stories. Eloise's father was away due to some circumstances and wouldn't be back for at least a year. I wondered what kind of business would take that long, but a year for humans was only a few months for elves, so it wasn't that surprising. Besides that, there was one thing Eloise's mother specifically asked of me. "But just promise me one thing. Please speak, I'm listening." "Not a granddaughter like her, but a grandson like you n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I guarantee you won't be able to handle a daughter like her, and I certainly won't be able to handle a granddaughter like that. Understand?" Well, Mother, I don't think that's something I have any control over." "Oh, Mom, what's wrong with me? Even your father ran away when he heard you were coming. Oh, come on. When I first visited Eloise's family home, I expected to be seen as a thief stealing their daughter away, or to feel the awkwardness of them resenting their daughter for abandoning her race for love and going to the Empire. After all, they're elves. A race that has always looked down on humans and considered themselves superior. Since a pure-blooded elf was involved with a human, I expected some negativity. But there was none of that. Instead, what did I find? A slightly boisterous, but otherwise ordinary family, no different from any other. Perhaps that's why I suddenly found myself laughing. Karl. Eloise looked at me, and her mother followed her gaze. Why are you laughing? Is something wrong? No, mother. It's just. Eloise and you have somehow managed to erase the slight suspicion I had. Right. Just as there are canfras, there are also elves. And among those elves, there are ordinary people too. I was worried about my future children visiting Heisens with Eloise, but seeing her family, it seems like I don't need to worry about that at all. So, how did it go? Unfortunately, I didn't get to meet her father. So I left a message through the communication device. I'll try to greet him that way later, even though that'll be a year from now. Lav nodded at my words and fell silent. Lav. Sergeant Lavrenti. Sergeant Lavrenti. Wow, it's been ages since she was discharged, and she's still like this. You're really something, Lav. You called. No, I called you a few times, but you didn't answer. So I tried a drastic measure. I apologize. I was lost in thought. I think I can guess what you were thinking about. Exactly 1 week after visiting Eloise's family, it was time to visit Lav's. Compared to entering Heisens, this trip was a piece of cake. Nov. L. B//JNN. There was no need to consult the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about an imperial noble traveling within the empire. However, this was only from my perspective. From Lav's point of view, it was clearly a very stressful event. What did your parents say? My parents said they'd welcome me anytime. They even said they'd prepare a feast, even though it might be a humble meal. Please tell me you didn't just say okay and leave it at that. It's not just anyone, it's their daughter's future husband. It's only natural that her parents would prepare a warm welcome, even though I'm a noble and they're commoners, and even though the son-in-law is technically a guest. Lav's family has also received military honors for her service, a fact the Ministry of War acknowledges. The Silver Star Medal isn't something you get just for shooting a few rounds. Absolutely not. The Silver Star Medal is the second highest military honor. Receiving it is enough to earn a non-hereditary noble title. That's how difficult it is to be awarded, and that's why it proves that you've accomplished something extraordinary. So, even with the difference in social status, Lav's parents don't necessarily have to bow to you. If they do, they might end up being labeled as nobles who look down on the family of a decorated soldier, which could lead to social backlash against the nobles. I tried to dissuade them, but they were so determined. And the fact that you helped me earn this medal made them even more. What about your siblings? I heard Lav has many siblings. She even sends her salary home regularly. They were excited at first, but when they heard that a two-time recipient of the Medal of Honor was coming, they became a little intimidated. So I need to prove I'm not a monster first? Huh. My first Medal of Honor was for rescuing allies from behind enemy lines. The second was for preventing a Canfor-trained terrorist attack. The second one was the problem. Sure, it's all good, but if you keep increasing the number of Canfras I supposedly killed, I'll become a monster. I took down a few Canfras at most. But somehow, the story got twisted into me taking down dozens. There were even rumors that I took down hundreds. Wait a minute. If that were true, wouldn't that mean everyone on the train, which had a little over 100 passengers, were Canfras? That would mean the people I saved were all Canfras too. How does that make any sense? It feels like I'm being turned into a Canfra slaughtering machine, and it's frustrating. It wasn't that extreme. I guess the first thing I need to do is clear that up when I get there. When we arrived at Lav's house, it was surprisingly nice. I had heard they were struggling financially. Lav has been sending money home, but could it have made this much of a difference? This is thanks to the young lord of Marquis of Nafplion. My brother-in-law? Oh, right. Come to think of it, they were doing something similar in the Nafplion estate. It was my brother-in-law who provided Lav with financial and academic support to enter the academy. He's Selena's older brother and the future Marquis of Nafplion, the one I rescued. At first, Selena apparently resented her brother quite a bit. It was understandable, as his actions inadvertently created a potential rival for Karl's affections. But in the end, his actions were a stroke of genius. Thanks to him, Lav acknowledged Selena's superiority and is now engaged in a battle of souls with Eloise instead. Father? Mother? I'm home. As the door opened, a wave of heat washed over my face. Following close behind was a delicious aroma. You're here? Welcome, young lord. We've been waiting for you. Lav's mother, who greeted us personally, tried to bow her head. I barely managed to stop her. I explained that we were meeting as a future son-in-law and future mother-in-law, not as a noble and a commoner. I even had to jokingly warn her that I'd bow even lower if she kept insisting. As we went further in, I saw Lav's father hurriedly coming out. He was wiping his hands, so he must have been preparing to welcome me. Welcome, young lord. We've been waiting for you. I heard from Lav that her father also had experienced war. She added that he didn't fight on the front lines or in intense battles, but does one have to constantly fight enemies to be considered a veteran? I was rather relieved that he didn't have much experience. Father, mother, I apologize for visiting so late. Oh my, not at all, young lord. Please don't say that. It's already overwhelming that a noble like you is taking a commoner as a partner, and if you act like this, it puts us in a difficult position. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about the class system. It's a societal issue. The only thing I could do was to not act arrogantly just because I'm a noble. The rest of the schedule, as expected, was a typical family meal. Lav's father and mother urged me to eat more, and Lav herself joined in. Wow, what's with the dinner tonight? And then there were Lav's siblings, who were unintentionally treated to a feast because of me. Now's my chance. These kids could help lighten up this slightly stiff atmosphere. Hello, kids. Do you know who I am? Yes, of course we do. Who am I? The Canfra Slayer. TL/N, loudly crying face. Pft. Cough, cough. The youngest-looking child shouted confidently. Thanks to that outburst, Lav's parents, who had barely taken a bite, choked on their food. More importantly, the Canfra Slayer? Just how far has that nickname spread? I didn't slaughter any Canfras. It was a justified force in battle. I apologize. I apologize. Lav's parents and Lav herself apologized in the middle of their meal. But hey, he's just a kid. I can laugh off a child's prank. You're a Medal of Honor recipient, sir. Sorry about that. You're a hero of the church. The other siblings quickly covered the youngest's mouth and corrected him. It's definitely bustling with so many children, unlike other families. Well, it's not entirely wrong. But still, there's a certain atmosphere in the empire now, so you should be careful about mentioning Canfras. Understand, brother-in-law. What's a brother-in-law? It means your sister's husband. Aha, you're my sister's husband. Yes. So, do you understand? Yes, sir. That kid's got a loud voice. He'll make an excellent soldier as long as conscription exists. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. To give them some time to clean up after dinner, I stepped outside. Master. I turned around to see Lav approaching hesitantly. Lav, shouldn't you be helping inside? Well, my parents told me to come out. Why? Were they worried I'd leave early? No, it's not that. It's just. I could guess what she was about to say. She was probably worried that I, a noble, might be uncomfortable in a commoner's home. They must have told her to check on me and send me back if things weren't going well. But perhaps thanks to my memories of my past life, this atmosphere doesn't feel bad at all. Of course, it's a bit scary that I don't have any aversion to the class system due to the stronger influence of my current life. But I'm perfectly comfortable here, so it seems they were worried for nothing. Don't worry, I'm really okay. If I couldn't adapt to this, how could I have served as a soldier, and on the battlefield for over 2 years? If your parents are worried, tell them this. My master lived with other commoner soldiers in those harsh conditions. He can't possibly be uncomfortable with this. Right. I can't be uncomfortable. If I were, my comrades would come running and beat me up. They'd say I've gotten too full of myself and started acting like a noble. But then again, am I not a noble? Actually, I'm enjoying this. It brings back old memories. Are you talking about your time in the military, master? Yes. Actually, I was talking about my past life, but well, it's the same thing. Come to think of it, I'm curious. I remember most of my past life, but why can't I remember the end? Should I ask the goddess when I pray again? An omnipotent being. Goddess of light. Such a being would know about my past life, wouldn't they? If they could convey their will to me through light, then simple communication should be possible. So, let's ask if they know anything about my past life. But first, I need to figure out how to handle the visit to Lasker. Up until now, it's been easy. No issues whatsoever. But Lasker, well, that's a whole different thing. I had met both Lav and Eloise's parents. Only the mother in Eloise's case, but still. Now, the only one left was Lefia. The problem, however, started right there. Visiting Heisens was manageable, young lord. Eloise Lonegrand had some connections with the Heisens leadership. But Lefia Arkebel is different. Although she relinquished her title as princess, her lineage still belongs to the Lasker royal family. She could have been a potential successor to the previous Lasker king. She's different from Eloise. The shackles placed on Lefia by those foolish Laskerons were still holding her back. They always assumed the worst, even when they knew nothing would happen. This is why power is scary. This is why I try to avoid politics. And it wasn't just Lefia who was the problem. Additionally, your visit, young lord, could also be problematic. I believe you understand the reason without me having to explain. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which had readily allowed me to go to Heisens, had a 180-degree different reaction this time. The only hopeful response was that it might be possible for me to enter as part of a diplomatic visit with a minimal justification. For these reasons, it seems like a visit to Lasker won't be possible this semester. I'm sorry, Lefia. No, absolutely not. I'm really okay with it. I'm actually more worried that you're in a difficult situation because of me. What do you mean I'm in a difficult situation? I'm the one who feels sorry. I can meet Selena's parents whenever I want, so that's a pass. I've already personally met Eloise and Lav's parents, so that's another pass. With Lefia being the only one left, she must be feeling anxious, even if she doesn't show it. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it at this point. The only thing I could do was ask the other girls to look after Lefia. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs said they'll try to arrange an official state visit to Lasker before summer break, so let's aim for that. Yes, Senior. I'll be waiting. Thank you so much for your consideration. Seeing Lefia smile faintly, I suddenly understood the Lascaran's concerns. She has a certain charm. How should I describe it? A captivating aura? She doesn't have leadership or command skills. I don't know how to explain it. But one thing is for sure, the moment I see her, I find myself treating her well.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Oh, and if you have time, visit my family estate. My father is looking for you. The Count? Why me? Ask him when you get there. And oh, call him father, not Count. But, I'm embarrassed too, but it's a special request from my father. That's all for now with Lefia. I'd like to chat more, but I have an important appointment today. Your Eminence. Oh, you've arrived, Brother Karl. Today's appointment was with none other than Cardinal Nicolaus of the Radiant Church. He is the head of the first diocese, located near the capital. He's also the one who blessed this great sword that I'm now sick of. I heard you requested a meeting, so I rushed over, putting everything else aside. Oh, there was no need for that. Ha ha ha. If a brother who has reached the threshold of sainthood in life requests a meeting, anyone would do the same. So, what is it that you wanted to discuss with this old man? Well, Your Eminence. Have you heard of past lives? You see, it's like this. Due to some circumstances, I'd like to visit the Holy See this weekend. Would that be possible? Of course, I didn't say that. I'd be labeled a madman if I started talking about past lives. Instead, I decided to visit someone who might have the answers. I understand this is a very sudden request. The Holy See isn't just any territory, and it's rude to ask for entry so abruptly, just 5 days in advance. However, I won't ask why you're doing this. I'll simply answer this way, Brother Karl. Cardinal Nicolaus, with a smile on his face, gently tapped the back of my hand. Whenever, wherever, our church will always welcome you. This is not just my personal opinion, but the will of the entire church. I received an answer 5 days in advance for something that others might not even get after a month of requests. At times like this, I realize how convenient it is to have the saintly free pass. The weekend arrived, and I immediately boarded a train to the Holy See. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs asked if something had happened, but once again, it was a personal matter. I couldn't even say, I'm going to meet my future parents-in-law, like I did last time. What I'm about to do, even they would find hard to believe. I left all my companions behind, as it could take a while. It's just me now. I have a lot to think about, and I want to organize my thoughts. Clank clank. The train, which had been speeding along for hours, slowed down. I glanced out the window and saw a group of people in white priestly robes and paladins in white armor waiting at the station. A sigh escaped my lips, but what could I do? I wasn't just anyone. I was called a hero and a saint, and I even had a new holy relic in my possession. If the church didn't react to the arrival of such a person, it would be a sign of their decline. Brother Karl Adelheit? It's an honor to see you again, Your Grace. Yes, it's good to see you too. We'll escort you immediately. His Holiness is waiting for you. I worried that I might become the legendary weirdo who had breakfast with the Crown Prince, lunch with the Heisens leaders, and dinner with the Pope. The problem was that I couldn't help but think it was entirely possible. Welcome, Brother Karl. It's good to see you again. Your Holiness. I immediately bowed to the Pope and expressed my gratitude. Thanks to Your Holiness's benevolent heart, the prayers of everyone in the Holy See, and all the believers, my niece, the princess of our empire, was born healthy. Ha ha ha. How could that be my doing? It was the fervent prayers of the other brothers and sisters that the goddess heard and answered. The Pope deflected the credit and started a conversation on various topics. I answered sincerely, and the Pope continued the conversation for a few minutes. Your sudden visit raises some questions. Is there something going on? Finally getting to the main point, I revealed my purpose to the Pope. Actually, I have something I'd like to ask the Radiant Light, the goddess. If you are the one asking, brother, she will answer you anywhere. Of course, but I thought it would be better to ask in this holy land. Gotta manage public sentiment at times like this. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs loves it when I show respect to the Holy See, and it wouldn't hurt to be in the Church's good graces if I ever need their help in the future. I'm grateful for your words. Follow me. I'll guide you to the Temple of Radiance. The Temple of Radiance. It was a particularly important place in the Holy See. It was known as the location where the light first shone upon the world. This grand cathedral, and indeed the entire Holy See, were built around that very spot. If you ask there, brother, she will surely answer you. I followed the Pope and, a few minutes later, entered through a white door into a small shrine within the cathedral. I shall leave you now. Return when you are finished. With those words, the Pope led the priests away, closing the door behind them. After briefly looking around, I approached the statue of the goddess in the center. Yes, this would be the most reliable place to ask. And the fastest. Swoosh. I placed my hand on the statue. With a calm heart and a peaceful mind, I drew upon something from within and focused on the question I wanted to ask. O light, your humble creation dares to ask. I remember my previous life. What kind of place it was, and what kind of people lived there. What kind of person I was, and what kind of life I led. It wasn't a remarkable life. In fact, it was worse than my current life. But if you ask if it was unhappy, the answer is no. It was quite enjoyable. That's why it's even more puzzling. Why? How? But I can't remember the end very well. So I want to ask. If you happen to know, if you are aware, would you give me a hint? I waited quietly for an answer, but no sound or sign came. I looked around, but there was no light shining in like before. It was just the same calm and peaceful scene as before. I guess I'm the unusual one. Well, maybe the past life is a special privilege just for me. Goddess might not know either. In fact, that would make it truly unique. I touched the statue again and apologized for asking such a strange question. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sometime after Karl left, a breeze blew through the Temple of Radiance. And within that breeze, a voice that no one could hear was carried like a song. Because of you, 5 lived. Inside, Schleifen was busy moving his pen. There was so much to do. As the heir to the Marquisate and as a key member of the pension foundation, he had so many responsibilities in various areas that he often had to sacrifice sleep and meals. With a sigh, he put down his pen and leaned back in his chair. Staring blankly at the flickering mana lamp, he muttered to himself without realizing it. I miss it. Yes, he missed it. The academy. Those moments when he was a student there. He missed it madly, terribly. To put it bluntly, he missed it damn badly. As soon as he graduated, Schleifen immediately started working as the heir to the Marquisate of Adria. He would succeed the Rosenberg family, either next year or 2 years later at the latest. He would follow in his father's footsteps and become the Marquis of Adria. He would become one of the pillars of the empire. Therefore, he had to maximize his capabilities as a lord before then. He had been preparing for it, but after graduating from the academy, the intensity of his work more than doubled. Documents poured in every day, and Schleifen was constantly tempered in the fires of real-world experience. He steeled his resolve. It was something he had to do, a duty placed upon him. It couldn't be enjoyable. It was a duty, a job, and at the same time, an ordeal. His father, too, would groan and clutch his head whenever a mountain of documents piled up. He had to do it. He must accomplish it. It's not just him who's struggling, everyone is. His father, his grandfather, his friends, too. Isn't it a duty they all must bear? But this is a bit much. It's too hard. It's too boring. And most importantly, I can't even relieve this stress. If this were the academy, I would have endured it, no matter how difficult or tiring the assignments, exams, or anything else. When things got tough, he could talk to his friends, joke around, and then go back to focusing on his work. Because that cycle repeated itself, he could endure it. He could always withstand it. But now, he's no longer an academy student. He's a graduate who has left that place. I can't go back. I can visit the academy again, but I can't turn back time. Schleifen suddenly felt melancholic as he remembered this fact. It had only been a few months, but it already felt like years had passed. He suddenly felt a large hole in his chest, a vast emptiness filling him. He tried to dismiss it as a fleeting emotion, a sentimental feeling that comes with the dawn. So, Schleifen decided to call it a night and went to bed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. But it doesn't get any better. The next day, Schleifen contacted Wilhelm, the heir to the Fritz family of the Gramstad Marquisate and his friend, through the magic communication device to pour out his woes. Knowing Wilhelm's personality, he would probably retort, "Stop whining and just admit you're calling because you don't want to work." Even during their student days, they had countless bickering and arguments over such things. Schleifen regretted bringing it up, but he felt that venting like this would help him feel better. Sigh. Wilhelm let out a sigh. Schleifen gave a wry smile. Here it comes, he thought. He's about to bombard me with how I'm being useless. And I'll just grumble back, saying, "What are friends for? Just listen to me. I feel the same." Wait, what? What are friends for? Hold on, Wilhelm. What did you just say? I said I feel the same way as you, Schleifen. As I work until dawn, I remember. It's only been a few months, but the past already feels hazy, like it happened years ago. Back then, I felt like I could do anything, overcome any obstacle. But in just a few months, I've become someone who just reminisces about those memories. Anyone listening would think they were old men who had tasted all the bitterness of life. In reality, it was a conversation between young men barely in their mid-20s. I never imagined you'd feel that way too. Damn it, I didn't expect to feel like this either. But when did it start? About 2 days ago? I suddenly started thinking, what am I doing with my life? We're fulfilling our duties. Yes, that's right. Duties. I have no intention of running away from them. You know, right? The rights we hold come from fulfilling our responsibilities. I don't plan to give those up. But still, sometimes, the past, which was much more fun than now, comes to mind, and it's unbearable. To be precise, it wasn't the entire academy he missed, but the time spent with someone he met there. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that he was longing for that. What about Karl? He's going to Heisens, then the Holy See, and to Lasker in the summer. Lucky him. We're stuck in our rooms, wrestling with paperwork. Won't he be in the same boat as us in 2 years anyway? I don't mean to belittle Karl, but the workload of a county is different from that of a marquisate. A marquisate holds immense power, even able to command counties. Excluding dukedoms, the marquisate boasts the largest territory. Precisely because of this, the responsibilities are far greater. Karl, too, will one day sit in the same position as them and carry out the same duties. But the amount of work will differ. Perhaps half, or even a quarter of the hardship they endure. I suddenly feel like teasing Karl. Me too. If we were still at the academy, we'd be right there, messing with him. If the heads of their families heard this, they might scold them, saying, "You're still acting like children even after growing up." But there were no family heads here, only friends who knew each other's true selves. Me too. Hey, Wilhelm. Hold on a second. Schleifen picked up another magic communication device. Wilhelm did the same. A moment later, Schleifen was face to face with Alexander, and Wilhelm with Joachim, and they came to one conclusion. I'm going crazy with boredom. It seemed they needed a change. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So you came to me for this. Hey, let's ask you something. How should I deal with these hydras who came to visit me on a weekend morning? I pondered whether I should give all four heads a headlock again as I spoke. So, you woke me up on this beautiful weekend morning because you don't want to work. Hey now, Karl. That's not it. Yeah, we just. Don't deepen your voices. Before I shave your Adam's apples with a planer. Yes, sir. I know your true colors, so don't try to imitate some historical drama tone on me. You're asking for it. If you have that much free time, go do more work. How can you say such harsh words? We're dying here. You're not dead, since you made it all the way here. That means you can work more. No, we can't take it anymore. We need a change. Nov. L. B // JNN. So, you damn fools. What kind of change do you want that you came all the way here for? You're alumni, but the heirs to marquiates and counties who barged into the academy. The students are already whispering, wondering if something's happened again. Sighing, I looked at the four sitting in front of me. Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim. My proud hydras. I haven't exterminated them yet because they occasionally do good things. If these guys were troublemakers, my greatsword would become a disciplinary tool. Absolutely. I haven't said it out loud, but I'm always grateful to them. I just did my job, nothing more. I didn't really have any other intentions. But it was these guys who did the heavy lifting. It started with the pension foundation. Maybe it was thanks to them that change began. It would have been difficult without them. And they helped me a lot in other areas too. I should do something for them. Let me think. What was the first thing I did for these guys? Headlock? No, a greatsword drenched in camphor blood? Not that either. Mint chocolate bunjapang. Oh, for **CK's sake. I quickly shook my head to scatter the demonic thoughts. I could still vividly recall the chocolate, strawberry, and mint chocolate ice cream they sold at the southern beach. Not that either. Not that either. The first thing I did for these guys was, I remembered. Military enlistment. Thinking back on it now, I might have been a bit of a bad guy, suggesting enlistment to these guys who were relatively well-behaved and kind-hearted. And they even readily accepted and went, didn't they? If I did that again, I wouldn't be a human, but a beast. So, what these guys who keep clamoring for change really need is, hey, no matter how much I thought about it, it seemed like the right answer. Go date someone. Dating, 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 dating. My dear friends, when you all raise your voices at the same time, my ears take quadruple damage. I can hear you all just fine, so please lower the volume a bit. This old man's hearing is still intact. Yes, dating. Why are you suddenly jumping to that conclusion? It's a perfectly logical reason. Listen up, guys. First, you've left the academy, where you were full of energy, excitement, and anticipation for what tomorrow might bring. Now you're stuck in a monotonous daily routine, and you're dying because of it. Right. Second, it's already hard to adjust, but the constant influx of work is making the pressure even worse. True. Third, but this is such an important duty for you that you can't avoid it. You can't even ask anyone else to do it for you. At my words, the four of them looked at each other for a moment, then nodded. Well, that settles it. It's crystal clear. It's not even difficult. That's exactly why you need to date. Karl, your words have always been hard to understand, but today you're even worse. Cut the crap and tell us properly. Why are you suddenly talking about dating? Are you trying to provoke us by mentioning your visits to your in-laws? These guys are being a pain even after I'm trying to give them sincere advice. Should I just forget about it? Let them deal with their boredom and frustration themselves? No, I should be patient. They're my friends after all. And I did just give them a hefty deposit into the pension foundation this month. Just listen without interrupting. Your problem is this, right? You need a change in your routine. You need a break from work. But you can't just slack off and have fun. That's pretty much it. It's not pretty much, it's 100% accurate. If you keep denying it, I'm done here. Let's say you're right, Karl. So what? The benefits of dating. I strongly emphasized this point to the four of them. First, if you flirt and have fun while dating, the boredom of everyday life will vanish in an instant. It's obvious. I've never seen anyone who finds their days boring while in love. And even if there was such a person, I, who is currently in love, would teach them a lesson with my great sword. Furthermore, by dating, you four can officially take a break from work. Wait a minute, Karl. How does dating free us from work? Think carefully. What is the most important quality for a head of a family, a titled noble of the empire, my dear friends? Sense of duty, loyalty, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Look at these righteous nobles. In other genres, they'd be talking about power and strength. They're being so upright that I'm starting to feel like I'm teaching them something bad. Of course, those are important. But guys, you're missing the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing. Yes. Whether it's a noble from a small rural territory or a duke governing a vast duchy, the most important thing they all value is the issue of succession. I intentionally left it out, but this even includes the empire's absolute, inviolable imperial family. Everywhere you go, successors are important. If the line of succession is disrupted, any reign can be shaken. That's why, no matter where you go in the world, the person who can produce an heir emerges as a strong contender for the next ruler. They'd rather choose a bastard who can have children than a legitimate heir who can't. In other words, the four of you dating isn't just about overcoming the boredom of everyday life. In reality, none of you have a partner yet. No, you don't even have girlfriends. Your fathers, the two marquises and the counts, who occasionally visit me, always lament about this. Young Lord Karl already has 4 potential wives. I wonder what my son is doing. It's frustrating. Why are those boys so clueless? Could young Lord Karl perhaps give them a hint sometimes? If a hint doesn't work, just give them a push. I'm counting on you. Right now, they're still adjusting to their work, so they don't have time. The marquises know that, so they're not pressuring them yet. But as time passes, and they get used to their work and have more free time, that's when they'll start hearing from the marquises, bring home a daughter-in-law, or they'll start preparing for arranged marriages. I know from experience, arranged marriages are not the way to go. Marriage, even between well-matched couples, is full of fights, hurt feelings, and pain. If you base it solely on a connection created for the sake of the family, I guarantee that the lifelong marriage will become a lifelong shackle and curse. To you, it might just be dating, but your family heads will see it as you taking steps to secure the future of your houses. Then, they might adjust your workload if you start seeing someone. You can learn to work anytime, but no one knows when or how you'll meet the right person. Honestly, saying this makes it sound like I'm telling them to date if they don't want to work. That's not my intention at all, but that's how it's coming across, which worries me. Dating? Huh. Dating. We want to date too, but we've never. Huh? Are you guys telling me you've never dated before? But you're heirs to prominent noble families, how? Well, our first crush was Selena, right? And we got rejected right away. We were so shocked that we avoided girls for a while. From then on, we were so busy having fun with you, Karl, that we didn't even think about dating. I'm not happy at all, you guys. You're telling me you didn't even consider dating because you were having too much fun with me? Damn it, I'm not happy at all. You have no idea how much I suffered because of you. Anyway, you guys need to start thinking seriously about this. I'm not just trying to help you escape your work, I'm doing this for the sake of your families. Is it that serious? You'll be taking over as heads of your families in 2, or maybe 3 years at the latest. But the position of the mistress, who's supposed to manage the household affairs, who's going to lead the servants then? In noble families, important family matters are handled by the women. Even my wedding preparations with Selena are being led by our mothers, not the heads of our families. But the future heads of marquiades and counties have no one by their side? That's a problem in itself. It's not just an issue for your families, but it could also lead to strange rumors. For example, that you're impotent and can't have children. What? Me? Impotent? Or that you have a strange sexual preference for men. I like these guys. Oh hell nah. Get lost. Seeing their strong reactions, it seems like neither of those is true. That's the situation. So, think seriously about it, okay? I never thought I'd hear that from you here. Me neither. I thought maybe our fathers had stopped nagging us about getting married and finding a woman. If you know that, then hurry up and do it. I can't be the only one collecting wedding gifts. There's a code of ethics. If you receive, you must also give. I have to go now. Unlike you guys, I'm still an academy student and have student activities to attend. Oh really? You were just complaining about the weekend a minute ago. What student activities do you have on the weekend? You guys wouldn't understand, but I'm even busier on weekends. Sounds like a joke, right? I wish it were a joke, but it's not. I use weekends to meet with my juniors and show them what a senior is like. Isn't that more like showing off than acting like a proper senior? Shut up, Schleifen. This is why I hate his perceptive ass. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Are you ready, brother-in-law? Yes, I'm all set. But, Your Highness, I really don't understand, honestly. Isn't it unnecessary for Your Highness to come personally for this? What are you talking about? I'm talking about going to the Imperial Palace. You could have just sent someone to fetch me. I don't think it's necessary for the Crown Prince to come himself. At my words, the Crown Prince clicked his tongue. What? Did I say something wrong? First of all, brother-in-law, you're a Medal of Honor recipient. If I just sent someone to bring you to the Imperial Palace, what would that say about the prestige of the Medal of Honor, and how our Imperial family treats its recipients? It's only right for me to come in person. But, and personally, you're V's brother and the princess uncle. It's natural for family to come when family calls, don't you think? That's true. It is true, but still, Your Highness, you're the next emperor. Besides, this is actually the most crucial reason. The Crown Prince leaned closer and spoke quietly, as if afraid someone might hear him. Our little princess has been crying so loudly lately. It seems she's going to be quite the woman. So, you're saying you ran away because you couldn't handle my niece's crying. I suddenly noticed that the Crown Prince's face looked haggard, with dark circles under his eyes. TL/N, Dad, life ain't easy Why would the Crown Prince suddenly take this humble person with him? To understand this question, we need to go back in time a bit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Niece? My little niece. I hummed a tune as I walked. Today was the day I'd see my niece. I had only seen her once on the day she was born, and not since then. The reason being that both the mother and child needed time to recover. After that, I was busy with various things and couldn't see my niece for over a month. But finally, I had some free time and was on my way to meet our little princess. Nov. L. B /JNN. On the way to the Imperial Palace, I stared blankly at my hands. Even though some time had passed, I couldn't forget the warmth I felt when I held her. The scent unique to babies and her tiny figure seemed to be permanently etched in my eyes. Maybe this is why babies are called healthy drugs. Even though I only saw her briefly, I couldn't wait to see her again. I was so excited. Be a good uncle. Be a good subject. I don't know how many times I repeated this to myself. At the same time, I thought it would be nice to have my own child. They say the first time is the hardest, and seeing my niece for the first time made me so happy and excited. I took a carriage sent from the Imperial Palace and headed straight there. Passing by the Imperial Knights, whom I've seen so often that we now exchange pleasantries, I arrived at my destination. Crown Princess. You're here. Normally, she would narrow her eyes if I didn't call her sister. But right now, there were maids and guards present. It wasn't a private setting yet, so both of us maintained a formal demeanor. I'd like to have a word with my brother. Could you excuse us for a moment? The head maid attending to her in the Imperial Palace was someone who had served her since their time at the family estate. She was originally supposed to manage the household staff at the estate with the butler, but thanks to Rika, she was now the head maid of the Imperial Palace, and would eventually become the head maid of the entire Imperial household. Naturally, she knew me. So, after agreeing to Rika's request, she exchanged a knowing glance with me. The other maids and guards followed suit, leaving just me and Rika alone. Russell. No. To be precise, there were 3 of us. Me, Rika, and my niece in her arms. Would you like to hold her, Karl? Is it okay? She seems to be sleeping soundly. What if she wakes up? Lily is a bit sensitive, but she's fine when she's asleep. Here. I took my niece from Rika's arms. The small baby wrapped in a blanket had a strange scent that I couldn't quite describe. It was like the smell of milk, or something else. I wasn't sure. She's so beautiful, my little niece. Hee. Is she that pretty? Yes. She's even prettier because she looks like you. This was definitely not flattery. Just so you know, my sister is truly beautiful. If my brother-in-law weren't the crown prince, I would have proudly exclaimed, wow, my brother-in-law hit the jackpot. I'm glad you said that. Our Lily will be so happy to hear it. Oh, her hand moved. Seeing her tiny hand wriggling, I couldn't help but want to hold it. She's truly a bundle of joy. It made me realize the truth behind the saying that even those without children can develop maternal instincts around babies. If I, her uncle, felt this way, Rika must feel it even more strongly. And so, with Lily in my arms, I was catching up with Rika. Your Highness, the Crown Prince is coming. Huh? My brother-in-law is here already? That's strange. It's not even the end of the workday yet. As I tilted my head in confusion, Rika smiled and explained the reason. Lately, he's been completely smitten with his first child, his first daughter. He's been working so hard to finish his duties in the afternoon, and if that's not possible, he cuts his mealtime short to come see her. He's truly devoted. He's already achieved 2 out of the 8 doting parent achievements. A wife and a child. It's not a bad thing, but it's a bit concerning for the Crown Prince to leave work early. My brother-in-law is here too. Greetings, Your Highness. Normally, I should have handed my niece back to Rika and given a proper greeting, but the Crown Prince entered so quickly that I couldn't. So, I bowed slightly while holding my niece. Why? Oh, my niece woke up. Brother-in-law, why did you have to come at this moment? My niece, who had been sleeping soundly in my arms, suddenly burst into tears. I was so flustered by the suddenness that Rika came over and took her. She then soothed the crying baby, and despite being a first-time mother, she seemed quite skilled. I didn't enter noisily. Perhaps the princess has sensitive ears. Was he embarrassed that the baby woke up as soon as he entered? Flustered, the Crown Prince approached and coughed awkwardly before muttering. It seems she was startled by the touch of a stranger. If I were to say, yes, it's because of you, brother-in-law, I'd be labeled a disloyal subject. So, I shifted the blame to myself, and the Crown Prince gratefully patted my shoulder. Don't worry too much. When V holds her like that, she'll calm down soon. Wah? She calms down quickly, both at night and during the day, so don't worry. Wah? Was it just my imagination, or were the exclamation marks in her cries increasing? I glanced at my niece, and even though Rika tried to hide it, she looked quite flustered. The Crown Prince had just said that she calms down quickly in her mother's arms, but she was crying so pitifully in her mother's arms, so it was understandable that the new parents were flustered. And I, as a new uncle, couldn't do anything about it either. V, let me hold her for a moment. The Crown Prince took my niece from Rika and tried to soothe her, but the crying wouldn't stop. It was getting louder. Even the head maid standing behind them was giving them a look, as if to say, shall I take her? Karl. Yes, sister. Yes, Your Highness. You hold her for a moment. Me? Not the head maid, not Rika, but me? Why? The Crown Prince was just as confused as I was, staring blankly at Rika, as if he couldn't understand why she was handing their daughter over to me. But as my niece's cries grew louder, the crown prince finally relented. And as I hesitantly held my niece again, I started to worry about how to soothe her, a difficult and challenging problem. Oh, but I didn't have to. As soon as she was back in my arms, her crying suddenly subsided. Brother-in-law, the crown prince, who had been gesturing to the headmaid, looked at me in surprise. Meanwhile, my niece had completely stopped crying. Not only that, but she was looking directly at me. Seeing her sparkling eyes, I couldn't help but smile. Hello, my little niece. Are you done crying now? She was still a baby, only a few months old. There was no way she could understand my words. But our little princess, as if she understood me, continued to stare at me. Agu, oh, my, gasp. And the first babble, which no one expected, was an added bonus. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Since that day, I've been summoned to the imperial palace whenever I had free time. It seems my little niece, who usually sleeps, cries, or just rolls her eyes around, has started to become more active whenever I'm around. I feel like I've somehow taken over the maid's job. I feel a bit sorry, but what can I do? My niece keeps asking for me. She even stops crying as soon as I hold her. Could she already recognize people? It's been 2 months since my niece was born. Unfortunately, I lack knowledge about babies. I'm not even sure if they can make sounds at this age, let alone recognize people. Meanwhile, my little niece, whether she truly recognizes me or not, stops crying whenever I hold her or look at her. The crown prince and Rika, as well as the maids, were quite surprised by that strange sight. Thanks to that, I've become my niece's designated soother whenever I have time. Like today. Wah, wah. As soon as I entered the imperial palace, I heard my niece's ear-splitting cries. When I went to see her, I saw Rika and the headmaid trying to calm her down. Your Highness. Karl, you're here. This was the first time I'd seen Rika welcome me for a different reason. As I chuckled at the strange situation, the crying grew louder. It was as if she was throwing a tantrum, saying, pay attention only to me. Yes, yes, I'm coming. My little niece. Oh dear, your uncle is here. So please stop crying. I took my niece from Rika and soothed her, and as usual, her cries subsided. Watching this, Rika and the headmaid had expressions of deep gratitude. And the crown prince, my brother-in-law, hey, don't give me that look of disappointment. You're the one who always seems to set her off. I once again soothed my niece and handed her back to Rika. As soon as she left my arms, my niece seemed to be on the verge of tears, but when I stayed close, she decided to hold it in, as if saying, I'll let it slide this time. It seems our daughter already adores her uncle. Your Highness, you're not jealous, are you? Don't worry, I haven't stolen your wife's heart. I'm just good at soothing a baby. I've heard. After Hyzens and the Holy See, it seems Lasker will be next. Yes, Your Highness. For Lefia's sake, I think it's right to visit at least once. I understand your intentions, brother-in-law, but there's no way to avoid diplomatic issues entirely. I nodded in agreement with the crown prince's words. Hyzens and Lasker both acknowledged the empire's superiority and bowed before it. There's also Avaleshti, but there's no reason for me to visit there, so let's set that aside. Anyway, at first glance, they might seem similar, but there are differences if you look closer. Hyzens formed an alliance with the empire against the common enemy Luzernes and shed blood together. On the other hand, Lasker, although the empire won a decisive victory, did engage in a war with the empire. They were the ones who caused bloodshed. While both are currently cooperating with the empire, the atmosphere is different. In that situation, if Lefia, who could have threatened the current Lasker queen's position, and the son of an imperial soldier who nearly destroyed Lasker, were to visit together, it would surely cause another uproar. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs also expressed their concerns about that. Don't blame them too much. They're just doing their job. Of course. How could I blame the hard-working officials of the empire? If they weren't doing their job well, I would criticize them. But since they're doing a good job, there's no reason to. And I also understand that from Lasker's perspective, my visit with Lefia would be burdensome.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Even though I'm not a count yet, I can still think politically to that extent. But you still intend to go, don't you, brother-in-law? Yes. I apologize, Your Highness. It's fine. She's a woman who must miss her homeland, and if she marries you in the future, she'll have even fewer chances to visit. It's better for her to go now while she can. It's times like these when I'm thankful that the crown prince dotes on his wife. Even though my visit would require the empire to make some concessions to Lasker, he's saying it's better for me to go. When are you planning to go? I'm thinking of going on the summer break. Summer break. So, about a month or two. A month and a half left. Roughly around that time. Then we should inform Lasker of your visit through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs by next week. I cautiously asked the crown prince what kind of reason they were planning to use. The answer I received was both absurd and befitting of the future emperor of the empire. Honestly, a woman who was once your royalty wishes to form a bond with a noble of our empire. Before that, the noble of our empire wishes to inform them of this as her future husband and son-in-law. That's what we'll say. Why beat around the bush? It's true that our empire is making a concession, but that doesn't mean we have to be submissive. So, brother-in-law, act confidently. We're only yielding out of courtesy, not because we're inferior in terms of justification or power. In short, he was telling me not to back down, even if it meant causing another incident like my previous visit to Lasker. Touched by the Crown Prince's words, I expressed my gratitude. Don't mention it, brother-in-law. You're not only my brother-in-law and the princess uncle, but also the pride and honor of the empire. So you can afford to be a little more assertive. The Crown Prince patted my shoulder, encouraging me not to worry. I was about to reply that I would serve the imperial family with even greater loyalty in the future. That being said, brother-in-law. Yes, your highness. Do you have any special methods? Sorry. Suddenly asking such a question without any context left me wondering how to respond. I blinked, waiting for him to complete his question. Well, whenever I hold our princess, she cries, but when you hold her, she immediately stops and stares intently. I was hoping you could share any tips you might have. Is that possible? For a moment, I almost looked at him with eyes full of pity. Oh dear. A father already feeling neglected by his daughter, or perhaps even worse. I felt so sorry for my brother-in-law that I wanted to offer him some comfort. But there was a problem. In fact, it was the most important issue. Your Highness, I apologize, but I don't have any special methods. No special methods. No, Your Highness. I don't do anything in particular when I hold the princess. After all, I don't have any children. I'm not even married yet. It's not right to ask me, how can I hold a baby properly? The Crown Prince must know this. In fact, he's probably well aware. But for him to ask such a favor, it must mean the situation is quite urgent. Your Highness. Rika, holding my niece, gave me a look of disapproval. But this time, the Crown Prince didn't give up and asked me again. Are you really sure there's nothing? Even the smallest, most trivial thing would be helpful. Your Highness. Every time I hold her, she cries so pitifully that it breaks my heart. I want to see my daughter peacefully nestled in my arms too. At this rate, the Crown Prince might start crying before his daughter does. In the end, I agreed and told him everything I could think of. I wasn't sure if it would actually be helpful or not. That's enough, Your Highness. Karl needs to leave soon. Karl. You're right. I'll be late if I don't go now. Your Highness. I've kept you too long. I apologize, brother-in-law. You should head back. Yes, Your Highness. Then. Why? Oh dear, niece. Why are you crying again? You're making it hard for your uncle to leave? Rika gestured for me to go, but seeing my niece who showed no signs of stopping, I couldn't bring myself to leave. Sis, wait a moment. In the end, I had to hold and soothe my niece once again until she calmed down. ****. Ministry of Education, Department of Historical Records. It's done. Finally. The officials, with dark circles under their eyes, jumped up from their seats in unison. 2 years of hard work and tedious overtime had finally come to an end. Quickly contact the minister. Tell him we're ready to publish. Yes, sir. As someone rushed out, the chief of the Department of Historical Records slumped back in his chair with his colleagues. It had been a long and tiring battle, filled with immense pressure. This was no ordinary task, and any mistake could lead to major problems. That's why, for the past few months, they had camped out in the Ministry of Education, even giving up their time off. They ate, washed, and slept there, leading the work from the front lines. Chief, we have a magic communication from the minister. Connected immediately. Look at that, the communication device rang right after we sent someone. The minister must have been working too, but to respond this quickly, he must have been waiting for the news. I heard the news, Chief. The work is finally done. Yes, Minister. We've completed thorough verification and proofreading. We're ready for distribution. Send a few copies to the Ministry of War's Public Affairs Department first. If they find no issues, we'll start distributing them to the Imperial Academy and other places. Yes, sir. Oh, and one more thing. The most important part. The words that everyone in the Department of Historical Records had been waiting for. You and the Department of Historical Records staff will receive a month's paid leave as a reward after all the work is finished. Wow, Minister. Of course, you can't all leave at once. Manage the staff so they can take turns. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. A month of paid leave. This wasn't just a simple break. Such a long vacation as a reward meant they had received significant additional points for their work performance, which would greatly impact their promotions. With this joyful news, the Department of Historical Records was in a festive mood. It felt like their hard work was finally paying off. Then quickly send a few copies to the Ministry of War's Public Affairs Department. We need to check their response. Yes, sir. The item they were all busily carrying under their arms. Imperial War Heroes latest edition. Sergeant Karl Adelheit section added, Yug. Lately, Lefia couldn't bring herself to raise her head. If you asked if something had happened, well, yes, it had. But if you asked if it was something she experienced as a foreigner, the answer was no. The students here treated her better than anyone else. Then what exactly had happened? Why couldn't she hold her head up high? Karl, what are you doing? A corner of the Academy Square had been under construction, and suddenly, a statue appeared. A man carrying an injured Imperial soldier, running while bathed in light pouring from the sky. His clenched jaw, determined eyes, the expression of someone determined to save another. It was a magnificent statue, even if it didn't quite capture Karl's real-life charm. It wasn't just anywhere, but at the Academy, his name forever enshrined alongside other heroes of the Empire. Every time she passed by, she would hear first-year students say, "This person here is still a student at our academy." It always made her happy. Whenever Karl's name was praised, a shy smile would spread across her face, and she would be startled by her own reaction. But that was one thing, and having the face of the person she liked so prominently displayed was a bit embarrassing. To be precise, it wasn't Karl who was embarrassing, but her own feelings for him. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Lefia, you're here again. A female classmate she had been friends with since their first year approached her. She was from some noble family, but Lefia still couldn't remember the name of the territory. Were you looking at Karl's statue again? And no, I wasn't. Oh please. You know this is the perfect spot to see his statue. Lefia almost asked how she knew that so well. If she had actually asked, her friend would have grinned and teased, "Caught you? Why so sensitive? Are you jealous? Anyway, let's go. We have 10 minutes left before class." Okay, let's go. The next class was Imperial History, Advanced, 2, focusing on wars and the resulting changes in the empire. To understand the empire's history, one must first understand its history of conflict. Only then could one be treated as an imperial citizen, even if they weren't one, when living in the empire. For that reason, Lefia was more dedicated to the history class than anyone else. If the people of her homeland, Lasker, knew this, some would be saddened, and others would be furious. She might have renounced her title as princess, but her royal lineage remained. Even though they were cooperating with the empire now, the people of Lasker had fought against them in the past. In that context, it would be uncomfortable for them to see Lefia, a former princess, trying to assimilate into the empire more than anyone else. That's why Lefia didn't want to return to her homeland. When Karl visited the parents of the other women, she was a little envious but said she was okay. She said she didn't need to go to Lasker, and that was the reason why. What can I do? I may be Lascaron, but who made me live as an imperial citizen? It was frustrating, but she wasn't angry. Rather, she was coming to terms with it. She knew that the blood flowing through her veins was more of a curse than a privilege. Alright, let's begin the class. Does anyone remember where we left off yesterday? Lefia, who had been resting her chin on her hand, reflexively answered the question. We were at the beginning of the chapter on the Southern Great Forest War, Professor. Oh, Lefia. You answered right away. Must have been studying hard, huh? It wasn't studying. It was because the person deeply involved in that incident was sitting right next to her. Unable to say that, Lefia just chuckled. Professor. Today, there was a teaching assistant standing next to the professor. The assistant called out to the professor, who responded with a surprised ah, and paused the lecture. We have a supplementary text to share with you regarding the Southern Great Forest War. It's just been distributed by the Ministry of Education, so it's not official yet. They're looking for feedback to see if there are any revisions needed, so please take a copy and read through it. The teaching assistant then opened a package on the podium. Inside were books that looked freshly printed. The Imperial War Heroes? Oh, it looks like a new edition. It is. But why did they revise it again? Were there any errors? The students whispered amongst themselves as they received the books. As a reference book on war heroes, it underwent thorough verification and was usually used for several years once distributed. But they had received a new one just last year, and now there was another update. This meant there must have been some errors. Huh. Lefia's classmate let out a gasp as she looked through the book. Surprised by her reaction, Lefia asked, "What's wrong? Look here. Isn't this Karl? Karl. What page is it?" Almost at the end. It's a newly added section. Lefia quickly flipped through her book. Sergeant Karl Adelheit, the unsung hero of the Southern Great Forest War. The legend of the rescue mission. Single-handedly brought back an entire company, turning the tide of the war. Subsequently awarded the Medal of Honor. The only case of a noble-born soldier receiving the Medal of Honor. Oh my goodness. It was true. Karl was in the new edition. Ah, that's why they were redistributing it as the latest edition, even though they received a new one last year. A thought suddenly occurred to her. Paper was an important resource, so was it okay to use it so freely? They could have released the updated version later, so why were they rushing to revise it now? As Lefia pondered this, she soon came close to the answer. The Empire wants to avoid showing any sign of neglecting its heroes. Whenever a new hero emerged, they made sure to publicize it to the citizens of the Empire. While a world without heroes might be the ultimate utopia, the world wasn't like that, so they needed heroes even more. Wow, they've written about him in such detail. It seems like Karl's section alone takes up almost 50 pages. That's probably because it includes what happened after the Southern Great Forest War. I don't think so. Look here. There's nothing written after the train terrorist incident. Ah, it says here, Karl Adelheit's actions after the Southern Great Forest War will be covered separately. The Radiant Church, Heisens, and Lasker. Ah, so they're saying they'll release something else about those later. At this rate, Karl's name might even appear in the Imperial Diplomacy and Theology classes. As the students chuckled at the joke, Lefia blushed. Wow, Karl was everywhere. He was all over the academy. The other students just laughed it off as a famous senior being featured, but it was different for her. From her perspective, Karl was everywhere she looked, and it was making her heart race. First the statue, and now through the textbook with the professor's passionate lectures. She heard from other students that there was even a special lecture scheduled for the weekend. But was this the end? Of course not. It was just the beginning. Did you hear the news? What news? Did someone break up again? Not that? I just heard that there's been a sudden surge of noble children wanting to enlist in the military. They say they want to experience their limits by serving as soldiers or something. Cough. Lefia, who was having coffee alone at a cafe after class, choked. Noble children suddenly wanting to enlist in the military. This could only mean. Is that because of Karl? I can't think of any other reason. I'm guessing the same. With statues of him all over the empire and his name being so well known, it seems like more people are thinking that his military service was the start of it all. No way. That's just because Karl is amazing. According to the students' conversation, the Ministry of War was troubled by this trend. Naturally, it becomes very difficult to manage when children from noble families enlist as soldiers. The vast majority of conscripts are commoners. If a noble joins them, it could disrupt the hierarchy. Even though Karl never acted arrogantly or demanded special treatment as a noble and faithfully fulfilled his duties, there was no guarantee that everyone would be like him. If they caused trouble, it would only tarnish the reputation that Karl had built for nobles. Besides, their parents might not be as reasonable as Karl's. Clearing her throat, Lefia nodded silently. He was truly an amazing person. To think he would even start a trend of military enlistment. She could now understand the saying that a good influence spreads faster than wildfire. Oh, wow. The quiet cafe suddenly became noisy. As Lefia was about to raise her head to see what was happening. Thump. There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. Karl sat down in front of Lefia and continued speaking as if it were nothing. Lasker, let's go. This summer break. What? But. If they say anything, just ignore them. A daughter wants to visit her parents, a son-in-law wants to visit his in-laws. It was none other than the Empire's war hero speaking like that, so Lefia couldn't help but nod. The Minister of War, Bossism, was once again racking his brains and groaning in frustration. Sir, the sons of noble families are lining up to enlist. They're asking why Sergeant Karl Adelheit has to fulfill his duty when they don't have to, since nobles aren't conscripted. The families of these young men are also raising objections. What should we do? Damn it. Cigarettes. Where are my cigarettes? I need a smoke. This isn't enough. I know it's crazy to do this during work, but I can't stand it sober. Rummaging through his drawer, he soon found a bottle of liquor hidden in the back. Pop. He pulled out the cork and took a generous swig. The pungent aroma and burning sensation flowed down his throat, sending a wave of warmth through his body. That's better. I feel alive now. My head is finally clearing up. As they say, a soldier lives on cigarettes and alcohol. It seems that trait still lingers even though it's been a while since I left the military. Of course, this is just a temporary solution. A brief escape. Even now, my subordinates are screaming while dealing with those nobles. They ask why they can't fulfill their duties like Karl Adelheit. Duties my ass, they're burdens. You bastards. I don't know what kind of fantasy they have. Do they really think they can become like Karl just by enlisting as soldiers? Do they think it's easy to enlist, go to war, and survive on the front lines for 2 years? And on top of that, you have to single-handedly save hundreds of your comrades to earn a Medal of Honor. What delusion are they living in? I thought it would be great to use it as much as the Public Relations Department did since his name was spread throughout the empire, but as you can see, the worst drawback was slowly strangling me. Minister. It's the Director of Personnel Administration. Come in. The door opened and Baden Ural, the Director of Personnel Administration of the Ministry of War, entered. How's it going? The same as always. The young ones are still asking to be drafted as conscripts so they can fulfill their duties, and the heads of their families are encouraging them instead of stopping them. Damn it. Have they lost their sense of what war is because they've only been in the countryside? I guarantee you, if we draft them as soldiers, most of them won't even make it through basic training. And of those who remain, most will quit as soon as they meet their seniors after being assigned to their units. Even if a very small number remain, the other soldiers in their units will be complaining that they're a nuisance. They're literally burdens. It's better for everyone if nobles just stay in their place as nobles. They talk about duty and all that, but they can just apply to be officers or donate more money instead. Explain it to them clearly and send them home. If we let these nobles in and something goes wrong, they'll all come whining to the Ministry of War. They say they'll never do that. Who will believe that? At least Sergeant Karl Adelheit's Friedrich County was a family of warriors for generations, but these guys are all just a bunch of nobodies. I understand their admiration for Karl, but they can never be like Karl. He's just unique. He has incredible luck. Goddess loves him, and his abilities are unmatched. Frankly, could they even kill the head of Luzernes with a single bullet? No. Could they even survive on the battlefield for more than 3 days? If they get captured and ask us to pay a ransom for their sons, it'll only hurt morale. Besides, the Empire isn't even in danger right now. There's no war. Enough. Give them 3 days and send them all home. If they really want to fulfill their duty, tell them to apply to be officers or donate more money to the soldiers. We're not taking any more nobles as soldiers. Yes, sir. But, sir, 3 days is a bit short. We need at least 5 days. 4 days. No more. Think about the ministry's schedule. Considering the victory celebration and soldier appreciation event in a few days, 3 days is already very generous. The director seemed to know this as well, sighing and bowing his head before leaving. *****. While the Ministry of War was struggling with the unreasonable demands of the nobles, the Ministry of Welfare was also being overwhelmed by a literal tsunami of work. Manager, here are the review results from each region. Director, These are the requests for grade review re-evaluation. Minister, these are the important matters that must be confirmed this time. From the lowest ranking officials to the minister, everyone was being equally crushed in this terrible situation. Sadly, Karl was involved in this as well. It all started with the Karl Adelheit Veterans Pension Foundation. It started with good intentions, and the Ministry of Welfare responded by expanding it. Up to that point, it was really good. The Ministry of Welfare felt like some of their work was being taken care of. The problem was that this stimulated others to sprout up like bamboo shoots after rain. They wanted to support not only veterans but also a wider range of fields. As these overlapped, the Ministry of Welfare was suddenly hit with an increased workload. Why is everyone becoming so kind? Why are so many people donating now when they barely did a few years ago? The investigation revealed that the reason was, as expected, Karl's existence. More precisely, it was because of a series of events. The establishment of a pension foundation for veterans after receiving the Medal of Honor and the huge number of people involved in it. It didn't stop there, and even the church was involved, so now it wasn't just an honorable thing to do, but something you'd be cursed for not doing. Compensation is natural for those who sacrifice. Those who don't know how to express gratitude shouldn't even dream of enjoying the fruits of their sacrifice. As this awareness spread, support expanded everywhere rapidly. The first project to grow in size was the one to support discharged soldiers. Countless nobles joined the project started by the Ifrit family of the Marquisate of Nafplion, willingly donating money and taking good care of the citizens of the empire. It didn't stop there, and the next plan was, of course, the Active Duty Soldier Support Project. It mainly focused on improving the treatment of soldiers and promoting proper living spaces, and it began to progress steadily. Remember our heroes? Never forget the sacrifices that brought us this far. Surely, the goddess is by the side of those who sacrifice themselves. Look at Sergeant Karl Adelheit. The light shines upon him, so we must express our gratitude to all those he calls heroes. The empire already had a good perception of its soldiers. But with Karl, who had even received a miracle from the goddess, soldiers were elevated to an untouchable realm. Just mentioning the fact that he had been a soldier of the empire brought respectful gazes. As perceptions changed, thoughts about national defense naturally improved, and as someone set an example, naturally, many people followed him in admiration. On a grand scale, the status of all soldiers in the empire was elevated. On a personal level, Karl achieved unprecedented fame and glory. Even though War Hero Karl compiled by the Ministry of Education was only a small part of it. Regarding the sacred relic, they had to talk to the Radiant Church first, and for the Legion of Honor medal, they had to discuss with Hyzens for how much more to promote it. Finally, a new discussion was scheduled with the educators from the Lasker region. Even the imperial family, who were typically uncomfortable with excessive praise for an individual, had no particular objections. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Rather, they were subtly pushing him forward. He was the younger brother of the crown princess and the uncle of the imperial heir. The higher he rose, the higher the evaluation of the future rulers of the empire, who would have him as their subject, would also rise. ******. Meanwhile, I'm dying of embarrassment. I've been hearing all the news lately. Everyone's busy, right? But why do I have to cringe every time I see this? Wow, look at that. My statue is so shiny. It's blinding, isn't it? Should I be thankful they didn't make it out of gold? They didn't actually put any in there, did they? Student Karl. It seems like it's time to enter. Yes, instructor. I'm going in. Now it's come to the absurd point where a student is giving a lecture. This is absolutely ridiculous, but what can I do? I have to endure it. Besides, I gave permission to use my name for national projects. If I go back on my word now, my pride will be completely shattered. I can't allow that. I'm embarrassed. It's awkward, but I have to do it. So that everyone I fought with can become heroes. So that they can all be remembered and appreciated. Students, I would like to introduce student Karl Adelheit, no, Sergeant Karl Adelheit, who will be giving a special lecture today on the weekend. A sudden thought comes to mind. The elves and Lasker should really be grateful to me. It would be a disaster if I wrote something like, the only good Canfra is a dead Canfra on the blackboard. Or maybe, Lasker are actually just wimps with swords. There are a few things I've noticed since becoming a third-year student. First of all, academy life, which was quite fun until second year, has become a bit boring. Don't get me wrong. When I say it's boring, I don't mean the academy itself is bad, but rather that I feel that way because the people around me are either gone due to their own circumstances or don't have time. First of all, Selena is back to her grad school life and thesis preparation, so I barely see her even once every 3 days. Eloise, Lav, and Lefia, who were relatively relaxed in their first year, are now filling their schedules with lectures due to the pressure of graduation scores. Lastly, the 4 friends who used to be so noisy have already graduated and are no longer at the academy. Meanwhile, I have my student life plus my activities as an Imperial War Hero, so I'm quite busy. I attend lectures during the week, give lectures on weekends, and occasionally get invited by the church when I have some free time. So, my body is busy, but my mind is incredibly bored. It's a very strange situation. Because of this, I've been longing for summer vacation more than ever. I'm hoping the attention on me will die down a bit around that time, and more importantly, I have definite plans to visit Lasker with Lefia. Midterm exams start tomorrow. Don't forget, everyone. You're third-year students now. If your grades are low and you fail, you will be very busy not only in the second semester but also in your fourth year, after the midterm exams, which I'm actually looking forward to. Oh my, it's already final exams. As I said last time, grades? Please, everyone, I hope you have a relaxed fourth year. Some of your seniors couldn't. After passing the final hurdle of final exams. Students, you've all worked hard this semester. I hope you have a wonderful vacation, and I'll see you in good health at the first lecture of the second semester. The first semester of the academy had finally come to an end. All that was left was to visit Lasker with Lefia during the vacation, but... Why? Oh my little niece. Why are you so sad today? That's strange. She usually stops crying when her uncle holds him. Indeed, Your Highness. I came to the Imperial Palace to inform them that the vacation had started and that we would be visiting Lasker in a few days. But for some reason, my little niece, unlike usual, wouldn't stop crying no matter how much I tried to soothe and hold her. Why? Karl. Hand her over to me. In the end, my sister, unable to watch any longer, took Lily. But even in her mother's arms, my niece's crying continued. No, it got even louder when she left my arms. They say young children grow up crying, but this crying was different. The Crown Prince and my sister must have sensed it too, because they even called the royal physician and priests, but all they heard was, "She doesn't seem to be sick." In the end, even after being passed from my sister to my brother-in-law, and then from my brother-in-law to me, my little nephew, Lily, kept crying, seemingly upset and dissatisfied about something. ****. Is she asleep? Nov. L. B /JNN. Yes. Karl, I think she's exhausted from crying so much. My sister lets out a sigh as she looks at Lily, sound asleep in her cradle. Oh my, I never imagined my sister would sigh like that. Just how much damage did the baby's crying inflict on her? It's strange. She's not sick, but she cried even when you held her. Nothing we did could soothe her. I thought she might be ill. Because of that, it took over an hour before I could finally tell them what I came here for. We're scheduled to leave in 3 days. How long do you plan to stay, brother-in-law? A month at most. If there's no particular reason, I'm thinking about 2 weeks. If you stay too long, the Lasker people might feel uncomfortable, right? To be honest, yes. We have to consider their side too. Like it or not, we're in a cooperative relationship with them now. By now, the Lasker Queen's power would be incomparably stronger than before. It wouldn't be shaken even if a former challenger who could have ascended the throne through the opposition appeared. Rather, showing an even firmer stance in front of her would reveal the unshakable nature of her royal authority to the world. But that's one thing, and the thoughts of the surrounding officials might be different. They always say that power is about assuming the worst-case scenario, so it's understandable, but on the other hand, I wonder if it's really necessary. Honestly, if we told Lefia to be the queen, she's not the type to draw her sword and say, "I'm inheriting the throne, sister." She's too kind. She would just say she absolutely won't do it. It's very kind of you to consider the relationship between the two countries. But as I said before, don't be too humble. Just as they have their pride, our empire has its own. And when that pride is damaged, it's obvious whose displeasure would be more fearsome. At the Crown Prince's last words, I felt a sense of reassurance filling my head. Anyway, it's time for you to leave. Don't you have a lot to prepare for? You also need to organize things that will happen while you're away. 2 weeks is not a short time, brother-in-law. The Crown Prince's advice is indeed reasonable. Then I shall. Oh dear. Oh. Both the Crown Prince and I let out a sigh almost simultaneously at the sound of crying coming from the cradle. The headmaid rushed in to soothe my niece, but my sister stopped her and took Lily herself, rocking and comforting her in an attempt to quiet her cries. But her efforts were in vain. My niece once again cried out loud enough to wake the dead. She had only been asleep for about 30 minutes. Did she recover all her energy in that short time? She was crying so pitifully. I don't know why you're doing this, my dear. Even my sister couldn't hide her bewilderment as she held my niece, not knowing what to do. Could it be that she instinctively knows I'll be gone for a while? I was so desperate that I even thought about that. Maybe that's why she's crying so sadly. It's absurd, but since it's my niece, I thought it might be possible. Sister, can I hold her for a moment? So, I decided to try a last-ditch effort. Oh dear, my little niece. Lily, stop crying. Your uncle will bring you a wonderful gift when he comes back. Okay, something you can play with when you're older, something really cool and pretty. Uncle will give this gift only to Lily. So let's not cry and wait until then, okay? If you cry like this, Uncle's heart will ache so much that he won't know what to do. Then, something amazing happened. Even though she's clearly at an age where she can't even properly recognize things, let alone understand words. Lily's cries gradually began to subside, as if she understood what I was saying. I was so stunned by this unbelievable event that I was momentarily speechless. As if asking why I wasn't comforting her anymore, Lily whimpered again, so I quickly patted her back. Then, my niece, who had truly stopped crying, soon fell into a deep sleep. Oh my goodness. As I held the small, warm baby in my arms, the Crown Prince and my sister exclaimed in unison. Even the headmaid was covering her mouth, trying to hide her surprise. After holding Lily for about 10 minutes and confirming that she was sound asleep, I handed her over to my sister, brother-in-law. Just as I was about to leave, the Crown Prince quietly approached me. This is something that came up in a discussion a while ago. I wasn't thinking about it, but after seeing what happened today, I think I need to bring it up. If you're thinking of giving me more work, I respectfully decline. My schedule is already full, Your Highness. Don't worry about that. If I really need you to do something, I'll adjust your schedule so that my orders take priority. That's very touching, Your Highness. Should I just use the sister card? Why my brother-in-law is bullying me. If I do it just once, I bet my arms and legs that the Crown Prince will call me the next day begging for help. Anyway, actually, there's been talk of appointing you as our daughter's godfather. Godfather? Me? But I'm already her uncle, but godparents can be anyone but the parents. In fact, it's often close relatives who are appointed godfather. I hesitated for a moment, but soon shook my head. Why not? I'd rather hear my niece call me uncle than godfather. If you don't want it, I can't force you, of course. And besides, there's already someone with the same name as me, so if I also become the godfather, never mind. Forget I said that. So, what kind of gift are you going to bring for our daughter? What else could be better than a sword from Lasker? I just received a good sword, so I think I'll bring a nice sword for my niece as well. And if Lasker doesn't give me a gift this time, well, then I'll just have to pull out my trump card, the talking greatsword. Translator, Angel Dust. During the Academy's summer vacation, Karl and Lefia finally headed to Lasker, hand in hand. The train they boarded was accompanied not only by escort troops but also by key figures from the Radiant Church, ostensibly for matters related to the Lasker diocese. However, no one would be unaware that the real reason was to monitor whether Lasker would treat their guests with respect. Karl had already visited Lasker once before. Even then, he was a war hero of the Empire. He was also the brother-in-law of the Crown Prince, the younger brother of the Crown Princess, and the eldest son and heir of Count Friedrich, who was known as the Nightmare of Lasker. But things were different now. There was a clear difference. At least back then, he wasn't the uncle of the imperial heir, the future crown princess, nor was he an important figure in the church, to the point of being considered for sainthood while still alive. N/O/vel/b/c/n.c/om. And he wasn't as widely praised in all aspects of society in the empire as he was now. In other words, if Lasker made any mistakes in welcoming their guests this time, even if they claimed ignorance, and if Karl felt disappointed and made it public. From the Empire's perspective, for the sake of Karl Adelheit, the young lord who will become one of the political and social guardians of the newborn imperial heir, it's highly likely that they will exert even stronger pressure than necessary. There's no need to even mention the imperial heir. Karl Adelheit's name is already involved in all areas of the empire. If the imperial military rises up, and the veterans and discharged soldiers rise up, the imperial leadership will surely move as well. There's also the church. It's not impossible that they would immediately discuss a holy war and make Lasker the enemy of all. The Lasker leadership was in chaos. It would have been better if Karl had come alone. But Lefia was with him. Even though she had failed, even though she had refused it herself, she was still someone who could have potentially challenged the current queen of Lasker for the throne. Her return alone could create an atmosphere of what if, among the people of the kingdom, but now Karl Adelheit was with her? If rumors spread that they're trying to take over the kingdom with the help of a foreign power, it'll be the end. There could be talk that they're trying to destroy Lasker by joining hands with Baba Yaga. The Lasker leadership, burdened with these worries, reported to their queen. What decision would she make? They had already accepted the request to enter Lasker, so they couldn't cancel it now, but how would they react to it? It was at this moment, as the officials and knights worried about the queen's decision on the matter. What are you worried about? If they are heroes of the empire and honored guests of the church, they are heroes and honored guests of Lasker as well. We have already decided to cooperate with the empire. We have already accepted the church's teachings. So there is nothing to worry about. We will welcome them with smiles and send them off with smiles. Therefore, empire, do not try to pressure us too much. If you continue to push us despite our humble stance, we will have no choice but to raise our swords until the last one is broken. Welcome our guests with the utmost hospitality. Do not push us to the brink. That is all. At least, for now. With the Queen of Lasker's will made clear, the officials could proceed with a lighter heart. That's the current atmosphere within Lasker, Brother Karl. One of the priests accompanying us to Lasker delivered the news. As expected of the church. Very reliable. This is why it's best to be connected to religion wherever you go. They say there are two powers that will bring you information without you even asking. Religion and communism. We can exclude the red flavor since it doesn't exist in this world yet. Honestly, with monarchism still firmly in place, even mentioning it could lead to severe consequences. Then what's left is religion. Currently, I'm a respected figure in the Radiant Church, even being considered for sainthood. Naturally, they kept an eye on my situation and delivered information that might be useful to me without me even asking. Thank you, priest. That's a relief. I was worried that Lasker might be very uncomfortable with my visit. How could they dare? You are a hero of the empire and an honored individual of the church. If Lasker reacts negatively and faces backlash, they will lose all justification for their actions. That's true. But it's precisely because it's true that I'm more worried. Honestly, if I were the Lasker officials and someone like me came to visit, I would probably scream, please don't come. Just go away. Go away, dozens of times. Of course, it's too late to turn back now, young lord. We'll be arriving in the royal capital soon. The Lasker officials were worried about only one thing: Lefia's accommodation. Whether she relinquished her status as a princess or holds no political power in the country, to those currently in power, she remains a troublesome and unsettling figure. Even now, according to the news the church keeps delivering, there's talk of surveillance and whatnot. I can confidently say that if they actually try to do that, Lasker will face my great sword that very day. How dare they say that to a woman who gave up her status and everything to live her own life? Damn it. And we anticipated that, so we simplified the schedule as much as possible. We reduced the travel routes and avoided unnecessary meetings that could lead to misunderstandings. First, a meeting with the former king who abdicated, and then the Queen of Lasker. That's the end of the official meetings. We won't meet anyone else. The next stop would simply be the place where Lefia was born and her maternal family's home. Even with just this, those guys would grumble about inconvenience, but they couldn't openly express it. It was the former king who wanted to see Lefia, so who could say no to that? If someone did, they could be rightfully punished by the current queen for defying the former king. And by the way, I'd also be showing my face to my future father-in-law. Welcome. Lasker is pleased to have you both visit. Look at this. The official envoy from the royal family didn't show any special treatment towards Lefia. Normally, it would be appropriate to treat her as royalty, being the daughter of the former king and the sister of the current queen. But the fact that they didn't do so means they've made their decision clear. I glanced at Lefia. I was worried she might be offended, but fortunately, that wasn't the case. Instead, she seemed to be worried about being treated like royalty. We will escort you to the former king's residence. Since we weren't 100% welcomed guests, our schedule proceeded quickly. The first stop was a meeting with the former king of Lasker. In front of him, Lefia announced her arrival with a slightly trembling voice. Your Majesty, welcome. Unfortunately, neither Lefia nor the former king could embrace and enjoy a reunion. They both knew too well that such actions would only cause unnecessary rumors and turmoil within the kingdom. Come here, young Lord Karl Adelheit. Instead, the former king spoke to me, his son-in-law, to convey his message to Lefia. She is an upright child, but also a delicate one. She has given up everything, yet gained everything. Please take good care of her. I will not ask you to love her the most, but please embrace her with love. Just saying of course wouldn't be enough to easily appease a father's heart. So, I decided to reassure my foreign father-in-law in a very Laskerian way. Although I am not from Lasker, I have been recognized as a knight by the Knights of Lasker, and as a knight, I have learned that it is my duty to cherish my lady. Thank you. That was the end of our conversation. He might want to spend some time talking to his daughter, so I quietly stepped back, and Lefia began to chat with the former king, or rather, her father, after a long time. The meeting with the former king was brief. Next was the Queen of Lasker, Lefia's half-sister. In truth, the time with the queen was even shorter. Unlike the relatively free former king, the queen had a mountain of work to do, so it was understandable that she couldn't devote more time to us even if she wished to. Lefia. Even so, the queen made sure to do what she had to. Congratulations on your upcoming marriage. Your Majesty. My circumstances prevent me from attending your wedding in person, but I will pray for you from afar. Be happy. At her words, Lefia bit her lip. It was heartbreaking to see her trying to hold back tears in such a happy moment. I leave her in your care, young Lord Karl. I will. Given the circumstances, I couldn't ask for a sword for my niece. It seems it would be better to do that the day before we leave. Eloise Lonegrand. An elf. A woman who treats everyone casually, regardless of who they are. However, even Eloise couldn't help but be cautious and careful with her words this time. Selena. Are you okay? Dark circles that had sunk so low they nearly reached her chin. Lifeless eyes. And most of all, an unidentified muttering that seemed like it could kill anyone who crossed her path. This was Eloise, who had served in Heisen's elite special forces, specifically in a unit specializing in high-risk operations. She had done and experienced all sorts of things. Naturally, she could control her fear, but even she was experiencing this kind of fear for the first time. You're asking if I'm okay? Yes, I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. You don't look fine at all. No, forget it. Never mind. Muttering about wanting to kill the person who invented the thesis, wondering why mages haven't developed a time turner yet, and declaring that if they had, she'd steal it and confront the inventor of thesis. Selena, who had never been like this before, was exuding a murderous aura. Eloise, feeling like Selena would really snap someone's neck if they got in her way, quietly sipped her drink. I guess grad school really isn't worth it. Lavrenti was frozen as well. She was also very nervous about Selena's state. There's nothing scarier than someone suddenly acting out of character. The two women were experiencing this firsthand. And these were women who had been through the battlefield, veterans in controlling fear. But the professor isn't giving you a hard time, right, Selena? Right. Yeah, that's right. The professor is a good person. That's why I want to kill the person who invented thesis even more. Eloise, let's just shut up and drink our coffee. For once, Eloise nodded without any objection to Lavrenti's words. The two women brought up another topic, leaving Selina, who was still muttering something with a chilling expression. Karl left 4 days ago, right? It's been 5 days now, Louise. It's already been that long. I'm sure he's met the former king of Lasker by now, right? The first thing on his list was to meet Lefia's father, so I'm sure he has. Right. But I'm still a little worried. It's Lasker, after all. Louise sipped her coffee, recalling which family Karl belonged to. I know what you're worried about, but it'll be fine, Louise. Have you forgotten what kind of person Master is? I haven't forgotten. But when it comes to national pride, even that can be forgotten. I'm not saying this to belittle humans, but elves are the same. It's just, how should I explain it? Ugh, I don't know. Anyway, there's something like that. Waving her hand dismissively, Louise took a sip of coffee. So there's nothing to worry about. Master wouldn't be unaware of that. I doubt he would go to Lasker and make unreasonable requests. Lavrenti, who replied, also drank her coffee. Or rather, she tried to. Oh, Karl said he was going to ask the Queen of Lasker for a sword. What? Selina. No, I met him briefly before he left. That's when he said he was going to get a gift for the imperial heir. At Selina's sudden return to her senses, the two women were speechless. Meanwhile, at that time, young Lord Karl Adelheit. What did you just say? If you have any unused swords, I would appreciate it if you could give me one. And if you do, a famous sword would be nice, even though she is the queen of a nation. Isn't he a bit too bold in front of her? The queen of Lasker, Emir too, was speechless at the man's audacity. *****. Some people would probably say I'm out of my mind. That I'm crazy. Even though it's true that the empire has the upper hand and Lasker is in a relatively weaker position. Even so, there are protocols to be observed, boundaries not to be overstepped, and they might say I'm being too presumptuous. But it's not like my argument is completely unreasonable. I made it clear from the beginning. The sword I'll receive from Lasker is not for me, but for the imperial heir. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. It will be a gift for the future crown princess, and eventually, the empress of the empire. The short-sighted and simple-minded will only focus on the request-like nature of the favor and this sword as a symbol of national pride. Some of the extreme pro-knight factions in Lasker would be those kinds of people. I heard they still don't acknowledge the empire's superiority and are shouting that they need to be prepared to fight at any time. For the Queen of Lasker, Emir too, my sister-in-law, this would be an unpleasant sight. I understand her feelings towards the empire, but for now, it's more important to read the situation and focus on steady growth. Yet, they keep getting in the way and throwing cold water on the peaceful atmosphere we've worked so hard to create. It must be frustrating. If she could, she would probably want to get rid of them all. But she lacks the justification for it, so she's biding her time. In that situation, offering a Laskrian sword as a gift to the imperial heir. Some would say she's even selling out her pride. But what if, in that situation, I, of all people, were to formally declare it a gift and emphasize its significance? Lasker would become the first to give a gift to the imperial heir. Leaving aside pride and all that, it would be a significant achievement, having done something that even the imperial dukes haven't done yet. Why is it important? Because if they've achieved such a significant diplomatic feat, and the domestic dissenters keep making noise, they can now say, I worked hard to improve relations with the empire to this extent, and you're ruining it, so you're the traitors. Why is it important? Because if they've achieved such a significant diplomatic feat, and the domestic dissenters keep making noise, the queen can now say, I worked hard to improve relations with the empire to this extent, and you're undermining it, so you're the ones betraying Lasker. The queen seemed to have somewhat grasped that aspect as well. She was staring at me with a strange look. I decided to show her that I had no other intentions but to benefit Lasker. Officially, it's a place with formal diplomatic relations with the empire, but personally, it's the homeland of my future wife. I wish to offer a small gift to that place, and I hope your majesty will accept it with a generous heart. It's my wife's home, so I'm just trying to find a way for our empire to get along with them. Oh my, look at our queen, her mind working so fast. I can almost hear the gears turning in her head. She's probably calculating the benefits she can gain from this, as well as the losses she'll have to bear. Follow me for a moment. Finally, it seems she had finished her calculations and reached a conclusion, as the queen beckoned me with a silent gesture. I quietly followed her with my escorts, and soon we arrived at a rather secret location. Although my sister has abandoned her royal status and is marrying a man from another country, in Lasker, when a royal gets married, the royal family always gives a suitable gift. Is this an early wedding gift? But if that's the case, it becomes a strange situation where a gift is being given back as a gift, doesn't it? Whether she knew my thoughts or not, the queen held 2 swords, each in one hand, both of which looked quite impressive at first glance. One is for you, and the other is an additional gift from my heart. You may do as you wish with it. Aha, so you haven't officially given a gift to the imperial heir. This is just a gesture of goodwill. But that goodwill could be a gift to my niece. Therefore, it means you've given a gift anyway, so the empire should understand Lasker's heart. At the same time, it doesn't give too much of a weakness to the domestic faction, either. As expected, politics isn't for everyone. Power isn't for everyone to wield. Thinking that the world is a scary place, I accepted the 2 swords the queen offered. Let's give the most ornate and coolest looking one to my niece? ******. Oh, how about this one, niece? Does this look the best? Oh, 10 days later, Karl returned to the Empire and presented the heir with a magnificent sword that looked extraordinary at first glance. As if understanding what it was, the little child babbled and welcomed it. Haha. Watching the scene, the Crown Prince simply laughed. No, I thought it was a joke, but I didn't think he would actually bring it. And the Queen of Lasker, who actually gave this, is also amazing. It's like she's saying she'll use it to her advantage. Now that I think about it, that sword is a tool to silence the dissatisfied factions within Lasker. Anyone who complains about it now becomes someone who insults the Queen's pride. She can rebuke them, saying she made a great effort to achieve diplomatic success, and asking what they have done. She's a formidable queen. Perhaps Lasker could recover its national power faster than expected. So it's fortunate that Friedrich County is still strong and unwavering, and that the next lord of that place is a loyal and trustworthy subject of the Empire. Oh, Your Highness. You can't take both swords. Oh, but I'm a little bit jealous. My daughter still doesn't smile like that even when she sees her father. But as soon as her uncle arrives, she forgets all about her crying and starts babbling. That's incredible. So you really asked for a sword for the imperial heir right then and there. I didn't say it so bluntly. I just asked for a gift. That's the same thing, you idiot. Lefia, your sister seems really amazing. Well, my sister is quite amazing. No, that's a misunderstanding. Someone might think I'm a crazy guy who swung a greatsword in front of the queen and made demands. I may be a little different from others, but I wouldn't go that far. Both I and the Queen of Lasker had political intentions. We didn't just engage in a reckless exchange of gifts without any consideration, did we? That would be utterly foolish. Everyone calculated the potential benefits and drawbacks, navigating the situation with diplomatic finesse. You're amazing, Master. Truly amazing. Lav. Is that a compliment? Huh? Oh, of course. It's amazing. How could you be so bold in front of the Queen of Lasker? Actually, I had no choice but to be bold. The Empire and the Radiant Church were behind me. And personally, the Queen of Lasker is my sister-in-law, so I can be a little comfortable with her, right? Everything that happened in Lasker was nothing special. We just had a conversation. But when I returned home, I found that some strange rumors had spread. Young Lord Karl Adelheit obtained a sword directly from the Queen of Lasker. He personally chose a gift for the imperial heir and said, if you don't give it to me, this time it won't be the Canfras, but the knights who will be my enemy. Damn it. What are they talking about? Why am I putting knights on the same level as Canfras? At least they didn't see humans as beasts like the Canfras did. And I never said anything like that. Why would I say that to my in-laws? I wasn't the only one who was shocked. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs also started making corrections, fearing that Lasker might get furious. They said that I had not made any rude remarks, and that this was simply the Queen of Lasker showing kindness to a guest. One fortunate thing was that Lasker's internal affairs were unexpectedly quiet. Either they had anticipated this, or they started internal cleanup as soon as Lefia and I left. From my perspective, it seemed more like the latter than the former. As Lefia said, she's a good person, but also an excellent politician. If you ask if those who want to disrupt relations with the Empire, gaining nothing but chaos, blood, and destruction, are truly knights and patriots, they'll have no choice but to kneel and beg or simply die. Things I would never have seen as an ignorant soldier. But things I can see now that I'm in charge of our family and the county instead of my sister. Like I always say, this is why politics and power are scary. Ugh, yuck. Oh, right. Selena, this is for you. Huh. I saw how bad her dark circles were last time, and now they seem to have gotten even worse. So, as soon as I got to Lasker, I asked around and found something. It's a monotonic that knights often use. They say it helps with focus and maintaining overall health, especially when under stress. Oh, thank you, Karl. But wait, did you buy this just for me? Of course. Grad school isn't easy. It's only natural for me to take care of you. One in the military, one in grad school. There's probably no couple more absurd than Selena and me. We both deal blows to each other, and then feel sorry for each other because of it. I hope it will become a memory we can laugh about later. Ugh. Seeing this makes me a little envious of grad school. Don't talk nonsense, Eloise. You say that after seeing Selena. But Karl takes care of her because she's in grad school. Lav, aren't you jealous? No, I'm not. I just need Master by my side. Wow, seriously. Lavrenti can say those things without hesitation. Ugh, my heart can't take this. Even if she's my woman, this is too much to handle. Hey, Lav, don't you feel embarrassed saying things like that? I'm confident. My feelings for Master are an unchanging truth. Eloise turns her head and looks at me with a creaking sound. What? Why are you looking at me instead of Lav? I didn't tell her to say that. I'm innocent. What did you do in the past too? I didn't do anything, you stupid elf. Meanwhile, Lefia is in awe. Wow, whoa. Hold on. Only Lav can pull that off. You guys can't? Asterisk. This summer vacation was no different from previous ones. If I had to pick out the differences, it would be that the various departments of the Empire were looking for me more often. The amount of family work I had to take on as the young lord was increasing, and my niece was crying for me every day, so I had to visit the Imperial Palace every 3 days. In the process, I also came across a shocking fact. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. Your Highness, What do you mean? The official announcement will be made in the fall, brother-in-law, the crown prince. My brother-in-law, he's going to be the emperor. My niece will become the crown princess. And the current emperor, who is perfectly fine, will step down from all fronts. Just looking at this, it feels like a forced abdication. I can almost picture my brother-in-law being cast as a villain, usurping the throne. But upon closer look, there was a reason why it had to be this way. It's top secret, but I can tell you, brother-in-law. Actually, father collapsed yesterday. His Majesty. Fortunately, he regained consciousness quickly and is now able to carry out his daily life. But according to the priests and doctors, his health has deteriorated greatly due to overwork. Overwork. It's understandable. The empire has gone through all sorts of things while the current emperor has been in power. There was the terrible Southern Great Forest War, and the war with Lasker around the same time. Even one war is enough to make you lose all your hair and suffer from chronic indigestion. The current emperor has experienced 2 major wars in addition to the internal affairs of the empire. It would be strange if he were healthy in that situation. He was always so dedicated to his work. I suddenly remembered the conversations I had with the emperor in the past. They were all good words. He was truly a man who cared for the empire and its people. But he also sacrificed a lot for it. So, His Majesty made a hasty decision. I tried to stop him as much as I could. I said I couldn't accept it. But father's will was firm. He also said he wanted to give the crown princess position to his granddaughter when she turned 1, so it just so happened that the timing coincided. Becoming emperor. Becoming the new ruler of this vast empire. There would be people who would cry out in joy at that fact alone. But the crown prince, my brother-in-law, was full of bitterness instead of joy. Your Highness, I cannot bring myself to rejoice. Though I knew this day would come, the thought that the radiant son of our empire, who has always been a beacon of strength, must now fade fills me with sorrow. Perhaps the crown prince sees his future self in the emperor. Nothing is eternal. No matter how virtuous or wise a ruler may be, the time to step down eventually comes. Everyone else, but especially you, brother-in-law, will be very busy. I'm prepared. The reason I'm getting busy isn't simply because I'm the young lord of Friedrich County. If I were busy just because I'm the young lord, the 4 of them would be even busier. The young lord of Amir County would simply need to offer their congratulations and swear fealty to the new emperor. But I'm not an ordinary young lord of a county. I'm the war hero that the emperor and crown prince have promoted and celebrated. I'm also the unbreakable link between the empire and the church. Besides that, I'm a crazy guy who strangely has many connections with other countries like Heisens and Lasker. To tell you in advance, Your Highness. Of course, there's no need to worry about me. If I had other thoughts, why would I have fought on the battlefield in the first place? I am only loyal to this empire and the imperial family. I already know that and don't doubt it, but it's reassuring to hear you say it. Brother-in-law, I'm truly grateful to have a subject like you. It's not that you're lucky to have a subject like me, but that this empire is great to have a subject like me. A place where there are no meaningless sacrifices, a place that tries to pay a fair price for them. Above all, a place where everyone, starting from the top, tries to fulfill their duties. If I don't dedicate my loyalty to such a place, where else would I? Besides, if this happens, the second semester of my 3rd year will probably pass by in a flash. There's no doubt that there will be an uproar as soon as this is announced. The political world is likely to be reorganized, so everyone's minds will be elsewhere. It'll probably be a hellish second semester. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Oh. Meanwhile, my little niece didn't seem to care about any of that and was only looking for her uncle. At the end of summer, the nobles of the empire received shocking news. My task for the empire is complete, and I wish to step down. Abdication. The act of voluntarily relinquishing the throne, even while the ruler is still alive. It was not entirely unprecedented in the empire's history. There were at least 5 recorded instances. So why were the nobles so flustered? One only needed to look at the circumstances surrounding the abdications to understand. Until now, abdications had only occurred when something major happened to the country. Droughts, floods, or plagues. When a major national problem arose, the emperor would take responsibility and abdicate to avoid burdening the heir. But not this time. There was no major problem in the empire. On the contrary, under the current emperor, the empire had won 2 wars, produced outstanding officials, and recently, even someone who received a miracle. There was no need to abdicate to avoid burdening the heir with political pressure. Instead, his power had become even more absolute. He had become an undisputed and revered ruler. Therefore, it was natural for them to be confused when the topic of abdication came up. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Ordinary nobles could simply bow their heads and accept the outcome. But the great nobles, deeply involved in politics, had to show their loyalty. What the hell is going on? Hey, Karl. Do you know anything about this? And today, my 4 friends, who had suddenly rushed in, were among those who had to show their loyalty. Of all times, an abdication right when we're about to inherit our titles. This is driving me crazy. What are we supposed to do now? 2 marquisates and 2 counties, all deeply involved in the empire's political scene. For those who would soon take over these positions, the announcement of abdication was quite a shock. Karl, answer me. This isn't, like, one of those things, is it? What kind of thing? What else? Like a loyalty test, or maybe the crown prince is trying to gauge the reactions of his subjects before he ascends the throne. Should I tell them, or not? I hesitated for a moment. They're my friends, and they're also at the core of the political scene. They'll find out soon enough anyway, but I decided not to. The crown prince was honest with me because it was me. It wouldn't be easy to tell other officials that the emperor's health is failing. It's enough to say that the emperor is abdicating to rest. I don't know exactly either. The crown prince only gave me a hint. What the hell is going on? I don't think I've ever seen an abdication like this. It's not like it's never happened before. It's usually done when something major happens to the empire, but there have been cases where emperors have abdicated willingly after fulfilling their duties. But those are extremely rare. The guys who were talking suddenly turned their gaze to me. What? Why? Could it be because of you, Karl? What? You've grown too big lately. Not just a little big. Right? Right. What nonsense are you guys talking about? What does me growing big have to do with the emperor abdicating? So what we're saying is, maybe the emperor is abdicating to pass on all the potential achievements of his reign to the crown prince, thanks to you, Karl. I don't know what kind of nonsense you're spouting. Why don't you keep yapping, boys? I drew my great sword and smiled, haha, and they all shut up. It's just that His Majesty's health is failing, so he's abdicating. There's no other reason. Anyway, this is a big deal. Is it really that much of a problem? I don't get it. What crazy official would keep their mouth shut when the emperor is abdicating? And we're all the heirs to marquiates and imperial counties. I can already see us being summoned by our fathers to let us take over starting next week. Just be grateful it's not worse, guys. The emperor isn't doing this to test your loyalty. If that were the case, he would have just let you beg until you were hoarse. I vaguely remember something similar happening in my past life. Thankfully, this isn't a country where unwavering loyalty to the throne is the absolute norm, so they'll grumble for a bit and then eventually move on. The atmosphere at the academy must be chaotic too. Are you okay, Karl? With the empire's ruler changing, the second semester won't feel like a second semester at all. What can I do? It's not like this happens every year, and the timing just happened to overlap, so I have to endure it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As autumn approached, the empire was in an uproar. The reason, of course, was the emperor's somewhat sudden announcement of abdication. Please reconsider your decision. Reconsider, Your Majesty. They're truly dedicated. It seems like every government official who isn't swamped with urgent work is out here. I could even vaguely see marquises and imperial counts gathered together. Whether the emperor's will is already firm or not, whether the matter has already been decided internally or not, they have to do what they have to do. As subjects, they had to show that they can't just let the abdication pass by. Father, what's he doing? He went to the imperial palace this morning. I think he'll probably ask the crown prince to reconsider, along with the other nobles. Selena, who was eating a cake, asked a question. It's probably already decided, right? His Majesty wouldn't do something like this without a reason. Probably. There's no reason for him to go to such lengths to strengthen his power. Then at the next New Year's celebration. By then, the new emperor of the empire will probably be welcoming the new year. Since my sister is the crown princess, I can't help but hear the news. They say that the people managing the internal affairs of the imperial family have already started replacing my sister's people. I've also heard that those who served Her Majesty the Empress will be retiring. They may be asking for reconsideration outside, but everything has already been decided inside. All that's left is for the emperor to hand everything over to the crown prince. The imperial family probably wants to end this situation quickly too. Even the academy professors and students are all distracted and unable to focus because of the abdication news. This isn't some former president getting replaced. This is a monumental event that will determine the fate of the empire for at least the next few decades. The radiant sun that all the nobles and people of the empire trusted and followed as their parent was about to set. Naturally, everyone was paying attention. By the way, my father also went to the imperial palace. As a mere count, he wouldn't need to, but he had to because he's the crown prince's father-in-law. I'm so glad I'm not in the capital at a time like this. If I were a director or a minister, I would be doing the same thing, wouldn't I? Ugh. I hate that kind of thing. I'd rather go cut off some more camphor heads. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Your Majesty, we beseech you, we implore you to reconsider. We implore you to reconsider. Some might see this as a mere political show. I won't argue against it. In a situation where the will of the emperor has already been decided, even if I and the ministers beg him to retract his decision, it's not an order that will be rescinded. Perhaps today or tomorrow, His Majesty will come out personally to address the situation. However, despite that, even if everything has already been decided, there are still duties to be fulfilled. Ministers must act as ministers. The successor must act as a successor. And the sovereign must act as the sovereign. Only by maintaining one's proper conduct until the very end can one earn the proper respect from everyone else. Rather, it's terrifying. As time goes by, an inexplicable weight presses down on my chest. I have lived as the crown prince until now. I have spent my time as the son of the emperor and the heir to the throne. I have done many things, but ultimately all responsibility rested with the emperor. Even if I made mistakes, there was someone behind me who supported me. But not anymore. Soon, I will be sitting in that place. Sitting in the highest seat, becoming the most noble person. I must become the guardian of the empire, who loves and cares for even the lowest and most humble subjects. Your Highness, V believes I can do it. Because my father believes in me too, he willingly passed this heavy burden to his unworthy son. The emperor is coming. At the chamberlain's words, everyone bows their heads. I also intended to do so, Emperor. However, the emperor no. My father stopped me. How do you feel? A question from a father to his son. A question from one who has been the emperor to one who will be the emperor. I instinctively answered. It's heavy. And it's frightening? The emperor. My father smiled at my answer. Never forget that. Never forget what to fear. Ponder the weight of it for your entire life. The throne of the empire, held for decades, had changed hands. For such a momentous event as an abdication, it had all happened remarkably quickly. The nobles who had begged the former emperor to reconsider his abdication immediately pledged their loyalty to the new emperor. In response, the new emperor declared a sweeping amnesty to celebrate this festive day, reassuring neighboring nations who were worried about potential shifts in the empire's diplomatic stance. Significant political changes were anticipated, and indeed, some did occur. Rumors circulated about changes in leadership for several marquiates and imperial counties in the coming year. Additionally, the possibility of personnel changes was hinted at for the ministers who served as the emperor's trusted advisors and enforcers. However, these matters were overshadowed by a series of major events that unfolded following the new emperor's ascension to the throne. May the light of the one and only Almighty be with the new emperor of the empire. The Pope himself had traveled from the Holy See to the capital to personally crown the emperor. The task, traditionally performed by a high-ranking cardinal, was now carried out by the Pope himself. This event sent shockwaves through the empire. Indeed, through the entire continent. Although the Church and the empire maintained a cooperative stance, their relationship was one of partnership, not subservience. The Church had never shown any inclination to defer to the empire. Yet, this time, that precedent was broken. The Pope himself attended the new emperor's coronation and placed the crown upon his head. Some speculated that this was a reward for political or financial concessions made by the empire to the Church. Others interpreted it as a sign of the Church's intention to strengthen its ties with the empire. And the four young men who were to officially become marquises and counts next year. It's Karl. It's you. You're the one. It's Karl. They exchanged smiles as they looked at their friend sitting before them. At first, I thought I had misheard. Maybe I was just tired from all the recent events. But even so, this was an outrageous, unprecedented event. Brother Karl Adelheit, His Holiness the Pope has expressed his intention to personally attend the coronation ceremony. What? Everything flows as the light guides it, so you shouldn't feel any burden. This is all Goddess will, so how could it not be a good thing? I immediately delved into the history of imperial coronations. Has a pope ever personally attended an emperor's coronation since the first one? No matter how amicable the relationship between the Church and the empire was, this was unprecedented. It was an unspoken rule that they would send representatives or delegates, but never the pope himself. Even during times of peace between the empire and Lasker, neither the emperor nor the crown prince would attend the other's coronation out of respect for their equal standing and to avoid any appearance of subservience. This wasn't a matter of pride or anything else. It was simply the way things were done. But now, the Pope was going to make a grand entrance, leading his clergy. The empire's reaction to this news? Exactly the same as mine. Why? Why is the Pope coming? Of course, questions were questions, and the matter of how to politically and publicly leverage this was another issue altogether. The new emperor's coronation was immediately planned to be far grander and more magnificent than any before. It wouldn't be right for the scale to remain the same when the Pope himself was attending. And so, my brother-in-law, or rather, His Majesty the Emperor, was crowned under the pledge of loyalty from the entire empire. At the same time, my niece officially became the crown princess, solidifying her position as the next in line to the throne. I guess I can't call her sister anymore. When she was in the imperial palace, she had more personal time, so I could still call her sister. But that's no longer the case. Now, she's not the crown princess but the empress. She's the emperor's consort and the crown princess's mother. And I am a noble and subject of the empire. My sister might be disappointed. But what can I do? It'll only be possible on rare occasions now. And that's not important right now. What's more important to me is, why do you keep coming here? Aren't you busy? These dim hydras who were snickering while watching the Pope suddenly appear at the emperor's coronation ceremony. We're busy. But we made time to come here. Of course, of course. No matter how busy we are, what could be more important than meeting our dear Lord Karl Adelheit, who brought His Holiness the Pope all the way to the empire? I'm seriously asking, have you been doing drugs lately? Drugs. If work is a drug, then maybe we are. I agree. Every time I work, I feel like I'm going crazy. These guys, cornering me like this with their words. Now I can't even think of a comeback.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Hey, that's hitting below the belt? How am I supposed to come back from that? Anyway, thanks to you, Karl, another first has been written in the empire's history. The Pope's appearance at His Majesty's coronation ceremony. And he even personally blessed and crowned him. Didn't all the renowned artists of the empire flock to see it? They were saying they absolutely had to capture that scene in a painting or sculpture for all eternity. Thanks to His Holiness's personal visit, the believers across the continent are buzzing. It's never happened before, so people are even talking about a holy empire or something. Whoa there. Anything else is fine, but don't put holy in front of empire. All the holy empires I know of turned out to be not so holy in the end. On top of that, Pisans, Lasker, and Avaleshti are all on edge. Why those three all of a sudden? It's not sudden, it's a natural progression. Our empire and the church have moved beyond a simple cooperative system to a partnership. The continent's greatest power and the continent's greatest moral authority have joined forces. What could possibly happen now? At Wilhelm's words, I finally nodded in understanding. I guess my skills in analyzing political elements in detail are still lacking compared to these guys. The situation is getting quite interesting. And in response, His Majesty, immediately after abdicating the throne, announced his intention to visit the Holy See and then embark on a pilgrimage to holy sites, praying for the souls of the fallen who sacrificed themselves for the empire. His Majesty, the retired emperor is definitely capable of such a thing. I'm even considering accompanying him when he goes south. The place where I discovered the sacred relic is in the south, and my fallen comrades, whom the retired emperor will honor, are also resting there. But let's leave the heavy topics for now. I don't want to ruin the mood. How's the atmosphere at the academy these days? It must be quite chaotic. You have no idea. Not just the students, but even the professors are having trouble focusing on their lectures. That's understandable. There was the coronation ceremony. It's not like the empire changes rulers every year, and some people might never witness it in their lifetime. The academy has many commoner students and international students, but the majority are still from noble families. That's why they're even more sensitive to political changes. Especially since many of them will take over their family's affairs or even become the head of the family after graduating from the academy. As a result, the lectures have been lackluster lately, and the academy life feels somewhat subdued. Normally, they would be busy discussing the autumn festival right after summer vacation, but this time, all they talk about is the new emperor, the Pope's visit, and the crown princess's recognition as the next in line to the throne. We need to get back to our normal lives soon. I guess it's inevitable when a new ruler ascends the throne. Oh, hey, look at the time. We need to get going. You're right. Damn, this is bad. We were chatting for too long. Idiots. You were just gossiping without a care in the world. We miss the academy. What do you want us to do? We miss the academy. Suddenly, those words sound strangely sad. It hasn't even been a year since the four of you graduated. And you're already reminiscing about the past? I chuckled, but I can't help but understand their feelings, so I don't know what to say. What? Why are you looking at us like that, Karl? I kind of understand you guys. What does a guy who hasn't even graduated understand? Hey, you bastards. That's not what I meant. These guys never give me a chance to get sentimental. Get out of here. I refuse to talk to you guys with your lack of empathy. *****. Your Majesty, I have come to pay my respects. The Emperor chuckled as he looked at Michaela, who bowed her head respectfully. The sibling with whom he had easily interacted as Crown Prince was now visibly uncomfortable in his presence. You've arrived? Until recently, she had been quietly fulfilling her duties in the military. To avoid any potential influence on the succession or any rumors, she had kept a strict distance from politics. That's why she chose the military. But after the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne, it seemed she intended to step down from the military as well, to avoid any unnecessary attention as the Emperor's sister. Let me say this up front, Michaela. I see no problem with you continuing your service in the military. I expected you to say that, Your Majesty. However, setting such a precedent could lead to unforeseen complications in the future. When the first in line to the throne ascends, the rest are expected to step back from their roles, whether in politics or the military. They avoid anything that could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Now that I have some free time, I plan to see the Crown Princess more often. I trust that's all right. Of course. The Crown Princess might feel hurt growing up without seeing her aunt even once just because she's so busy, so make sure to spend time with her before that happens. It's been a while, Sergeant Karl Adelheit. Should I call you young lord now? Call me whatever you're comfortable with, Your Highness Michaela. I heard you were promoted to Lieutenant Colonel recently. Congratulations. Congratulations? Hardly. It's just a rank they gave me before I retired. I'm still a major. 2 years ago, this was Princess Michaela, who had awarded me my first Medal of Honor. Now, she had become the Emperor's younger sibling, the Imperial Princess, and had stepped back from all frontline duties. The Emperor I know would never doubt his own sister. He would have encouraged her to stay and serve the Empire. But as soon as the Crown Prince ascended the throne, Princess Michaela. This is awkward. From now on, I'll just call her Lieutenant Colonel Michaela. In any case, Lieutenant Colonel Michaela, like all direct descendants of the Empire before her, chose to step back from all her activities to avoid causing any trouble in the political scene. It was a strong statement of her intent to not leave even a spark that could ignite conflict. You must be disappointed. Disappointed? Not at all. I'm relieved. Did the military ever go easy on me because I was a princess? They gave me even more work. Young Lord Karl, you know what I mean? It's a blessing to be discharged early from the military. Honestly, I was terrified when His Majesty told me to stay longer. Ha 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 ha. I doubt that. If it were the Lieutenant Colonel Michaela I know, she would have stayed in the military. Considering she rose to the rank of captain on her own merit, she's more than capable. And I need to see my niece more. When she gets older, she'll start to remember people's faces, and I'd be pretty hurt if she looked at me and asked, "Who are you?" The crown princess may be young, but she's smarter than anyone, so I think your worries are unfounded. Indeed, our niece is already recognizing faces. Otherwise, she wouldn't babble exclusively to me. In front of others, she either cries or just stares blankly. It might be a blessing in disguise for Lieutenant Colonel Michaela to step down now. If she starts visiting her niece diligently from now on, she might get to see her niece happily calling out "Auntie, Auntie," in the future. Compared to when you received the Medal of Honor, this is on a whole other level. It's gotten so massive. It was a bit smaller back then, wasn't it? Don't get me wrong. It's all relative. I'm not trying to downplay the Medal of Honor. As if I would take it that way. It's a joke, a joke. Suddenly, I remember the first time I met Lieutenant Colonel Michaela. Let's see, she was still a captain then, right? And I had just returned from a leave of absence, still a bit dazed. A soldier who hadn't quite shaken off the military life. Sergeant Karl Adelheit? It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. Oh, yeah, sure. Just don't shout so loud. Thinking back to that time, I can't help but laugh. What was I thinking? Why did I have to report my rank and name like that? I don't think I've ever been that enthusiastic, even with our platoon leader. What's so funny? I just remembered the first time I met you, Colonel. I was a bit stiff back then, wasn't I? I remember. You were really nervous about receiving the Medal of Honor, weren't you? To be honest, it wasn't the Medal of Honor that made me nervous, it was the fact that the princess was coming. Back then, I wasn't the heir to the family yet, just a naive young nobleman who suddenly enlisted as a soldier, caused a big ruckus, and then got discharged. Lieutenant Colonel Michaela seemed to recall those days too, as she soon burst into laughter along with me. It seems like just yesterday, but it's already been 2 years. Almost 3 years now? Time flies by so mercilessly. It passes too quickly. Back then, I thought that was the end of it. And yet, you've led all sorts of incredible things since then. I'm being wronged. I didn't lead them, they followed me. I was about to retort, but I decided to hold back for a moment after hearing the next words. His Excellency has arrived. With those words, both I and Lieutenant Colonel Michaela stood up from our seats. Though he has stepped down from the throne, the aura of the Emperor still lingers heavily around him. You've arrived? Were you here first? Yes. I wanted to have a brief chat with young Lord Karl. After a short conversation between the father and daughter, we sat down. I had met the Emperor when he was still on the throne, and Lieutenant Colonel Michaela had also met him during his reign. But this seems to be the first time we've had a three-way meeting like this. Your Excellency, is your health all right now? Yes, I'm fine. Young Lord Karl, it was just old age, so there's no need to worry too much. The former Emperor, chuckling heartily, suddenly looked at me and smiled. Why is he smiling like that? Did I do something wrong? I asked him to keep it a secret, but seeing that you know, it seems he must have told you. That. No, it's actually a good thing. It means he trusts you more than anyone. Occasionally, history has shown us monarchs who, despite the unwavering loyalty of their subjects, harbor a deep-seated distrust, afraid that they might outshine them. A sun that fears the stars, attempting to banish the night yet only consuming itself in the process. In that sense, it seems the Emperor intends to take you, the star, with him. I will dedicate myself fully to supporting him, so I trust His Majesty will do the same. That's admirable. A capable subject is invaluable, but a lifelong companion who shares the journey is a true blessing. He's subtly expressing his relief that the young Emperor has a steadfast ally by his side. Come to think of it, if the Emperor weren't my brother-in-law, I'd likely regard him with the affection of an older brother. The reason I got along well with the former Crown Prince who is now the Emperor, more than others might be because of that. As I understand it, Michaela, you and young Lord Karl have known each other for a long time. You were the one who awarded him his first Medal of Honor. That's right. Indeed. But I've also heard that the two of you have never sat down for a cup of tea together. At the former Emperor's words, Lieutenant Colonel Michaela began to speak. About that. That was my initial intention. However, young Lord Karl's status has become quite elevated. If I had approached him without a clear reason, it could have sparked unwanted rumors and ultimately caused difficulties for His Majesty. Lieutenant Colonel Michaela is right. As someone from the military, a personal meeting with me would be enough to raise suspicions from others. Tisk, tisk. By that logic, I should have worried about summoning you while I was on the throne. What can I do? Meeting someone because the Emperor summoned them and meeting someone because the princess summoned them feel completely different. Even if I were like other nobles, I would have been more sensitive to the latter than the former. Fortunately, now that the new Emperor has ascended the throne, there's no problem at all. We can sit here and chat like fellow Imperial soldiers, and no one will look at us strangely. Speaking of which, Your Excellency, I heard you're heading south after your visit to the Holy See. You've heard that much? I'm starting to worry that our Emperor trusts young Lord Karl too much. I didn't realize he'd tell you everything. Your Excellency, didn't you just say a moment ago that I'm a trustworthy subject? Even if it's a joke, I'm a little bit hurt that you changed your words so quickly. When I purposely put on a hurt expression, the former Emperor's laughter grows louder. Something I couldn't even imagine when he was Emperor. Seeing this side of him, I'm reminded that he's no longer bound by the formalities of the throne. I must go. I must go and pray for the souls of the fallen heroes of the Empire who haven't been properly mourned. I'll go with you. You stay in the capital and spend time with your niece. Why do you insist on coming along? Wouldn't you be lonely alone, Your Excellency? I think it's only right that I accompany you. The former emperor tells her to stay in the capital, but Lieutenant Colonel Michela insists on going with him. They were once bound by the formalities of emperor and princess, but now, released from those constraints, their interaction has the familiar warmth of a father and daughter. It's a sight that warms my heart. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the end, Lieutenant Colonel Michela won. It's almost impossible for parents to win against their children. Moreover, since he needed someone to accompany him on his journey, it was only natural that he would eventually accept. Young Lord Karl. After Lieutenant Colonel Michela excused herself to prepare, the former emperor called me.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Yes, Your Excellency. This might be sudden, but sometimes I get scared. Your Excellency. Those who selflessly gave everything, even their lives, for this empire, for this imperial family. I can't help but wonder if, in their final moments, they felt any regret. If they now harbor any resentment towards us from the afterlife. That thought terrifies me. Words he had never spoken to me before, during his reign as emperor. Perhaps the weight of his past decisions, the lives lost on those battlefields he could never visit as emperor, now bore heavily upon him as he prepared to finally face them. Fortunately, I was able to answer that question with more certainty than anyone else. Your Excellency, I assure you, that will never happen. Even if they could go back in time, they would all make the same decision. I was the one who witnessed their final moments, their unwavering courage and devotion until the very end. That's why I can assure you, without a shadow of doubt, that their spirits find solace in the sacrifices they made. What did they like? Simple things. An apple, a grape, chocolate, coffee, and cold water. Ice-cold water. That was enough. The former emperor nodded and replied, I'll make sure to bring those. TL/N, I don't know about y'all man, but this made me sad, damn. The ascension of a new emperor isn't just an internal affair for the empire. It's a matter of great significance for all those who have diplomatic ties with it. In what direction will the empire steer its course? Will the peace that has been maintained until now be broken, or will it stay like that? Does the new emperor intend to continue the cooperative relationship with them, or not? These were the questions that weighed heavily on the minds of many, particularly those in Lasker and Heisens, primarily due to the specter of war. Lasker had once fought for dominance with the empire, though ultimately defeated. Now, they were diligently rebuilding their strength, even adopting a humble stance to regain their former power. The previous emperor, rather than attacking Lasker, had chosen to focus on healing together. However, with a change in leadership, the ship's course could naturally change as well. With all the positive developments in the empire recently, there was no need to worry about justification. In such a situation, the new emperor could easily strain relations with Lasker. Heisens found themselves in a situation both different from and strangely similar to Lasker's. While they hadn't fought against the empire, they shared an undeniable kinship with Luzernes, the nation that had recently inflicted the most damage upon the empire. In the empire, where social sentiment towards elves remained unfavorable, the new emperor could easily adopt a hardline stance against them to appease the public. While the likelihood of this was low, it was always wise to prepare for the worst. Therefore, upon hearing the news of the new emperor's ascension, both Lasker and Heisens swiftly assembled delegations and dispatched them to the empire. Simultaneously, both nations took another step. We implore you to help us, young Lord Karl Adelheit. I've heard you are a man of honor, Sir Karl Adelheit. I humbly request your assistance. They secretly sent envoys, or elves, in the case of Heisens, to make contact with Karl. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm already drowning in work, and now I have to deal with this too? I wanted to scream, just leave me alone, but it had to be Heisens and Lasker. One is Eloise's homeland, the other is Lefia's. Of course, if I said that Eloise would likely brush it off with a nonchalant, my homeland isn't really my concern, while Lefia would sweetly apologize, I wouldn't want to trouble Karl with my problems. They'd likely insist not to concern myself with their requests and urge me to focus on more pressing matters. But still, wouldn't they feel at least a bit of disappointment? It's impossible not to. At least, if I were in their shoes, I would. I didn't want to leave even a tiny bit of guilt in their hearts. And besides, since things have turned out this way, it's only right for me to do whatever I can for the empire, our families, my brother-in-law the emperor, my sister, and my niece. I'm quite taken aback by your sudden visit. One might assume I'm the sole conduit for diplomatic affairs. First, I asked why they came to me instead of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I apologize, young lord. But we had no other choice. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is currently refraining from issuing an official response. We suspect they are still in the process of aligning their diplomatic strategies following the new emperor's ascension to the throne. Indeed, with my brother-in-law becoming emperor, personnel changes are expected within the empire's high-ranking officials. Some will stay, but others will be transferred to different positions. In that case, it's not unreasonable for the empire's various departments to experience a temporary standstill. But that doesn't explain everything. Even if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is on hold, the people working there aren't, right? Instead of coming to me, they should have gone to them. Why me, specifically? To be frank, young lord, in the current situation, you are the one who seems to best understand the new emperor's intentions. I've heard that His Majesty summoned you to the imperial palace every other day when he was crown prince. Aha, so they think I'm the current emperor's confidant and want to ask me about his intentions? I'm grateful for your assessment. But have you considered that this could put me in a difficult position? No matter how urgent the situation is, there are still lines that need to be drawn. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. If this matter leads others to reassess my position, it could become quite troublesome for me. Currently, I don't hold any official position. I'm simply the heir to the Adelheit family, the future lord of the Friedrich County. Yet, many people are wary of me, and the reason for that, well, I won't explain it. It's too embarrassing for me to say. You can figure it out yourselves. In any case, foreign envoys secretly approaching me to inquire about the emperor's intentions? This makes me look like I'm the one pulling the strings, a corrupt politician scheming behind the emperor's back. Surely you didn't come here without considering the potential political fallout. Are you perhaps hoping to see me lose my influence? To be honest, I can't really lose my influence since I don't have any official position to begin with. But our friends here didn't seem to think so. They both panicked and waved their hands in denial. Absolutely not, young lord. We share the same sentiment, sir. We definitely didn't come here with that intention. It's just, I understand. You're just desperate. Both of you are doing this for your homelands, right? I've made my position clear, so now it's time to explore the potential benefits of cooperation. But before that, I need to gauge what they're willing to offer in return. If you expect a favorable outcome for yourselves and your nations, you'll naturally offer something beneficial to our empire as well. Wouldn't you agree? Our emperor has no intention of starting another conflict with your nations. But that's only possible if both sides show sincerity and goodwill. I bluntly asked what they could offer our empire and the imperial family, and they were surprisingly flustered for diplomats. *****. So, what did they say? The Heisens delegation proposed a joint development project in the southern Great Forest. Joint development, huh? Oh my, they must be quite desperate. Of course, I wouldn't be foolish enough to make a decision on my own and simply report the outcome to the emperor. That would surely offend him, even if he is my brother-in-law. And if the emperor is offended, my name goes straight to the top of the execution list. So, after the secret meeting with the two envoys, I immediately rushed to the emperor and reported everything that had transpired. But even after hearing the whole story, the emperor didn't seem angry with the two envoys. Instead, he looked at me with a rather intrigued expression. Curious, I asked him why, and the emperor, my brother-in-law, replied, "Opportunities like this are rare, brother-in-law. You'll soon be the lord of your earldom, so it's crucial for you to learn the art of diplomacy." He seems quite pleased that I've gained some real-world experience. One moment he's a reliable brother-in-law, the next he's like a predator, rubbing his hands together with a grin, thinking, "You better grow up fast so I can put you to work." Brother-in-law, as you know, the southern Great Forest is a very important place for the elves. Yes, your majesty. The Great Forest War happened because of it, after all. That's why it's surprising. They're the ones proposing joint development, not us. By being the first to bring it up, they're trying to emphasize their willingness to compromise. That's certainly possible. But the fact that they're willing to swallow their pride is also significant, brother-in-law. For context, here's what Lasker proposed. They would refrain from any large-scale military exercises as long as relations between the two nations remained amicable. Additionally, they promised to improve relations with Avaleshti, a nation they had previously treated as an enemy. Promising not to conduct military exercises is a big deal. Lasker is known for its knights' prowess and military might, second only to the Empire. Furthermore, their commitment to improving relations with Avaleshti signaled an alignment with the Empire's current diplomatic goals of peace and conflict resolution. This willingness to cooperate was further evidenced by their unprecedented declaration of openness to dialogue with the Magic Nation. They seem quite desperate, don't they? If they just waited a little longer, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would have stabilized and given them an answer. The Emperor chuckled and then glanced at me before continuing. "So, Your Majesty, what are your thoughts, brother-in-law? Which side do you think we should favor?" The ideal answer would be both, but unfortunately, that wasn't possible. By prioritizing one, we could encourage their continued efforts while motivating the other to try harder next time. I'd have to give my vote to Heisens. Oh, that's unexpected. May I ask why? The reason, Your Majesty? Well, there's a very important reason. Your Majesty, this. What's this? The Emperor opened the small wooden box I handed him. Inside was a type of medicinal pill, emanating a fresh herbal scent. This is a gift from the Heisens delegation. They said they brought it because I'll be getting married in the future, but I think you need it more than I do. Something I need. For the stability of the imperial family, and for the crown princess, wouldn't it be better if you gave me more nieces and nephews? In short, this is very good for men. The Emperor, my brother-in-law, is still a man at the end of the day. How could he turn a blind eye after receiving such a gift? I think we should favor Heisens in this matter. Oh, and for the record, I didn't hand over the entire gift. I made sure to set aside a portion for myself. In both my past life and this one, there's always been one thing that happens when a new leader takes power: building up their achievements and recognition. And it has to be done quickly, with something tangible to showcase to the public. In my past life, leaders were elected, but here, it's a world of absolute monarchy. It seemed unnecessary, but that's precisely why achievements were even more crucial. Here, disapproval doesn't result in a change of leadership through peaceful means, but through potential uprisings and threats to the throne. Fortunately, the current emperor, my brother-in-law, possesses more than just noble lineage. Since his days as crown prince, he's handled all sorts of tasks, led numerous national projects big and small, earning the recognition of the former emperor and the trust of his ministers and officials. Turning his past accomplishments into present achievements is not difficult. Add a few more things to the mix, and his competence as emperor becomes undeniable. Now, the final touch is to firmly imprint the image of the emperor in the minds of all citizens. But, Your Majesty, even so, isn't it a bit much for me to lead the grand parade? Nonsense. Who could be better suited than young Lord Karl? We have ministers, and even the commanders of each military branch. A grand ceremony where the new emperor ascends the throne and all the imperial forces pledge their loyalty. And I, of all people, have been chosen to lead the grand parade at this event. To put it in perspective, my official rank is sergeant. And I've been discharged. Even calling me a sergeant is generous, since I spent most of my time as a regular soldier. In other words, they're asking a discharged soldier to take on a task usually reserved for at least a military commander. Your Majesty, while I am honored by your confidence in my abilities, I must admit that this responsibility seems far beyond what a former sergeant like myself should undertake. Medal of Honor recipient? Yes, I won't deny that. Numerous other medals? I acknowledge that too. Brother-in-law of the Emperor, brother of the Empress, or uncle of the Crown Princess. I accept those titles as well. A potential saint, possessor of a sacred relic, and so on, those are also true. But that's beside the point. How can a sergeant lead a grand parade? It's a ceremony where the military pledges its loyalty to the emperor on behalf of the entire empire. A mere sergeant, neither a commander nor a high-ranking officer, shouldn't be in charge. A Medal of Honor recipient is qualified for the task. But our Minister of War, Bossism, yes, that's his real name, confidently replied. As I understand it, you are the heir to the Friedrich County. Moreover, you served as a field commander during the Great Forest War, demonstrating your capabilities in a military setting. This alone provides ample justification for the Ministry of War to endorse your participation. But still, besides, you personally served as a soldier on the battlefield, so it would be even more fitting for someone like you to step forward and pledge loyalty to His Majesty. His words are so logically sound that it's hard to refute them. Come to think of it, there have been cases in the past where Medal of Honor recipients led military parades. It wasn't in front of the Emperor, but still, if you're worried about the military's reaction, don't be. We'll manage it well, and besides, if any idiot dares to criticize a two-time Medal of Honor recipient for their low rank, I'll be the first to rip their head off. Of course, the church, the citizens, and His Majesty would probably get to them first. He said it with a smile, but the Minister of War's response was no joke. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Supreme Commander of the Imperial Army is, naturally, the Emperor. All command and personnel authority rests in the Emperor's hands. However, the Emperor cannot be expected to be an expert in every field. While history has seen its share of militarily adept monarchs, such individuals are a rarity. Therefore, emperors temporarily delegate some of their authority to the Imperial Army commanders. The acting Supreme Commander, or Vice Commander, along with Field Army Commanders and Corps Commanders, form the core of this delegation. It's a pleasure to meet you, young Lord Karl Adelheit. The honor is mine. Ha ha ha. And now, I'm sitting at this table, facing these esteemed individuals. It's an honor to meet the pillars of the Imperial Army. To be honest, I've been deeply concerned about whether someone like me is qualified to lead the grand parade. What are you talking about? Traditionally, Medal of Honor recipients, regardless of rank, have always been eligible to take on such honorable roles in the military. Indeed, those heroes simply felt unworthy of such an honor and humbly declined. These individuals are at least 30 years older than me, around my father's age. Some of them are even older than my father. And I'm supposed to stand in front of them and pledge loyalty on behalf of the Imperial Army. In front of thousands, no less, and the Empire's most elite troops. Don't worry. You just need to prepare as the representative for the grand parade, young lord. We old folks will handle the military preparations thoroughly. You won't be embarrassed. I'm not worried about myself. But I'm concerned that my involvement might tarnish the military's honor. As I said before, the Medal of Honor alone is enough. You've received it twice, so even if we brought in a whole cartload of old folks like us, you'd still be more deserving. Their words only make me feel more pressured. This is way too much pressure. After the brief conversation with the military's core figures, I immediately began preparing for the grand parade. As they said, there wasn't much for me to do. The soldiers preparing for the parade are probably the ones suffering the most. You know what's the hardest thing in the world? Shooting? Building trenches? Field training? Nope. It's drills. When I hear that damn line up in rows and columns order, I have nightmares. One of my few surviving comrades used to grumble like that. And I wholeheartedly agree with them. Is it because drills are related to discipline? It's enough to drive anyone crazy. I'm in perfect sync, but the guy next to me screws up? It's enough to make my blood boil. The opposite scenario, where everyone else is doing well and I'm the only one out of sync. That's the kind of humiliation that haunts your dreams. It would be a relief if we all messed up together and got punished as a group. If even simple drills are like this, imagine doing it in front of the emperor. If I make even one mistake, it would make me lose my appetite for days. One wrong move, and I'll be sweating bullets, soaking through my uniform. You're working hard. Working hard. Not as hard as us, though. Yeah, not as hard as us. Please, I'm begging you, you four. Can't you just go back to your families? Why do you have to barge in and mess things up when people are trying to practice? Do well. There will be all sorts of nobles there. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. We've been bragging, you know, saying that our friend is representing the military. If you get nervous and stutter, it'll be really embarrassing, so get it together. I have some experience under my belt, you know. I can't say I won't be nervous, but I won't mess up. Wait a minute. What did you just say? Friend? You guys? It's Sir Karl to you. Hey, we're practically nobility now, Marquis and Counts. Want to experience the wrath of a future saint's sacred relic. Apologies, Sir Karl? We misspoke. ******. On any other day, Selina would be busy with her thesis. But today was different. She had to go out, no matter what. His Majesty will be conducting a grand parade of the Imperial Army. And instead of the military commanders, Karl will be leading it. The Countess Friedrich, now comfortably her mother-in-law, had relayed the news. Upon hearing it, Selina immediately rearranged her schedule, fortunately managing to free up some time. Eloise and Lefia said they're going as foreign dignitaries. And Lav said she's sitting in the special section because of her Silver Star medal. Selina herself, of course, would be in the nobility section. As the daughter of a marquis and soon-to-be mistress of a count's household, it was only fitting. His Majesty is entering. Everyone stood up and knelt, paying their respects. The Emperor, accompanied by the Empress, gestured for them to rise. Once the crowd settled, someone approached the Emperor. Dressed in a military uniform, his chest adorned with an array of gleaming medals on metal bars. With a crisp, deliberate motion, he drew his ceremonial sword, signaling the commencement of the grand parade. The vast expanse of the Imperial Army, now a singular entity, began to move in perfect synchrony, their unwavering loyalty directed towards their new emperor. As majestic music filled the air, the meticulously aligned ranks of the Imperial Army marched proudly past the reviewing stand. The gleaming weapons, the soldiers in perfect order, as if measured with a ruler and cut with a knife. While the rest of the audience was overwhelmed and could only gasp in awe, Selina's eyes were fixed on one person. How can you be so stiff? The most handsome, the most outstanding, but today, the most nervous man of all, her Karl. Gazing at him standing there, Selina couldn't help but smile. It was a crisp autumn day, the leaves painted in hues of gold and crimson as the season transitioned towards winter's embrace. After decades of ruling the empire, the emperor abdicated the throne and stepped down. Some anticipated a bit of turmoil due to this, but nothing of the sort happened. As if mocking their worries, the empire continued to function peacefully. Of course, this could all be a superficial observation. A new leader was rising, and they couldn't very well let doubts or obstacles dim their ascent. A new sun was rising, and they couldn't very well let clouds and rain obscure its light. New figures stepped into positions of power, while those already in place doubled their efforts. In the midst of this whirlwind of change, another chapter drew to a close sooner than they expected. Ugh. I seriously almost died. Can you believe it? A Medal of Honor recipient nearly getting crushed to death. The Autumn Festival, which started 2 weeks later than last year, concluded successfully. And once again, I was kind of forced into the spotlight and got a real taste of what it's like. Senior, Karl, Senior. The noble saw me, they saw me. No, they saw the mint chocolate bunjapang next to you. I thought maybe my fame might have died down over time. But no. Instead, it was skyrocketing like crazy. Actually, I had a pretty good idea why. It was a combination of what I'd done and what others had added on. Everyone knew that using my name was a guaranteed success, so it would be weird if they didn't take advantage of it. Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem right to just leave the Memorial Day as it is. To express gratitude and reverence to the fallen heroes, it seems right to designate it as a holiday. It's a different concept from the Victory Day. Karl Adelheit, the young lord of Friedrich County, expressed his hope that it would become a day when more citizens of the empire could honor the fallen and reflect upon their sacrifices. The Ministry of War officially proposes to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Justice to designate the Memorial Day as a national holiday. We hope you will consider it. Yeah, like this. Without me even knowing, I was constantly being brought up in national affairs. The funny thing was that instead of being annoyed, each department was happily using it to their advantage. A cause that could never fail. A proven guarantee that would only rise higher and never fall. Every time it was discussed, it was met with support and cheers from the citizens, so it seemed they were going to use it to the fullest. As a result, at the festival, I wasn't just a senior from the same academy, but almost, with a bit of exaggeration, someone worthy of reverence. And on top of that, even the imperial family is backing it. Right. They're not backing it, silly. It's just that my niece won't stop asking for me. Ugh, you and your elven ears. I get it. Just keep rubbing them, okay? Geez. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Wait, is this for real? Is it really happening? As far as I remember, in my past life, the elves, in novels, games, and movies, of course, really disliked excessive attention to their ears. And that wasn't different here, as the derogatory term for elves was ear-obsessed. But look at Eloise here, lying on my lap. She's purring like a cat, asking me to rub her ears. I tried to pull my hand away, wondering if that was really okay, but she just leaned closer. How is Eloise even doing this? How about you just lie still and be quiet, Eloise? If you're going to keep bossing master around, get off right now. I'll take your place. The sharpshooter who lost rock paper scissors to an elf should just go cry in the corner. That's right. She won rock paper scissors against Lav to claim my lap. And it wasn't even a single round, it was a best of 3, and Eloise won all 3. It's truly a sad thing. Our pride of the Imperial Army, the Silver Star Medal recipient, Lav, of all people, to an elf, and losing at rock paper scissors. A complete shutout, no less. Lav, you're really terrible at rock paper scissors. Meanwhile, Lefia, who had just beat Lav 10 times in a row, shakes her head and chuckles, clearly amused by her lack of skill. Actually, I think Lefia might have done more damage to Lav's pride than Eloise. Ugh, Lefia, you too? I'm absolutely not terrible at rock paper scissors. Then does that mean you're good at it? I'm not good, but I'm definitely not terrible. Eloise, you be quiet. They say losers should stay silent. Guess Lav didn't get the memo. If I let them keep talking, they'll start bickering again. I'm 100% sure. I don't always stop them from teasing each other. But if they're going to do it in front of me, while Eloise is lying on my lap, then it's a different story. Okay, I surrender. I'll stop. Just, my ears, they're falling off. It just occurred to me that elf ears are quite easy to grab because they're pointy. Just a slight tug like this, and she flails around like she's been disarmed. Wait, I heard somewhere that elf ears are a sensitive spot. Judging by Eloise's reaction, that doesn't seem to be the case. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. If it really was a sensitive spot, this elf wouldn't just be screaming in pain. Is Senior Selena still busy? Lefia, who's indulging Lav with another round of rock paper scissors, asks me a question after racking up another 4 wins. Yes, this semester is probably her busiest yet. She said she'll try to find some free time next year, so she's definitely aiming to make progress this year. I guess writing a thesis is that hard. It makes me see the Academy professors in a new light. That's right. All the professors who teach us at the Academy have doctorate degrees. But I still wonder why they act like sulky children in front of us when we don't attend their classes. My ears. I thought they were really going to fall off. You're exaggerating? I am not. They're already long, so it hurts when you pull them. Then stop doing things that hurt. What are you going to do later? Later what? What do you mean? You're going to be the 3rd wife of a count, so you need to act more dignified. Her reaction was strange. Eloise clutches her chest at my words, letting out a small gasp. Wait, is she reacting like this because I mentioned being a wife? Wasn't this what she wanted? Wait, hold on. Now that I think about it, why am I the 3rd wife, not the 2nd? I'm next after Selena. Huh? I heard Lav say last time that it was decided she would be the 2nd. I never agreed to that. Hey, Lav? Who said you could decide that on your own? I did. Go win at rock paper scissors first. Is that the only thing you're good at? Stop bringing it up. Then beat me if you're so confident. Oh, my head. I have to bring these 2 home as my wives. I can already picture the household staff sweating bullets. Young Lord Karl Adelheit. Just as I was about to try and stop them again, a familiar face appeared. Director of the Imperial Household. The Director of the Imperial Household, the 2nd highest ranking official after the Minister of the Imperial Household Ministry. Their presence here means the Imperial family is looking for me. And I already have a pretty good idea why. Is it happening again? Yes, it's happening again. You should hurry. Before His and Her Majesties get tired. Oh, this isn't right. I didn't come here for this. Michaela looked at the Empress, who was sitting there, not knowing what to do. In her arms was the Crown Princess, crying uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Who said anything? I haven't even uttered a single word. The Emperor had dropped by to see the Crown Princess while attending to state affairs. He was simply patting his younger sister's shoulder. Mine's the same way, Your Majesty. She should be at an age where she feels comfortable with her father. But even when she's doing well, if you make one wrong move, the whole palace echoes with her cries. I thought she was doing it because she didn't like me. This was how it all started. The day before moving with the situation, she briefly came to see the Crown Princess. Michaela just wanted to cherish the adorable sight of her own niece. But as soon as Michaela picked her up in her arms, the Crown Princess, Lily, burst into tears. Well, to be precise, she had mistaken someone else for Michaela and welcomed her, but then when she saw her face, she went like, eek, and her expression changed completely. Your Majesty. Young Lord Karl Adelheit has arrived. Bring him in quickly. The Crown Princess's throat will dry out at this rate. A few moments later, Karl, who had rushed to the palace, quickly went over and took the Crown Princess from the Empress. In less than a minute, the crying subsided. Michaela was surprised, and the Emperor was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the Empress was simply smiling, while enjoying the scene. Your Highness, your uncle is here. But if you call for me too often, your uncle will get really tired and it'll be a big problem. Karl, who had rushed from the academy to the imperial palace, expressed a slightly sad complaint. But the crown princess didn't seem to care, giggling and touching Karl's face. This is a disaster. Is this really going to work? No matter how hard I try, it's just not happening. Shulaifen anxiously stared at his reflection in the mirror. No matter how he looked at it, something seemed to be missing. He lacked the same impact as Karl. At this rate, I won't even be able to talk to the noble ladies, let alone date them. Shulaifen confided his worries to the servants. Their response was a chorus of gasps and exclamations of "Oh my goodness, young lord? How could you say such a thing? You're already incredibly handsome. If you were to attend a ball, the young ladies would undoubtedly be charmed by you. Is that a response out of loyalty to the family? No, this is my honest opinion." He couldn't even imagine it, and he probably never would. But Shulaifen was, in fact, the protagonist. And he possessed the looks befitting a protagonist. The servants' compliments weren't just flattery, they were objective assessments. Yet, Shulaifen remained unconvinced, believing he was somehow lacking. This stemmed from the fact that he had been decisively rejected by Selena in the past. Even though it was time for him to regain his confidence, the problem was that the person beside Selena was none other than Karl. Shouldn't I at least be good enough to stand behind Karl? If anyone else had heard this, they would have dismissed it as nonsense. How could one compare themselves to Karl? He was simply an exceptional being. It wasn't just about looks, Karl was incomparable in terms of reputation and social standing. I feel like I need to achieve something more before I can confidently face the noble ladies. Only then can I proudly say I'm Karl's friend. After spending nearly 2 years together, Shulaifen's standards for what constituted being good enough had become excessively high. And this wasn't a struggle unique to Shulaifen. I have absolutely no confidence. Are you sure the ladies like me? No matter how I look at it, I lack charm. What do you think? I need to be at least 0.5% Karl, but I don't even come close. Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim were all making the same mistake of choosing the wrong person to compare themselves to. *****. What are you guys doing here, barging in like this? The busiest period had passed, and the dissertation that had been weighing on her was finally coming together. With the data analysis complete, all that remained was to complete the necessary requirements to earn her master's degree within the year. Selena had just stepped out of the lab for a much-needed break when, "Help me out, Selena n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If I go to Karl, he'll just scold me. A woman would understand another woman's heart better. Help me? No, save me." Looking at the four men, Selena found herself caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. This is strange. These guys used to be normal. When did they become so weird? One moment they seem normal, the next they're acting like fools. Could it be because they got rejected by me? Or did it start when they began hanging out with Karl? Sigh. Calm down, Selena. If people turned weird after being rejected by you, Karl should be the weirdest of them all. Well, enlisting in the army was a bit extreme, but he's been perfectly normal since then, so let's ignore that. It leaves the possibility that it's because of Karl's influence, but that doesn't make sense either, so let's discard that too. Alright, guys. Let's break this down. You want to experience romance, but you feel inadequate and scared? You're afraid that the noble ladies will be disappointed, so you hesitate to make a move. Exactly. What do you think of us? We won't get rejected again, right? We've been bragging about being Karl's friends, but what if we're not even 0.1% of Karl when it comes to being romantic partners? Selena immediately facepalmed. These guys, they're comparing themselves to the wrong person. Even if the sons of dukes came along, Karl would still be out of their league. He received the Medal of Honor twice. That alone makes him a hero. And you guys seem to forget that you're the heirs to marquiates and counties. You may not be on Karl's level, but you're right below him. There's no reason for you to feel inferior. You guys have been spending so much time with Karl that you've forgotten how influential your family backgrounds are. But we don't want arranged marriages based solely on family status. We want real love. Someone who will love me for who I am. Someone we can go to the army and grad school for. Seriously? Was that last comment a provocation? Selena's eyes narrowed, and the four men immediately fell silent. Let me make this clear. First of all, you weren't rejected because you were lacking in any way, right? We know. You were going through a tough time back then, Selena. If you understand, then that's good. And comparing yourselves to Karl is pointless. Karl is just, well, this isn't because he's my boyfriend, but he's simply exceptional. It wasn't just the Medal of Honor. He was even being considered for sainthood by the church. He had connections to Heisens and Lasker, and most importantly, he had made a name for himself in every field of the society. If everyone despaired over not being like him, the whole world would be in despair. Remember, guys, you are the heirs to great noble families. You're the future marquises and counts. If you show interest in them, no noble lady would say, "Go away." What if they compare me to Karl and find me lacking? Why are you even worried about that? Karl is already taken. Selena was already dealing with 3 other rivals, and she couldn't handle any more. If other ladies dared to set their eyes on Karl, she was confident that she could fend them off with her dissertation. Stop with the nonsense and show them your sincerity. You're right. That's what we should do. As expected of Selena. No wonder Karl likes you so much. We deserve to be rejected. Are these guys trying to make me feel guilty? Hold on a second. Sensing something amiss, she quickly interjected. By the way, when you're talking like this, do you guys even have any noble ladies in mind that you like? Huh? Not yet. Nope. Me neither. Same here. Selina silently gripped the thick stack of papers she had brought with her. She finally understood why Karl always fiddled with his greatsword whenever he saw these four. Ouch. Ouch. Why are you doing this? Shut up and take it. You deserve it. Cough. You're just like Karl. Of course I am. We're going to be married in 2 years. But more importantly, you haven't even started anything yet, and you're already overthinking everything. We're just worried, that's all. Instead of worrying, you should be figuring out who you like. What on earth does Karl see in these guys to call them his friends? She remembered Karl once jokingly saying, those guys helping out the foundation is just them paying their friendship dues. At the time, she thought it was a joke, but now it seemed like it might not have been. ******. Arg? I feel like hitting them with these papers. Whoa, calm down, Selina. That's just how they are. Selina chugged her now cold black tea as if it were cheap beer, a clear indication of her frustration and anger towards the four men. When I think about it, it was indeed absurd. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. Comparing themselves to me? Fine. That's understandable. We've spent a lot of time together as friends. And since they were rejected by her, they might think it's their fault. So, yeah, I can understand and let that slide. But even so, they hadn't even confessed or approached any noble ladies yet. To be worrying from the very start was a definite strikeout. I'm seriously worried? They're going to be marquises and counts soon, and they're acting like this. Well, wouldn't their families take care of those worries? It makes my blood boil to think of them going around saying they're your friends. That is a bit concerning. One of the things she had been genuinely worried about lately was related to that. The response to mint chocolate has been extraordinary, young lord. What do you mean? Is it not good, but actually bad? No, it's incredibly popular within the empire, and now that it's spread to Avaleshti, the mages there are talking about it. No way, but it doesn't stop there. Recently, it's made its way into Lasker, thanks to the growing trade relations with Avaleshti, and it's quickly gaining popularity there as well. Don't tell me. Even in Hyzens, there's been a growing number of people praising mint chocolate. Oh, for f***ck's sake. That's right. That damn mint chocolate. Or more accurately, the devil's concoction created by those four. It had finally crossed borders and started spreading across the continent. Thanks to this, the four of them had gained new titles like Creators of Mint Chocolate and Gourmet Quartet in addition to Friends of the Medal of Honor recipient and strong supporters of Karl Adelheit. So far, so good. But do you know what the most frustrating part is? The quartet loves mint chocolate, so young Lord Karl must be a mint chocolate lover too. Indeed, mint chocolate is a flavor that even the goddess approves of. Such blasphemous words had been uttered. Hey, I'm not a mint chocolate lover. I despise it. I don't eat it. I don't eat it, I tell you. And oh goddess, they think you approve of mint chocolate? Please send down your divine judgment upon them. Tell them that mint chocolate is not your will. Huh. As Karl and Selina's relationship deepened beyond that of lovers, the two families naturally grew closer. House Adelheit, the Friedrich County, and House Ifrit, the Nafplion Marquisate. Today, Count Friedrich and Marquis Nafplion were meeting once again. It wasn't for political reasons, but simply a casual gathering between in-laws. The only difference from their usual meetings was the addition of one more person to their group. Welcome, in-law. Oh my, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Not at all. I was just having a brief chat with my son. Marquis Nafplion subtly stepped aside, revealing the heir to the Marquisate, Dianic. It's been a while, Count Friedrich. Ah, indeed it has. It's good to see you again, young lord. Please, there's no need for formalities. Even though I am the heir to the Marquisate, it would be quite uncomfortable for me if you, the future father-in-law of my sister, were to address me with such respect. Dianic pleaded with Count Friedrich, saying that Selina might scold him if he didn't address him properly. In the end, Count Friedrich had to promise to treat him casually. I've heard that there has been a lot of praise for your family lately. Haha, is that so? My son insisted on repaying his debts, so I gave him the keys to the treasury. It seems like it's paying off. If he continues like this, there might not be anything left for my daughter's dowry by the time she's ready to wed. The Veteran Support Project, led by the Nafplion Marquisate, was in full swing. Since almost half of the Imperial Army veterans had experienced war, it meant providing support to all of them. Initially, it was quite challenging, with only the Nafplion Marquisate and a few other families involved. Funds weren't as plentiful as they were now, and there was a shortage of administrative personnel. It was Dianic, the young lord beside the Marquis, who had brought the project to its current level. He increased the number of personnel, sincerely requested help from other families, and even opened up the family's treasury as a gesture of leading by example. At first, the servants were a bit worried, but their concerns soon vanished. As Karl stepped into the spotlight, more people naturally wanted to help. Father, even I wouldn't touch Selina's dowry. Dianic interjected in a small voice, sounding a bit wronged. Count Friedrich replied that he didn't expect a dowry anyway and was just grateful to have gained a wonderful daughter-in-law. Besides, Karl wouldn't mind at all. Is that so? Of course. Then maybe we could increase the support amount a little more. You're not really going to take your sister's dowry, are you? Ha ha ha. In-law, surely the young lord wouldn't do that. He's always been known for doting on his sister. You never know. This boy has been so impressed by my future son-in-law that he's changed completely. If Selena allows it, he might even donate her entire dowry to the Veteran Support Fund. Honestly, wouldn't Selena understand to some extent? Be quiet, Dianik. It's because of you that your father's retirement has been postponed. Dianik immediately backed down, saying, I have nothing to say. This meant that Marquis Nafplion, who had originally planned to hand over the position of head of the family next year, couldn't afford to take time off due to Dianik's involvement in the Veteran Support Project. He had to continue managing the family affairs. The Marquis had been looking forward to retirement, passing on the headache-inducing responsibilities to his son. But now, his son was so engrossed in other matters that he, the Marquis, had to work longer. He was proud of his son, yet couldn't help but feel exhausted at times. But, this is what I must do, father. Dianik declared his ambition in front of the two family heads, saying he would dedicate his life to the imperial soldiers that Karl had saved. The count smiled, while the Marquis face-palmed. I just hope he doesn't start calling my son-in-law Big Brother, war hero, Medal of Honor recipient, beloved by the church, a potential saint, and his future son-in-law. Marquis Nafplion thought of Karl and burst into laughter. Ah, speaking of which, in-law, I heard you're heading to Lasker next month. It seems that's how things have turned out. Is it all right? Count Friedrich was going to Lasker, of all places. No one could predict how Lasker would interpret this. There shouldn't be any problems. Lasker was the one who requested the meeting. It's the maternal family of the woman who was once the princess of Lasker, right? It's also a place where I forged strong bonds on the battlefield. They are people who value honor, so there's nothing to worry about. In fact, I'm quite looking forward to it. Count Friedrich had a rough idea of why Lasker had requested a meeting with him. Even though Lefia had given up her title, she was still of Lasker's royal bloodline. Her father was the former king of Lasker, and her half-sister, despite being from a different mother, was the current queen. Lefia had built a new life far away and found a new family. There must be things the royal family wanted to say and ask of this new family. It seemed they had entrusted this task to Lefia's maternal family. I'm more worried that they'll challenge me to a duel as soon as we meet. That's certainly possible, given the Lasker Knight's reputation. Well, if that happens, I'll just have to indulge them. The count smiled and raised his teacup. More tea. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The tea has a wonderful aroma. Haha, I'm glad you think so. The Pope smiled as he looked at the person sitting before him. The one who was once the son of the empire. The figure who stood at the pinnacle of everything. And now, the former emperor had willingly relinquished his ambition and stepped down from his inescapable position. I never imagined you would actually come all the way here, brother. After casting aside the heavy crown and rising from the throne that I couldn't escape, I finally realized how light I felt. I could go anywhere, and I wanted to go everywhere. You did well. In the end, we are all born with nothing and leave with nothing. If it were anyone else, they might have added, the only thing that remains is the teachings of the goddess and faith in her. But the Pope didn't feel the need to go that far. You've been through a lot. Instead, he chose to say something that no one else dared to, something that perhaps no one would ever say again. A lot, you say. Sometimes I think I deserve to hear those words, but at other times, I wonder if I even have the right. You have the right, brother. Look at the empire now. Were there many who suffered under your reign? Did the number of those who resented the world and the heavens increase? I believe there must have been at least one. It is said that people remember one thing they did wrong more than 100 things they did right. If that's true for ordinary people, how much more so for the one who ruled this vast empire? He wasn't a tyrant who ignored the people's livelihood. He was an emperor who dedicated his life to his reign. Do you have any regrets? Do you have any lingering attachments? At the Pope's words, the former emperor looked at his reflection in the teacup for a moment before speaking. I do have regrets. I could have done better. I have lingering attachments. If I had been a better ruler, perhaps fewer people would have died. But, the former emperor drank his tea. He swallowed his regrets and attachments along with it. Even so, I did my best. I did my best so that I wouldn't be ashamed in front of the outstanding people who stood by me and the heroes who fought valiantly to protect the empire. So that I could stand tall before our ancestors who founded and built this empire, who brought it to where it is today. That's enough. That's all that matters, brother. The world was once shrouded in darkness. Everyone crawled on the ground, unable to see. One day, someone lit a lamp in the darkness. It was a bright light, but too small to illuminate everything. But that light gave some hope that they could overcome the darkness. It inspired others to become like the person holding the lamp. The one who first lit the lamp is great. Those who follow and light their own lamps are also great. Greatness doesn't end with one person. It gathers and accumulates, eventually becoming a mighty stream. Those who dwell in darkness, light a lamp not for yourselves, but for your friends. The former emperor looked up at the Pope's sudden words. Then, with a smile, he finished the thought. For your friends will surely light a lamp for you as well. The brighter the light, the darker the shadow. Lately, some people in the empire were experiencing this saying firsthand. Damn it. The Minister of War muttered under his breath during a cabinet meeting, then, as if realizing his mistake, scratched the back of his head with an ah. My apologies. It's all right, Minister. I understand completely. The Minister of Special Affairs, who oversaw all information within and outside the empire, nodded in agreement. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, seated beside him, also didn't blame the Minister of War. Currently, the three ministers were faced with a rather troublesome report. Civil unrest reported in the southern Great Forest, formerly under Luzern's control, now administered by Heisen's. Heisen's regular army deployed to suppress the unrest. Potential for further escalation exists. Luzern's loyalists suspected to be regrouping and gaining strength. They had heard just last year that Heisen's was handling the situation well. In fact, several officials sent to investigate had reported that things should be wrapping up soon. But the atmosphere had changed drastically this year. It wasn't as if Heisen's had mismanaged the situation, nor had the empire exerted any pressure. As far as the ministers could recall, they had maintained a rather amicable approach. The fact that even the hardline Luzern's remnants had softened considerably was proof of that. So, the resurgence of the Luzern's remnants is because of the empire. More specifically, it's because of young Lord Karl Adelheit because he is becoming too prominent. But why is Karl even being brought up? This was the most perplexing part. What did Karl's success have to do with Luzern's? There was a connection, but it wasn't a critical one. Or perhaps it was a critical one. It started with Karl recovering a sacred relic of the church that the Luzerns had lost during their control of the southern Great Forest. Then there's the matter of the Legion of Honor medal. In short, the elves can't stand the rise of someone who tramples on their pride and exposes their past actions. So, the more Karl rises, the more their own shortcomings are highlighted, and they can't bear it anymore, so they're revolting. Precisely. The ministers cursed inwardly once again. Damn elves. Heisen's had managed to suppress the unrest, but the situation wasn't looking good. After all, they were fellow elves, and just a few years ago, the Luzern's faction had been much larger, making it difficult to use excessive force. Crucially, the Empire's influence was growing to an almost excessive degree. The official stance of the Heisen's leadership, as conveyed through diplomatic channels, is that they will do their best to restrain the hardliners who are trying to rise up again. However, they are hesitant to use force. Then what are we supposed to do? We can't exactly send our Imperial army to break through the southern Great Forest and take military action that the elves would find offensive. What about having the Ministry of Special Affairs take action? Diplomacy had its limits, and military action was still premature. So the two ministers seemed to hope that the Ministry of Special Affairs, the most reliable option, would step in. It will be difficult. Many of our agents are currently deployed in Lasker and Avaleshti. It's hard to infiltrate the southern Great Forest, and there are many obstacles for humans to operate in elven territory. Ugh. The Minister of Special Affairs' words were undeniably true. In fact, when the Empire had sent agents a few years ago, they were accompanied by Heisen's elves. Without them, the Imperial agents would have faced far greater hardships and sacrifices. It's times like these that I wish we weren't different species. It's hard to understand. What's with their damn pride? They're a small and closed-off group, so it's understandable. Even Lasker and Avaleshti, who have their own share of pride, defer to the elves. Just like chewing gum loses its flavor over time, most people would lose their stubbornness eventually. But with elves, it seems endless. No, it's actually the opposite. The more you try to reason with them, the more stubborn they get, and the more frustrating they become. What about asking the pro-Empire elves within the Empire for help? We've considered that, but it's too early. The unrest hasn't reached a point where Heisen's is officially requesting our assistance. If we act prematurely, we risk escalating tensions and giving the opposition more reason to rally against us. Problems here, problems there. It was truly maddening. The ministers rubbed their foreheads. They had gathered to discuss solutions, but they had no immediate answers. This meant they would have to face the Emperor's reaction when they reported to him. If the elves show any signs of causing trouble, depending on the severity of the incident, our Empire's stance towards the south might change. Until now, they had acknowledged Heisen's contributions and treated them as allies. But if they couldn't handle their internal problems and kept causing trouble for the Empire, then, unfortunately, they might have to downgrade their status from allies. Of course, this was only a worst-case scenario. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Special Affairs all hoped to avoid such an outcome. After all, trying to bring the elves under the Empire's influence would face immense resistance. Those proud creatures won't easily submit to the Empire. It would only give the Luzern's remnants more leverage. Please, Heisen's, get your act together. If the Empire gets involved, things will get really complicated. Some nations would welcome the Empire's intervention with open arms, but the Empire itself was hesitant to get involved in such complex affairs. It would only lead to more headaches for them. The Magical Union, also known as the Magocracy of Avaleshti, historically had a good relationship with the Empire. Or rather, it had no choice but to have a good relationship with the Empire. The reason is simple. Lasker was fighting the Empire, so they naturally sided with the Empire. It's not exactly pleasant to see the Empire becoming the center of the continent. They're investing more in guns and gunpowder than magic. Magic could become secondary. But even so, still, the Empire is better than those stingy Laskarons. Let's help the Empire a little and give those Laskarons a taste of their own medicine. The result, of course, was Lasker's defeat and the Empire's victory. As a reward, Avaleshti secured a reliable supply of magical materials. They also successfully exported various magic to the Empire. This naturally led to increased trade between the two nations. So far, so good. Everyone was happy until then. But as time passed, just as shadows appear when light shines, opposition forces emerged. I hate the Laskarons, but I hate the Empire now too. The Empire is growing too big. At this rate, they'll even become the center of magic. They've subjugated the southern elves and Laskar. Look at them now. Those who wouldn't even make eye contact with us are approaching us first, wanting to be friends. The general sentiment in Avaleshti was still pro-Empire. This wouldn't change unless the Empire suddenly attacked them. Therefore, the small anti-Empire faction felt increasingly anxious. They needed to do something, but their power was too weak to act directly. They should have sought out the Great Warrior, but those Laskarons had already been defeated by the Empire. The same was true for the proud elves in the south. What could they do? Should they just watch the Empire's overwhelming growth? They wouldn't feel safe unless they could at least put a stop to it, but was that even possible? As a few mages trembled with such fear. Are you the mages who want to protect Avaleshti's pride? A group of people secretly approached them in the middle of the night. Who are you? Why don't we go inside and talk? They were all wearing hoods, concealing their faces and even their hair. Despite the suspicious atmosphere, the mages led them inside. As the figures entered and lowered their hoods, all the mages let out a sigh. We won't introduce ourselves. We don't have time for that. I assume the same goes for you. So, let's get straight to the point and make a request. Help us. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Help you with what? You want to hinder the Empire's growth, and we want to damage the Empire. So lend us your power. Power. Power, huh? As the mages stared at them, one of the hooded figures continued. Powerful magic. Preferably something capable of mass destruction. If you have any research data on it, hand it over. Or even better, teach us the magic formula. Those who wanted to instigate war by any means necessary, dragging all their fellow elves into it. The true Canfras, they were starting to rear their heads once again. Wow, what a pleasant surprise to see a familiar face after all this time. My goodness, Lieutenant. Oh, excuse me, should I call you Major now? I was attending a military event when I spotted a familiar face in the distance. I went over to check, and sure enough, it was him. 2 years ago, he was the Imperial Army officer who played a crucial role in stopping the train terror with me, Lieutenant Magi. His name was so unique, it reminded me of a fish, so I remembered it well. He was a lieutenant back then, but now he's a major after just 2 years. What kind of unbelievable promotion is this? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It's embarrassing, Sergeant Karl Adelheit. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You earned this promotion through your own skills. Absolutely not. I was just lucky. I believe anyone else in my position would have done the same. Oh, come on. What nonsense is he spouting? Back when the Canfras were still alive and kicking, no, when they were the most active, those bastards dared to infiltrate Imperial territory and try to hijack a train. They even planned to detonate themselves at the station, so it's safe to say they were completely insane. It just so happened that I was on that train and successfully subdued the Canfras. However, I wasn't the only one on the train. There were passengers too, and innocent lives could have been lost if things had gone wrong. That's where Major Magi, who was a lieutenant at the time, played a crucial role. This way? Passengers, please evacuate this way. Don't worry, I'm Lieutenant Magi of the Imperial Army. If the passengers had panicked, I wouldn't have been able to fight with peace of mind. The Canfras might have succeeded in hijacking the train, and the terrorist attack could have been carried out. He claims he didn't do anything special, but to me, he did. At that time, he was the most reliable colleague and comrade I could ask for. Thanks to him, I was able to focus on fighting without worrying about anything else. If Major Magi hadn't been there, I would have been overwhelmed on my own. I'm not just saying this out of humility or politeness. That's how the battlefield is. There are things you can't do alone, but with a comrade by your side, you can do anything. You were my comrade back then. I extended my hand as a gesture of gratitude. Major Magi rubbed under his nose, seemingly embarrassed, but then he grasped my hand. I salute your sacrifice. Neither of us said it out loud, but I knew we were both thinking it. Anyway, congratulations on your rapid promotion. This is practically unheard of in the history of the Imperial Army, isn't it? Ahaha, that's why I said I was lucky. Just being with Sergeant Karl was a huge advantage. It opened up many opportunities for promotion. Of course it should be. You were trusted enough to watch the back of a 2-time Medal of Honor recipient. Honestly, if you were still a lieutenant or captain, I would have marched straight to the Ministry of War to complain. Of course, I was just kidding. I wouldn't actually do something crazy like that. But it seems Major Magi took me seriously. Please don't do that. I beg you. I'll be crushed under the pressure. Honestly, even now, the expectations are so high that I'm going crazy. Well, you have to bear it. Isn't it said that the weight of the crown is heavy? I heard you even received a medal for that incident, which is only natural. I look forward to seeing you as a lieutenant colonel soon. You're not going to go to the Ministry of War and recommend me, are you? I'd like to, but I doubt the higher UPS will leave you alone anyway. This is the Empire, after all. If you show any competence, they'll snatch you up and put you to work. I'm so glad I'm not a civil servant. What would I have done if I were? Oh my, so this is the friend who received the Medal of Honor twice. Goodness, he looks like he can get things done. We're counting on you. You're the real power in our department now. Ha ha ha. Just imagining it makes me shudder. I'd rather just quietly return to the academy and then live peacefully as the heir to my family. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After participating in the military event, I was planning to return to the academy. I saw the high morale of the soldiers and even met a familiar face in the midst of it all. It felt great. If I could go back in this state and prepare for tomorrow's lecture, it would be perfect. Young Lord Karl Adelheit, if you have the time, could you accompany me for a moment? That was until someone discreetly approached me before I could board the carriage and revealed their affiliation. Sigh. A sigh escaped my lips. Even without hearing what it was about, I could roughly guess. The person who approached me just now already gave me the answer. Special Task Force, Team 7. I heard from my sister that Team 7 is in charge of the southern part of the empire. And what's in the south? Hot springs? Yes, there are. The Great Forest? That's also true. But the most important thing is not that. It's what's below that's the problem. No way. It can't be. Oh, come on. I trampled them so thoroughly, there's no way. It's been a while. Young Lord Karl Adelheit. Yes, it has been a while. This time, it's another familiar face. What was his name again? Ah, right. D, I think. The special task force that investigated our captured Canfra friends after the train terror incident. He was the agent who eagerly took the lead but was then kicked out of the interrogation room by my sister. Additionally, he has a track record of catching the Canfras who wreaked havoc on the academy with me. You can find the details in chapter 35. Yep. TL/N, it was in the raw, not added by me. You were a regular agent back then, I think. You're already a team leader. Somehow, it happened. Actually, I'd say I got lucky. He says he got lucky too. Is that kind of line trending these days? The situation in the south has been resolved much better than expected. Thanks to that, my colleagues and I had a lot to do and achieved many results. And of course, my contribution was also a part of that, according to Agent D, no, Team Leader D. This makes me seriously worry about how far the ripples of my actions have spread. Anyway, Team Leader, you suddenly got busy, and if you're summoning me like this, I assume some trouble has stirred up with the elves again. Am I correct? In the current situation, unfortunately, I can say that's correct. Team Leader D's following words were quite unpleasant for me, who survived the Southern Great Forest War. The remnants of the Canfras who had been quiet for a while after being crushed by Hyzens after the war. Unfortunately, they couldn't be completely eradicated. And as the Empire rapidly rose in power, that damn Canfra ideology was spreading again among the neutral elves. On top of that, seeing how you received the Legion of Honor medal, young lord, Hyzens is twisting the narrative, claiming the elves have surrendered even their last shred of pride and former glory. What? Why did I even receive this? They gave it to me. Does Hyzens know that they practically forced it on me as a gift, a war hero, to improve relations with the Empire? I don't know why they're making a fuss now, young lord. My apologies. Thinking about the Canfras brought back my military habits. I meant I don't understand why they're doing this now. Ha ha ha. There's no unrest yet, and Hyzens is making efforts, so it's not entirely negative. We're also closely monitoring the situation. I see. But then, isn't there no reason to call me specifically? I have a pretty good idea of what they're asking of me. The person who's easiest to mobilize in the current situation is none other than the one right next to me. Hyzens is requesting to temporarily send Eloise Lonegrand under the guise of a dispatch. A dispatch? Huh? That's an odd way to put it. Isn't Eloise an elf and a member of Hyzens to begin with? That's true, but it seems they're very conscious of your opinion, young lord. This means Hyzens is taking a step back, knowing the relationship between Eloise and me. They're certainly different from those damn Canfras. If it were the Canfas causing trouble, they would have been demanding, send that woman over. It just so happens that winter break is a month away. That seems like the best time. I suppose we can tell Eloise to visit her hometown for a month or so, right? Shouldn't Hyzens put in more effort first? But, you elves, no matter what, this is too much. Eloise is my person now. And you want me to push her to work? Are you all out of your mind? It's your own country's problem, can't you handle it yourselves? Damn it, if you can't handle it, just crawl under the Empire. If you need to bring Eloise into this, it just means you're doing a shitty job. I was trying to be patient, but you keep pissing me off, damn it. Seriously. Team Leader D, what do you think? Do you really believe it's right for me to persuade Eloise to return to her homeland? Choose your words carefully, seriously. To be honest, I also find it a bit strange. Considering the amount of cooperation the Empire has provided, if they can't control the situation to this extent, it seems like they're proving their own incompetence. I can't help but admire your insight, Team Leader. Ha ha ha. I discreetly traced the hilt of the great sword in my arms. Next year will be my niece's first birthday. Surely they won't cause trouble around that time, will they? I can't focus. I'm already overwhelmed by being summoned to all sorts of events, and now there's this sudden news of the Canfras reappearance. Seriously? I thought they were all dead, but were they digging underground tunnels? It's incredibly unpleasant, but realistically, there's nothing I can do. As I've said before, my status is just that of a returning academy student. Being awarded a Medal of Honor doesn't obligate me to anything, and all my other actions have been taken in a personal capacity. Although I was a sergeant, I was clearly discharged, so I'm definitely not an official. So the special task force didn't officially call me. It was the team leader who called me personally. Should I kill them? It feels like something weird that I had forgotten for a while is clinging to my chest. I thought it had all been diluted by now, and it actually was. But it's still unpleasant that these guys are showing signs of unrest again. They want me to send Eloise. Needless to say, Eloise's nationality is Hyzens. She's not a citizen of the Empire. There was talk of her applying for naturalization, but it seems it hasn't happened yet, since it's been quiet. TL/N, * naturalize, make somebody a citizen of a country where he/she was not born. That means Hyzens could order Eloise to return. It wasn't an order but a request. They asked me to send Eloise. Perhaps they want her assistance, considering she played a crucial role. Or maybe they hope to get some insights from her to carry out a targeted elimination operation. Their actions aren't wrong. In fact, they've maintained the line they should protect. But, as I said in front of Team Leader D, they're asking me to clean up the mess they made. Eloise has already done her part and retired, and now they want to drag her back into it. Protecting my wife's peaceful retirement is also my duty as a husband. Seeing Selena struggling in pain is enough. At least Selena is in sight, so I can offer some kind of support. On the other hand, if Eloise goes back, there's no telling when she'll be able to return. More importantly, the fact that they're asking me like this means they haven't officially requested help from the Empire. If they had, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would have come to me. They would have asked me to persuade Eloise to return to Hyzens, even if just for a short while. Master. I glanced over and saw Lav looking at me with a worried expression. She probably called me several times, and since I didn't respond, she must be feeling uneasy. Yes? Did you call? It seems like something is bothering you. What is it? I thought about whether to be honest, but decided to wait and see how the situation develops. I wanted to say, the elves are screwing up, but it's just, I'm feeling a bit strange. What do you mean? Next year, I'll be a senior. Right. Next year. Actually, it's not even next year. In a few months, I'll be a senior. It feels like just yesterday I returned as a second semester freshman, and now I'm about to be a senior. In military terms, it's like being a sergeant. So, I keep having these thoughts, knowingly or not, thinking of it as being closer to discharge. I can understand what you mean, Master. Right. I'm already feeling mixed emotions about being a senior, and now these canfras are thoughtlessly trying to act up again, so it's confusing. Sigh. Really, if I had known it would be like this, it wouldn't have been bad to delay my discharge a little. Are you crazy? Master, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Just talking to myself. Don't mind me. More importantly, Lev. How long are you going to keep calling me Master? Yes? You don't like this title. It's not that. Lav, you'll be a senior in 2 years too. And after that, you'll have to start thinking about marriage. Surely you don't plan to call me Master even after you're married, do you? There are people watching and listening, so we should avoid misunderstandings. This world might allow you to have multiple partners based on your abilities, but it's still a bit awkward for a teacher to have students as husbands or wives, right? I never taught you shooting with the intention of raising you as a disciple, Lav. But if you insist on using that title even after marriage, it would be a bit strange. Oh, I haven't thought that far ahead. Think about it now. It's not that far off. The wedding can wait, but it's better to get used to the title now. Lefia is approaching, waving her hand. Hey, yes. Lefia calls me casually now, too. She calls me senior at the academy, but in private, she calls me Appa, you know. Lav makes a face as if she can't believe it. I can almost feel her thinking, that Lefia. Want to see? I confidently greeted Lefia. She replied, Appa, but then saw Lav and, she looks like she's thinking, did you hear that, and doesn't know what to do. Wait, Lavrenti? This is, well, indeed. It seems important to start practicing now. It's not like that at all. Karl's the one who keeps. Lefia said she wanted an older brother, so I told her to call me Appa. TL/N, NVM. PR/M, thanks for not saying anything weird. Eek. Well, anyway, that's how it is. ****. Selena and Eloise were having tea together for the first time in a while. Eloise. Yes, I'm listening. I'm being serious, I think it's best if you just let it go. Really. A few letters and documents were on the table. Eloise received them and agonized over them for days before coming to see Selena. And what was written on them was the current unsettling situation in the south. The Hyzens military is looking for me. Probably because of my outstanding achievements in the Great Luzerne Special Forces operation. In fact, I consider myself an expert. And they're hoping that if I go, the situation will improve. Eloise gave an awkward smile as she said that, and Selena let out a sigh. Why are you lying when we both know the truth? That's not it. It's not that. It's because you're worried that Karl might get involved in the south again. You're afraid that his almost healed wounds might be reopened by your people. That's why you're trying to handle it alone, isn't it? That's how it seems to me, no matter how I look at it. Eloise, letting out a sigh, gave a playful smile, saying, as expected, a marquis daughter is different, but that too eventually turned into a surrender under Selena's expressionless face. You're right, Selena. Before things get worse, before I stir up Karl's emotions again, I want to go and take care of it myself. If it's now, I can still handle it alone. I doubt Karl would want that. What are you talking about? Karl lost precious people in the war. If you, Eloise, suddenly go there saying you can handle it alone, he'll be even more worried. No way. There's no one more experienced than me. Even if you're the best of the best, it's impossible not to worry. Eloise just sipped her tea. It was a sign that she agreed with Selena's words. Yes, if it were Karl, he would probably be angry, asking why she's going there. It's Heisen's problem, and she's already done her part and retired. If they can't handle it, the Empire will take action, so why should she go? And what if, by any chance, contact is lost for a while, or she even gets a small injury? That could really hurt Karl even more. So what do you want me to do? Just sit here and do nothing? Yes, just stay put. That would be better. Really. Karl is watching the situation calmly. He still thinks there's a chance for Heisen's. Or he might believe that the Empire will step in first. Just in case, what if those guys try something foolish again? Selena took a sip of tea and shrugged her shoulders. Karl once said something, Eloise. If he has to settle something, to bring it to a close, he doesn't want to rely on anyone else. He said it would be better for his future self to go and end the nightmare himself. Hearing that, Eloise could do nothing but sigh. Exactly 1 month has passed since I heard that unpleasant news. I've been carrying my greatsword close to my chest, ready for anything. As if sensing my thoughts, the greatsword subtly dims its glow. Right. If you shine too brightly, you will stand out and compromise stealth. The reason why even chain smokers who crave cigarettes so much would grit their teeth and endure on the battlefield. Light is a beacon that attracts enemy attacks. Or it's a sign that says, avoid this place. In my case, it's the latter. It would be quite disappointing if the Canfras, who are trying to cause trouble, saw me and ran away. I'm always ready. As soon as they come on my Canfra detection radar, I can cut them down. I waited quietly, but no significant news came. We're keeping a close watch, but there's been no news so far. The surveillance network within the Empire is flawless. No fish have been caught in the net yet. I contacted my acquaintances in the Special Task Force several times, but that was the answer I got. I wondered if they were hiding something from me, but after cross-checking, it seemed that wasn't the case. It simply meant that the Special Task Force was operating a very tight information and surveillance network. Well, that's right. If they get breached again, a verbal warning won't be enough. The train terrorist attack a few years ago, and the Academy attack. Those two incidents must have caused a major upheaval within the Special Task Force. Or not. Maybe it wasn't just an upheaval, but a full-blown storm? Anyway, if their internal security is breached again after all that, the Special Task Force will really have no place to stand. I guarantee that, like before, they'll be torn apart and absorbed into the Ministry of War or other departments. So they must be gritting their teeth and eliminating all possibilities, blocking all variables. They might want to get off work, but they don't want their jobs to disappear completely. That's why Team Leader D and others confidently replied to my inquiries with, no problems so far. Brother-in-law, is something going on these days? You don't look so well. Of course, the Emperor already knows what I know. He must be racking his brains over the news that the Canfras are trying to stir up trouble again. But the fact that he's asking me this question means that the situation is still manageable. There's no reason for me to disrupt my daily life and worry about it. The everyday life that I once yearned for. There doesn't seem to be a reason to return to the battlefield and give that up just yet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Even so, the everyday life of taking final exams is a bit much. Same here. This final exam was a disaster. A complete and utter disaster. It wasn't just 1 or 2 exams that I failed. Half of them were a complete washout. This is a big problem. I was barely maintaining my top ranking. Isn't being in the top good enough? It's a bit awkward if the Medal of Honor recipient is barely keeping up in the middle of the class. Plus, there's the foundation with my name on it. It would be embarrassing if my academic performance was poor. Lav seems to empathize with my explanation. She understands that a drop in grades isn't just a personal matter. Besides, the pressure to maintain good grades, which I never thought I'd have to deal with. It's driving me crazy. Just to be clear, this is absolutely not because I'm bad at studying or don't study. This is because of those damn Canfras. I couldn't concentrate because of that news, so I couldn't study for the exams. That's it. Meanwhile, Lav, who similarly messed up her exam preparation, is also lamenting. In her case, it's because she was practicing calling me Appa due to Lefia's influence and accidentally pressed the self-destruct button. There you are, you two. How did the exams go? Lefia, that was a bit insensitive. Look at the mood we're in. Lav and I glared at her, and Lefia gasped, visibly tensing up. We're clearly giving off the vibe of, we bummed our exams. Sorry. Was I being thoughtless? It's not that. Right, Lefia? But it seems like you did well on the exams. Well, I'm cautiously expecting a perfect score this time. Sorry, Lavrenti. In situations like this, she could just say, so, or even, I messed up too. But Lefia's personality doesn't allow for such lies, so that was to be expected. Lefia, where's Eloise? Weren't you coming together? Eloise. She said she was going back to her room and we parted ways a while ago. Eloise went back to her room first? This woman must still be worried sick. The thought of her fellow elves, who seemed to have finally moved on from the conflict, stirring up trouble again must be weighing heavily on her mind. A few days ago, Selena even came to me and asked, "Is Eloise okay?" She said she managed to stop Eloise from secretly returning to Hyzens behind my back. It would be great if time passed without any incidents. Were you looking for me? Fortunately, Eloise appeared soon. There you are? I thought you might have secretly returned home. Return home? Are you kidding? I finally escaped from all that work. I'm not going back unless they send my juniors to catch me. Never. Ever. That's right, don't go. You've done everything you could, and if they can't handle it themselves, it's their incompetence, not your fault, Eloise. What's this? Why are you taking my side, Lavranti? This is quite unusual. You're complaining even when I'm on your side? Should I just tell you to go then? Yes, go ahead. I wouldn't go even if you told me to now. It seems like I should give up on the idea of these two getting along. When they have kids in the future, will they bicker like this too? That would be a nightmare. It would be a bit uncomfortable if my children were fighting amongst themselves. Is Selena not coming today, either? She can't. She said she wants to attend the New Year's ceremony in a few months without any worries, so she's being worked to the bone right now. Ahaha. Eloise is quite good at using metaphors. It's not a metaphor. Selena actually said that. She's being squeezed and pulled in every direction. Lefia, making a strange sound, looks at me. She seems unsure whether Eloise is joking or not. She's right. Selena is incredibly busy right now. She said she wants to attend the New Year's ceremony in a few months without any worries. When I was a sharpshooter, I once stayed up for 4 days and nights, but Selena is on her 5th day now. I couldn't help but be impressed. Wow, the longest I've stayed up is 3 days. Being a graduate student is harder than being in a special forces unit, isn't it? The only time Lav and Eloise seem to get along is when they talk about the military. Look at them now. They're talking about staying up all night and pulling all-nighters, saying, "Back in my day, Lefia, just in case, don't go to grad school or anything." Huh? And me? Yes. If you do, I'll be dragged away as a traitor, and I won't have anything to say for myself. The guy who sent not one, but 2 of his wives-to-be to grad school. I think most men in the world would curse me out for that. *****. Even after finishing the final exams. And even after parting ways with the ladies.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. My tasks for the day weren't over. Rather, they were just beginning. Knock knock. You're here, Sergeant. Call me Senior. I've told you that's enough. Ahaha, sorry. Everyone still got that military mindset, so, as I opened the door and entered, a large number of male students and a few female students stood up. Some of them even tried to salute but were stopped midway by others. How's everyone doing? All good, Senior. Stop with the formality. This is the academy, not the military. It goes without saying, but the academy isn't just for nobles. There are many commoners as well, and among them are those who have diligently fulfilled their military service. Originally, such students quietly went about their student life, but that changed after I was injured. How should I put it? A gathering of academy students who served in the military? Something like that was formed. Naturally, I was appointed as the chairman. If you hear this, you might think we're doing something grand, but that's not the case. We gather like this to talk about our military life. We sit facing each other, laughing and chatting. In that way, we unknowingly shake off the nightmares of the past. Lately, I've been thinking, even after being discharged, if something happens, what would I do? Oh, I've thought about that too. Have you ever thought about that, Senior Karl? Is this it? Are they asking if I'd re-enlist and fight if something happened? Well, I think this is a bit of a sensitive question. Even though I'm discharged, going back there again, I have. And after some hesitation, I'd probably end up going back. The answer that comes around is always this. And it's the same for the other students. We'd never go back if they just called us. Are they crazy? Going back after all that hardship? We could even give the Minister of War a bullet as a gift if they said that. But if the situation calls for it, if they're so desperate that they call us, then I think everyone gathered here would gladly answer that call. Should I establish a reserve force while I'm at it? It's not like this is a place that would penalize you for going to reserve training or treat you poorly. This is the Empire, so wouldn't a reserve force be a brilliant move? The winter wind is quite cold. I suddenly miss the warm tea that Selena brews. I see the guard marching past. They're diligently performing their duties even in this bitter cold. Rain or snow, strong winds, or sunshine, they perform their duties under any circumstances. I glanced around and noticed signs that others have been here before me. Perhaps they were family, relatives, or friends of the soldiers resting here. I'm here. It's been a while. Even though I have my reasons, I worry if I'm forgetting them. I might have to apologize in my dreams if they complain that I visit too infrequently. Corporal Thomas, Imperial Army Infantry, age 22. I took out the things I've prepared. I've gotten the best I could this time as well. I know they can't eat this. This is just self-consolation for me. Corporal Martin, Imperial Army Infantry, age 21. Even so, I made sure to bring something every time, hoping they'll smile, even in my dreams. I don't want to hear them asking for this or that in the afterlife. Sergeant William, Imperial Army Infantry, age 24. Ice water in the middle of winter? I know it's crazy, but what can I do? This guy was famous for drinking cold water even in winter. It's been too long. It might sound like an excuse, but I've been very busy. Really. So please don't visit me in my dreams complaining about the youngest being slacking off or anything. It gives me nightmares. Thankfully, the sun is shining moderately even though it's a chilly day. I think I can sit here for a while before I go. Didn't I tell you guys before? My older sister became the crown princess. But now, she's the empress. That's right, the empress of the empire? That's my sister. If these guys were here, I wonder what they would have said. Don't you feel the difference in power? You're our junior, so shouldn't we be able to use your connection to Her Majesty the Empress? Maybe they would have said something like that. Or maybe, oh, Karl, please take good care of us. Yeah, they definitely would have. At least Thomas would have, with a high probability. And Martin, that guy, would have gone even further. And Sergeant William. Yeah, he would have said it's embarrassing to ask favors from a junior, I think. Truth be told, if I pulled some strings, I could get everyone here transferred to a more prestigious cemetery. Or, you know, use my family connections to have them moved to the officers' burial grounds. Of course, it's not going to happen. And I don't intend to do that. It's just a joke. Besides, the guys here would be terrified if I actually did that. They would definitely say they'd rather die than be buried in the same place as the officers. Oh, and by the way, I'm now an uncle. Her Highness was born a while ago. If you're wondering why I call her Her Highness, it's because she's the crown princess. The next empress, you know. My niece, Lily, will be 1 year old in a few months. It's a shame she could have had many other great uncles besides me. And, I'll be a count in 2 years. Yes, a count. Even if you're my senior, you can't boss around a count, can you? Ha ha ha. I still remember the looks on those guys' faces the day I was first assigned to the unit. We're screwed? Or why is a noble young lord here? Or damn it. Something along those lines. Of course, I have no intention of saying anything about it. In fact, I understand completely. If I were them, my reaction would have been the same if a high-ranking person came as a soldier. Karl. I turned my head to see Selena, followed by Lev, Lefia, and Eloise. Why is Eloise fidgeting like that? That's. Forget it. How many times do I have to say it? The Canfras are the bad guys, not the elves. Even the seniors here would chat with the hyphens elves whenever they had the time. It's not like Eloise hurt my comrades. In fact, she's the woman who hunted down those Canfras. I'm sure the seniors wouldn't jump out of their graves yelling go, at the sight of her. I'm technically a foreigner too. Is it really okay for me to come in here? The Imperial Ellington National Cemetery doesn't discriminate based on status or nationality. As long as you don't do anything weird in here. So come on over here, everyone. Hurry up. Let me introduce you. Ahem. I'm a bit embarrassed to introduce you all of a sudden. Hey guys, these 4 beauties standing here are my future wives. From left to right, Selena, Lavrenti, Lefia, and Eloise. There's no response. Nevertheless, the women greet them as if someone is in front of them. Greetings, everyone. I'm Selena Ifrit. Seniors, I'm Sergeant Lavrenti. I am Lefia Arkebel. I'm from the Lasker Kingdom. Eloise Lonegrand. As you can see, I'm an elf. Sorry for being an elf. I think I hear someone saying, wow, Karl, 4 beauties. Or maybe it's, damn it, you have to pay more taxes. I'll kill you if you don't. Afterward, I told the women in more detail about these guys, who they were, what they were like, and what kind of comrades they were on the battlefield, how they met their end and how amazing they were even in their last moments. So I'm sorry. And that's why I can't forget them. These damn seniors. They made me work so hard as the youngest. And when the youngest became the most powerful, they all left like they were running away. Karl. If they were still alive, I would have tormented them all night long. I find myself talking faster and faster. I keep saying unnecessary things. Then Selena, Lav, Eloise, and Lefia came to my side and gently stroked my hand and shoulder. Are you still grieving for them, Kal? I am. Do you still miss them, my love? I do. Do you still blame yourself? I can't help it. Do you still hate yourself for being the only one who survived? There are moments when I do. I'm sorry, I miss them, I feel guilty, and I hate myself. It's all true. I'm not lying. And I probably never will. But you know what? I placed my hand on the tombstones, as if shaking their hands, as if comforting them. I'm going to live. Because you guys told the youngest to live. To live well. I'm going to live so well that you guys will be writhing in jealousy up in the sky, so that I can tell them later. Thanks to you, I lived a really good life. That I met good seniors and lived a comfortable life before coming to see you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Well, the youngest, who gave such a touching farewell yesterday, has returned today. But don't say anything, seniors. Do you see these people next to me? This is the place where my brother-in-law's comrades are buried. This is my first time here as well, Your Majesty. You asked if it was really them? Yes, it is. The Emperor and the Empress. BAA, BAA, BAA. And this little one, nestled in my arms and babbling away, is my niece, the future ruler of this empire. So please don't say anything. They had originally planned to visit yesterday, but when they heard I had already come to pay my respects, they postponed their visit until today. Whenever the imperial family goes somewhere, the area is naturally cleared out. Access is strictly restricted, and only a selected few are allowed to remain nearby. The reason for changing the schedule to today was that I didn't want to cause such a commotion while I was visiting my comrades. In other words, I've suddenly become the crazy guy who changed the Emperor's visit schedule. They're young. Every single one of them, so young. Almost too young. The Emperor, who is personally touching the tombstones of my comrades, cannot hide his bitter tone. Brother-in-law, may I offer these men a drink? Of course, Your Majesty. I'm sure these men would be honored and prostrate themselves in gratitude. I should be the one prostrating. They literally gave everything to protect the Empire. The Emperor receives the alcohol and cups from the attendant behind him and pours a drink in front of each comrade's grave. Then he steps back slightly and slowly bows his head. Your Majesty, such an act of humility. Let it be. If we can't show respect to those who have passed, how can we properly show respect to those who are living? Today's glory of the Empire was built on the blood they shed yesterday. The Emperor said this, bowed his head once more, and offered a moment of silence for my comrades. Ah, did my niece in my arms sense the solemn atmosphere? She babbles softly and then suddenly starts touching my cheek. Say, I'm not crying, niece. It's okay. Yes, your uncle won't cry. On this fine day, when my old comrades are receiving a royal drink.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. I quietly raised my head and looked up at the sky. It was the end of another year, a day filled with cold but fresh air. Selena's hard work finally paid off. Despite being a busy graduate student, she managed to carve out a few days to attend the New Year's ceremony with me. I wish the other three could have come too. They said they'll come next time. It's only right that all the attention is on Selena now. We plan to announce our marriage next year, when I'll be a senior. The timing, early summer? We're thinking of getting married in the spring of the year after next, so that would be the most appropriate time. That's why the other three women aren't with me at this New Year's ceremony. There will be other social events, but none as big as this one. So this is the time to show off my close relationship with Selena. Something doesn't add up. If that's their reasoning, I'll be around next year as well. Perhaps they're concerned that showcasing our relationship after the announcement might make it seem like a marriage of convenience. That's why they want you to establish the image of the primary spouse now. I suggested that perhaps they were thinking that they could comfortably be at my side later on, without having to worry about public perception. Selena nodded in agreement, saying, "Ah, I see. And our prediction proved to be correct. Ha ha ha. I saw you briefly last time, but today you're practically the main character, young Lord Karl. The main character, you say. And Lady Selena too. Your father couldn't stop singing your praises during our tea time last time. Thank you, Your Excellency." The first to approach us was a Marquis, who was of the same rank as Selena's father, Marquis Nafplion. So this is Karl Adelheit, the young lord our son has been raving about. The next person to speak to us was none other than Duke Burnsfall. To briefly summarize this person, he is one of the three dukes whom even the imperial family cannot easily control. He is also a major financial supporter of the pension foundation that bears my name. Above all, he is the person who was instrumental in reforming the imperial army into a more efficient and cohesive fighting force. Karl Adelheit of the Friedrich County, at your service, Duke Bernstfall. Let's skip the formalities. Everyone's relaxed at the New Year's ceremony. Duke Bernstfall glanced at Selena and me and smiled. There are many ways to show filial piety to your parents. You can achieve great things, or make a name for yourself. But the best way is to bring home a wonderful son-in-law or a good daughter-in-law. Then the Duke quietly bowed his head and muttered, "While you're at it, give the Marquis and the Count a grandchild soon. Our son has been married for a year and there's no news yet. I used to think that high-ranking people lived in a completely different world. But after meeting the Emperor, the Crown Prince, and now the Duke, I realize that they're all just people in high positions, not so different from me. Anyway, enjoy the New Year's ceremony. When the invitations are out, send some to the duchy through my son. I'll keep that in mind, Duke Bernstfall." As the Duke walked away, other nobles stealthily approached us. "Karl, let's meet at the balcony later. Don't run away. I'll find you if you do." Meanwhile, the four ladies, busy with their own engagements and promising to catch up later, were an added delight. It seems they still haven't quite mastered the art of noble decorum. Afterward, Selena and I were swept away in a whirlwind of greetings and conversations with the gathered nobles. It was as if we were at our wedding announcement rather than the New Year's ceremony. The Emperor is entering. If the Emperor hadn't appeared at the right time, I might have collapsed from exhaustion. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While the annual New Year's ceremony should be no different from previous years, this year's event was entirely different. The reason, of course, was the change in host. Long live the Emperor. May Goddess bless the Empire and the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. The person being cheered on is none other than my brother-in-law. The former Emperor, who used to occupy that position, has now stepped down. And another difference from previous years is, Uncli. My niece is diligently moving her lips, determined to say uncle before mom or dad. Haha. Sorry, brother-in-law. We were going to leave her behind, but she insisted. It's all right, Your Majesty. Initially, I assumed she wanted to accompany her father, but now I see she must have sensed your presence here somehow. Your Majesty, if that's really true, shouldn't you be a little worried? At this rate, I'm worried she'll look for me first instead of her mom and dad when she grows up. There's nothing more joyful than my niece liking her uncle. Maybe it's because it's the first time, but she looks like a beautiful little angel even though she's not my own child. However, I can't help but feel a twinge of unease. After all, I'm still considered an outsider, related only by marriage. History has shown that those in power have always been most wary of individuals in such a position. Moreover, my reputation is quite significant, and I have many connections, so it could be a concern. That doesn't mean I'm going to push my niece aside and try to become emperor. Nor does it mean I'll make my niece a puppet ruler. If I ever have such thoughts, I'll shoot myself in the head. I made good use of the gift you gave me, brother-in-law. Oh, is that so? Perhaps our crown princess will have a sibling soon. Ha ha ha. Forgive me for saying this in front of you, your majesty, but objectively speaking, it's impossible to outshine my sister in, well, certain physical aspects. That's why I deliberately gave the emperor some of the gifts the elves gave me. Of course, it would be great to have more nieces and nephews, but the biggest reason is that the imperial family needs more direct descendants for the sake of the empire. It's not like the infant mortality rate is as high as in the Middle Ages, but you never know. Ah, we've been talking amongst ourselves too much. My sister-in-law looks a bit uncomfortable. The emperor calls over to Selena, who has been quietly waiting beside us. I'm already so close to the imperial family that I don't feel any discomfort. But it seems like Selena needs a little more time to get used to it as much as I am. Wait, did he just switch to calling her sister-in-law? Your Majesty, you don't have to treat me so casually. We're family now. Why would I treat you formally when I can treat you like kin? This is something that would shock the previous emperors of the empire. There were many who were most afraid of their families and pushed them away from the power struggle. Moreover, I'm technically the relative by marriage who should be the most worrisome to the heir. There you go again, brother-in-law. Your Majesty, I know what you're worried about. You're likely concerned about whether you'll change, whether you'll turn into one of those stereotypical meddling in-laws. Are you saying that you're keeping me close and comfortable even though you know that? Those words lingered on the tip of my tongue, but I held them back with superhuman patience. To be honest, it might pose a challenge if you were to become like them. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? 2 medals of honor, numerous other decorations. A true hero of the empire, revered as a noble by the church, and the only living person considered for sainthood. Who could stop such a man if he sought power? Brother-in-law, you're making me sound like a villain? But you see, if you were truly that kind of person, you would have attended another social event instead of visiting your fallen comrades. You would have worked for your own future instead of caring for their families. That's why I can gladly entrust you with the role of uncle to our crown princess. His words struck a chord deep within me, and I had to fight back the wave of emotion that threatened to overwhelm me. More than anything, seeing how much our crown princess adores you shows that she trusts you. But, your Majesty, the crown princess isn't even a year old yet. That's precisely why it's important. Children are pure, and they have an instinctive ability to distinguish between good and evil. That's news to me, brother-in-law. Where did you hear that? Surely there aren't any YouTube shorts spreading misinformation in this world. Uncli. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Oh dear, it seems that the crown princess is about to cry again. Here, take her, brother-in-law. When I held my niece again, Lily smiled brightly and touched my cheek. The emperor, who was watching with a smile, let out a gasp and called for Selena. Come here, sister-in-law. Look here, crown princess, our daughter. Say hello. This is your aunt. Wow, aunt of the crown princess. And not just one aunt, but 4. For a moment, I wondered what my niece would say to me in the future. BAA. What's wrong, little one? Crown princess. My niece squirmed in my arms, babbling and waving her arms in apparent displeasure. Welcome, new students. I am Lefia Arkebel, a third-year student and newly appointed vice president of the Academy's Student Council. First of all, I sincerely welcome all of you to the Academy. There will be an event to welcome the new students in the auditorium, so please head there. Thank you. The voice of an excited female student echoed throughout the school via magical broadcasting. Hearing the announcement, the newly admitted freshman began to move. Did you hear? The new vice president was actually a Lasker princess. If she's a princess, she's a princess. What do you mean by was? From what I heard, she renounced her royal status. She plans to stay in the empire even after graduation instead of returning to her country. Did she seek asylum or something? TL/N, * seeking asylum means a person has left their country of origin and applied for protection in another country due to persecution, war, or human rights violations. Not exactly. It's more like, how should I put it? As the freshman who was eagerly explaining trailed off, others listening in urged for more details. So, what is it then? It's not asylum, but it's not completely different either. Anyway, all I know is that she's very close to a senior in the 4th year. A senior in the 4th year? That's quite a gap. Who is it? Senior Karl Adelheit. At the mention of his name, everyone fell silent. Let's stop talking about Senior Lefia. Yeah, I'm afraid we'll make a mistake if we keep going. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Some were male, some were female. Some were commoners, and others were nobles. Despite their differences, everyone had heard of him. Let's skip the unnecessary details and get straight to the point. He's a war hero of the empire, a 2-time Medal of Honor recipient, and a revered figure in the church who was even considered for sainthood while still alive. There's more to say, but this should suffice. I'm really curious. Just how extraordinary is this senior? I thought I'd never see him in person since I was always out in the provinces. I guess I'm lucky to have a year to see him. Is he really that imposing? I heard he could defeat an elf with one hand. No matter how imposing he is, defeating an elf with just one hand seems a bit much. The freshman, chattering noisily, moved toward the auditorium as instructed by the broadcast. There's going to be a freshman welcome event. Well, it's just going to be a few people giving speeches, and the freshmen clapping before dispersing again. Still, it's part of the official process of becoming a member of the academy, so there's no harm in it. After all, just graduating from the academy in the empire is a significant advantage. For nobles, it's an opportunity to move closer to the center of political power. For commoners, it's a chance to showcase their abilities, dream of better jobs, or even rise in status. At the very least, they can meet new people and build connections that might lead to a better future. Mic test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. The mic testing ended, and various dignitaries took their seats in the VIP section. Finally, a male student stepped up to the podium, lightly calling for attention before speaking. All right, freshmen. We will now begin the welcome ceremony for those who have entered the Empire's finest ivory tower, the Academy. Clap, clap, clap. With the sound of applause, the welcome ceremony began. As always, it started with a congratulatory speech from the Academy president. Just as always, the speech covered congratulations, the importance of focusing on studies, and the value of making good friends. Cliché and trite, but it's true, so what can you say? Even the freshmen and current students have a look on their faces that says, just give us a break. I'll stop here. Next, a representative from the highest grade, the 4th year, will give advice to the new students who have just entered the academy about academy life. Oh, another lecture? Isn't 2 in a row a bit much? For a moment, the freshmen's faces were filled with fatigue, but it soon disappeared. Whoa. The freshman closest to the podium let out a series of exclamations. Then, as a male student stepped onto the podium, the exclamations spread like wildfire. It was a 4th-year senior, no different from the one who had just come up. The difference was that he was incredibly handsome and had a well-balanced, strong body. Nice to meet you, juniors. But his introduction set him apart from the rest of them. 4th year, Karl Adelheit. Karl Adelheit. It's Senior Karl. War hero. Senior, thanks to your foundation, I was able to enroll here. Has Goddess really given us a miracle? The reaction was explosive, a stark contrast to the boredom everyone had shown just moments ago. It would be natural to be flustered, but Karl, standing at the podium, handled it very smoothly. Yes, I'm Karl Adelheit. It's better to call me a veteran than a war hero. I'm glad you benefited from the foundation. Congratulations on your discharge, junior. A miracle from Goddess, yes, I received one. That's why I'm still alive. After roughly answering each question, Karl continued speaking. We all come from different places, some of us from different social statuses, and we have different genders. But here at the academy, we'll become peers, seniors, and juniors. I hope the next 4 years are fulfilling and enjoyable for all of you. Oh, and I understand how excited you all are as freshmen, but don't have too much fun. If you fail your exams, that's a big problem. If you don't get enough scores to graduate, that's an even bigger problem. Though his last remark was aimed at 4 specific individuals, fortunately, the freshmen had no idea who they were. They just listened to Karl with smiles on their faces. There will be a banquet tonight. It's not mandatory, but I highly recommend attending it. Even if socializing feels like a hassle, it's important. Isolating yourself because you think you're special might lead to taking a break from school, and returning after that has its own set of challenges. With that, Karl concluded. All right, that's all the advice from your old senior. However, it seemed the freshmen still had more questions for him. Senior, what do you prefer to be called? Medal of Honor recipient? War hero? Or a revered figure of the church? What he wanted to be called had been decided from the beginning. Karl chuckled, casually grabbed the mic, and answered. A returning student. For that, he had survived hell and lost countless comrades. Yet he returned, met many new people, formed new relationships, and finally came back to where he belonged. It was proof that he had returned to an ordinary life. An ordinary returning academy student. *****. Evening. Freshman welcome banquet hall. Did you really say that? Yeah. Wow, calling yourself ordinary. That's a bit much. Karl was having a quiet conversation with Selena on one side of the balcony. But that's exactly what I wanted. It's what I lived for. Yeah, Karl. That's good enough. Karl gazed at Selena as she patted his shoulder, then gently hugged her. There's less than a year left of this returning student life, right? So, what's next? Next, I'll be an ordinary husband. An ordinary dad. Something like that? That doesn't sound bad at all. Karl smiled, and Selena smiled back. A moment of hesitation, a brief silence, then as if by agreement, they were about to. Whoa, not here, no matter what. Master, there are a lot of eyes watching. I think it looks nice. Eloise, Lavrenti, and Lefia appeared out of nowhere. The sudden interruption left Karl and Selena momentarily flustered, but they soon laughed it off. When did you all get here? Geez, you guys are like ghosts. When the two of you suddenly held hands and went to the balcony, of course, it was suspicious. For once, Eloise is right. I think it's fine. Looks like we'll have to continue this somewhere without any interrupters next time. I think so too. It's a shame, but we can always kiss later. As Karl and Selena spread their arms, the three girls quickly snuggled in. They began chattering about their day, each sharing their stories. But what's with these petals falling from above? Right? We're on the 3rd floor. Hold on. Curious, Karl approached the balcony railing and looked up. Hey. At Karl's call, 4 familiar voices replied from above. Yo. Oops. Karl. Busted. Huh. 4 faces peeked over the upper balcony. Schleifen, Wilhelm, Alexander, and Joachim. Karl, staring up at them, was momentarily speechless. When did these guys get in? They aren't even students anymore. We came as guests. And we're showering you with flower petals, just for fun. Yeah, remember, we were the first 5th-year students at the academy. Alexander, that's not something to brag about. Shut up, Joachim. How is it that these guys never change, no matter how much time passes, or maybe it's better that they haven't changed? Shaking his head, Karl looked up at the night sky, surrounded by friends who would be part of his future. He thought back to his time on the battlefield a few years ago, which now felt like a lifetime ago. The ordinary life he had longed and dreamed for then felt like a blessing now. So, Karl, any chance you could help us with our love lives? You guys never give us a moment to set the mood, do you? Since when were we ever the serious type? True enough. Karl laughed. The women beside him and the 4 on the upper balcony laughed as well. Their laughter carried on the wind, drifting through the night sky and lingering among the stars before fading away.